Time go by quick.
It does. It does. I see Sister Ellen is on. Ellen Rahman. I see a lot of people is on, of course. Sister Ellen.
Assalamu alaikum, Imam Muhammad. How you
okay.
feel?
Doing
Ellen,
fine.
how you doing?
I'm doing fine, let's say. How you doing?
I'm doing divine.
Okay.
Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum. Eid Mubarak, believers.
Yeah. My wife,
Wa alaikum assalam, Sister Ellen.
Yeah, Sister Ellen, we Brother Bashir and Sister Ellen, myself and my wife and Sister Aveda, we made Hajj together in 2003. So, and they were roommates. Sister Ellen, my wife, Dr. Rashida Muhammad, Sister Aveda, Sister Brenda, I believe, they were roommates in Hajj in 2003. They helped her out tremendously. She had asthma and so forth, but still have asthma.
You know what? And I got a chance, alhamdulillah, because of your wife, I got a chance to learn different parts that no one knew that there's a clinic inside of Masjid Al-Haram. There was a clinic inside of Tent City. There, I got a chance, another sister that stayed next door to us. She had a grave situation where I thought she was transitioning. And I got a chance to get to the hospital with her. And I got a chance to be in that hospital. I just, alhamdulillah, it's still, even though it was 20 years ago, Imam Ilham, it's still relevant today.
Yeah, and we can't forget that Dr. Ramadan. He headed up the medical unit, and so we had from our community, even though we didn't quite know about the other places, we had big long lines of people lined up with you and Dr. Ramadan and the other medical team handling the people that were sick over there in Hajj.
Alhamdulillah.
I see it's almost time. I see the president is there, Imam Warfi Muhammad II, and Adil.
We got 2 more minutes, 120 seconds, Imam. They got a saying broken on the wall, Doctor, heal yourself.
Oh yeah, let's say me that same Hajj, 2003. That's when I first met him.
Yeah, we had a wonderful African-American Hajj.
I think you muted, buddy, man. Okay. Yeah.
No, that's what I was in the process of unmuting. We have about 1 minute before we start. And I just wanted to say good afternoon, everyone, and happy first Sunday. That's really something that extended. You'll see our culture, how it kind of blends now. Our faith finally, after all our struggles, seems to be accepted in mainstream pop culture. So we've been saying, Saeed Mubarak, happy Fridays, Saeed Jummah, happy Jummah. We've been saying that for many, many years. But now it seems to be popular. You hear it everywhere, which is a very, very excellent thing. It's hopefully we'll heal our culture that's based on that has a tendency to be negative, especially us. Because when things are going good in our lives, we often take it out on the public and each other. So that's a big blessing. So that's why I said happy first Sunday. It's nothing wrong with being happy and feeling good. I'm gonna turn it over now to Imam Elam so we can open up. We like to open up on time. It's 1:30 now. So Imam Elam, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Brother Adil, Dr. Ramadan is waiting to come in, so if you let him in. Okay.
Okay.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amin.
Amen.
All right, we have a Assalamu alaikum, and again, welcome to the July 1st Sunday, just July 2nd. And as we all know, we have our New World Patriotism Day coming up. And we want to start off today's program with the Muslim Health Consortium. I see Sister Sharon, Dr. Ramadan, are you there? We'll be turning it over to the Muslim Health Consortium. We have a full program today. We'll begin with the Muslim Health Consortium, which will be followed by our Quranic Arabic discussion with Imam Elam Muhammad, which will then be followed by Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar and a business and technology presentation. And then we'll have comments from Imam W.D. Muhammad II, the president of the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. And then we will conclude with our featured guest speaker, which is a very dynamic speaker, a historian, military veteran and entrepreneur, our good brother, Daniel Habil. He'll be concluding our program as the featured guest speaker. So at this time, we're going to turn the program over to the Muslim Health Consortium. Sister Sharon, is it going to be you starting off, or will it be Dr. Ramadan?
Assalamu alaikum. If he's not available, we can probably go along, sir, with the PowerPoint, and then he can come in.
Okay, just give me a second to pull it up here.
Shukran. Assalamu alaikum to Imam W.D. Muhammad, President of Mosque Cares, the listening audience. On behalf of the Muslim Health Consortium, we would like to present emergency preparedness and swimming. We know we're into the summer season. We want to enjoy the summer season. And we also want to arrive in the fall as safe and healthy as we are today, inshallah. So until our convener, Dr. Ramadan, is on board, what we would like to do is go through the PowerPoint. And today we have a treat for you. We have a young man who's Sister Saisa's grandson, and he actually has experience as a certified lifeguard. So when we get to the swimming safety section, we'll inshallah have our brother Esau take over. So alhamdulillah. So what is emergency preparedness? So it's a term that refers to the steps that you take to make sure you are safe before, during, and after an emergency or a natural disaster. Now, these plans are important for your safety in both natural disasters and man-made disasters. So we're going to take a few minutes to actually show the video on emergency preparedness.
I'm back. It's me, Esther.
Brother Adil, do you have the slide or?
I have it. Do you want to proceed? I'm following your instructions.
Yes, sir. So if you proceed, there's a link on the next slide, inshallah.
That's that new. That's the.
Okay. Did you want me to take it from here? Let's see here. Alhamdulillah. Okay. Excellent. Alhamdulillah. All right, sir.
This link here, Sister Sharon?
Yes, sir.
A little preparation goes a long way during a disaster. So we're gonna talk about how to give your future self a gift by stocking your pantry in case you need to shelter in place, and packing a go bag with the most critical supplies to have on hand when evacuating when things go south. But first I have to say this. Research has shown that disasters overwhelmingly bring out the best in people. We've heard this over and over during interviews for this series. From hurricanes to landslides, people become
Assalamu alaikum.
Oh,
Assalamu alaikum. So,
Walaikum assalam.
Dr. Ramadan,
Yes,
so what would you prefer? You want to go forward and then we'll double back with the PowerPoint?
yes, I can begin now.
Fine.
I
Yes,
don't know what happened. I've been waiting for 15 minutes to come on and it didn't hook up.
Alhamdulillah. So we will give the floor to our convener of the Muslim Health Consortium, Dr. Mikhail Ramadan, and then we'll show the PowerPoint.
All right. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'd like to apologize. I don't know what was the difficulty I was having there, but I'm glad that that worked out.
are you
Alhamdulillah.
on the phone and on TV at the same time?
No, more. I
I you do what you want, but it's fine.
I was just seeing what was happening. As always, I'd like to thank Imam Warthuddin Muhammad II and Mosque Cares for this opportunity for the Muslim Health Consortium to present this information that we have and to share with the community. So we'd like to go ahead and get right into what we have. And from the beginning, we know that a lot has been going on this month so far. Yeah, let me get my things together here. June is Safety Month, among many other things. And June has been fraught with many problems from a public health perspective. We know that this month we've had problems with the quality of the air in our major cities from the fires in Canada. We've had some of the worst air quality indexes in the world in our major cities. That was one thing. We have had
solutions, Dr. Ramadan, solutions.
We have had also the flooding that's been occurring in many of the locations throughout the country, particularly in the South. And as well, we have had the extreme heat that has occurred in the South and Southwest. We've had many deaths and as a result of the heat. And we heard in Mexico, they had 100 deaths resulting from the heat that they're also experiencing. And in addition to that, we have heard that there are new variants of COVID that, as we had mentioned in the past, that are still percolating out there, so that we can't afford to take our eye off the ball. And in summertime, we have many problems occurring when people hit the water and realize after jumping in that they don't have the swimming skills. So we do have a lifeguard one of the nephew of one of our members, Sister Saisa, will be presenting to us later in this presentation. But I'd like to begin with all of these things tell us that we should be aware in ways that we haven't been aware before. It's important for us to be aware of weather more than we have before. Disasters that are near us, or things that may come in while we're sleeping. We have to be aware of weather. We have to be aware of what are the risks in the location that we're. Are we near an earthquake fault? Are we near a fire? Are we near living beneath a dam? What is the risk of the location that we live? We have to be aware of that. In addition to this, we have to be aware of the political climate, and that can change instantly. We can see flare-ups of sentiment of people, and that can lead to situations. So, a whole new awareness has to be developed within us. We also, on a personal level, our personal safety, our family safety, our community safety, we have to be conscious of this. And situational safetyness, all of the time, wherever we are, that has to be a part of our thinking. Not just what I'm here to do and get the task done, but what is the situation that I'm sitting at? Is this a safe situation? So we also want to say that we also, as we've been focusing on in these programs, to be in the best health that we can be in, and to a degree of fitness at whatever age we are, whatever our medical problems are, be the best that we can be physically fit so that we can deal with whatever situations we may have to face. So preparedness starts with us, awareness and consciousness. We want to emphasize that. So why should we be prepared? We just explained that. Also because the emergency resources of our local and federal government are limited. And we may have thought in the past, if I can hold out, the cavalry is coming. That's not necessarily true. And we see that where disasters occur. It may take longer, the disaster may be more extensive than thought, and the resources may be less than we expected. So when we're prepared, it helps us and it helps those around us to survive. And it reduces the fear and anxiety that we may be experiencing because we run into situations that we hadn't thought of before. So preparing is simple. There's action steps that we should take to prepare. The first is to get informed. That's what we did when we increased our awareness. Make a plan. Assemble the things that we may need. Assemble a disaster or a go kit. And many of the things I'm talking about now will be gone into in more depth by my colleague who will follow me shortly. But we'll just go over some of the things now. Also, we need to plan and maintain our kits, a go kit, and address any special needs. If we're dealing with elderly, people have difficulty walking, any special needs, very young children, all of these considerations need to go into the planning for ourselves and our family. As we said, get informed about the disasters which have occurred in the past in your own community, and about those 100-year disasters. We've never seen anything like this before. Think in terms of this can happen here. And if it should, what do I do? As we said, flooding, hazardous material spills, fires, winter storms, disease outbreaks, heat waves, tornadoes, possibilities. Why is it important to plan ahead? We should plan preparedness that includes our personal, the home or workplace, for our family, household, and any pets that you may have, the workplace. A disaster or a situation may occur at the workplace. Just because you or I prepared things at home doesn't mean that the timing is going to wait till you get home to where you have everything. Nope, it can occur while you're driving your car, while you're at work, or while you're visiting someone else. So the preparedness really begins in our own heads. When we make a plan, we should prepare at least for 72 hours, 3 days. And to me, that's the minimum. But plan for that. 72 hours should be material that you could identify quickly. This is what I need: food, water, blankets, etc. We'll go into that. That will sustain my family and others for 72 hours. I can put my hands on that right away. You should also prepare to shelter in place, or if you have to go. That's why you should have a go bag. This information, this material should be portable. You could grab it quickly, throw it in the trunk, throw it in the back seat, throw it in your truck, and you're out of there. And also create a personal support network. Those people that you need to contact. Hey, this is happening to me. I'll be at location such and such, and have all of the important numbers and all that you need written down, and that you can pass out, or that you can put your hands on quickly. Identify all of your family contacts. Should have a inventory of home possessions. Copy your important documents. In your plan, it's important to develop certain skills. Basic first aid, and nowadays it's stop the bleed. CPR skills, very important. How to use a fire extinguisher. How to shelter in place, the safest places in your home. Okay, on the lowest floors, in the bathroom, closets, or wherever is in the safest place. You should be aware of that, as well as all of your family members. Be aware of how we receive evacuation notices from law enforcement, from the radio, from TV, and all. And I have some things here that I have to point out. This is a very important way that our family is notified. This is our weather radio, and we depend on this. You should have one in the main part of your house and another where you sleep. Something that is very dangerous is a tornado at night, that we're sleeping and a tornado hits. You don't want to be awakened when the roof is coming off. This will tell us that a tornado is in the area. It's a warning or a watch and time to take cover. So it should have this. It can be plugged in or it can go by battery in case the electricity is out. This is important. Well, while I'm mentioning things, another thing that I find is important is having walkie-talkies for the family. For all of the members of the family, if you get separated, if you get spread out, walkie-talkie is an important thing to have. This will work if there's no electricity in the area, and it can go for miles. I find that they never usually go as long as they advertise. That's on level ground with no obstructions, but they still travel a good distance, a mile or so. Have these for your family, I would recommend. Also, battery. This is a battery. This is a phone battery, and it plugs in, okay? Takes a charge and holds a charge for months and months. And it has charger units that you can charge your phone, Android or iPhone. Very good. And this one especially too. This is another battery, a solar battery. If I don't have a place to plug my other battery in, just leave this one in the sun and it will get charged and can charge my phone and other items. Very important. And one of the most important items for a family. At one point, I purchased a lot of these and gave them away to believers. This is the FEMA flip chart, and it is chock full of information. On here, emergency checklist, shelter in place, evacuation, terrorism, fire, wildfire, severe thunderstorms, floods, winter storms, tornado, hurricane, heat wave, earthquakes, chemical emergencies, other disasters, first aid, special items, and purifying water. It has information on both sides and places for important numbers, and it is good advice. Excellent. This is put out by FEMA. I forget how much it costs, but contact FEMA. This has refrigerator magnets on it, and you can have it. All of your family should be familiar with this. So we will. There's a keep in mind. There's the difference between a disaster kit that you have in your home and a go kit. And there's also one other kit that I make use of is a bug out bag. It's sort of a form of a go kit. It's more sort of survivalist oriented. It has everything the go kit has in it, plus the ability to stay out or stay in the woods or under different conditions for a period of time. So I would advise having that sort of kit in your car. And even though we mentioned in the past, you should have that in there. Any longer with the change in the climate, you can driving any distance, you can find yourself in flooded areas and break down, snowed in, any number of things. You should have in your car what's necessary, the usual automobile emergency kit, and basic camping gear. Those things that you would use if you were camping. Things how to start a fire, blankets or basic food items, non-perishable food items, and other material that we can go into should be in that bug out bag that you have in your car and or home. Disaster kit. Okay, quickly, we don't want to use all our time up here. For your home and office, water, non-perishable food, personal copies of personal items, battery operated crank radio, flashlights, extra batteries. Have just tons of batteries that you can grab quickly and take with you. Everything uses batteries, and you go through batteries quickly. After a few days, you wish you had more batteries. Don't forget first aid kit, clothes for other family members, blankets, hand sanitizers, and all. And very similar materials in your go kit or your bug out bag. Practice maintaining your plan in your kit, and any special situations that you need for your personal self and your family. So with that, I'm going to stop here and turn it into the hands of my colleague, Sister Sharon, and she will also later bring on our special guest, the lifeguard. Brother will give us his information and his experience. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, Sister Sharon.
Alhamdulillah. Dr. Ramadan, thank you for that brief synopsis of what emergency preparedness is. And so what we want to do is remind you, family out there, that nothing works well unless you practice it. So those inside of your home, practice a scenario. What if? Those, your children or grandchildren who are not inside of your home, practice scenarios together, have a Zoom meeting about it, talk about it frequently. Because if you don't, when something happens, then you freeze. You can't think about, what do I need? What do I have? What's the next step? So inshallah, Brother Adil, did you want to, or did you want me to actually pull it up from the desktop? Let me know what you would like to do. And then we'll just briefly go through, inshallah. Alhamdulillah. All right, then. So what we can do, inshallah, in the interest of time, Brother Adil, we can show the video and then we'll just summarize some of the other slides.
If 2020 has taught us, a little preparation goes a long way during a disaster. So we're going to talk about how to give your future self a gift by stocking your pantry in case you need to shelter in place, and packing a go bag with the most critical supplies to have on hand when evacuating when things go south. But first I have to say this. Research has shown that disasters overwhelmingly bring out the best in people. We've heard this over and over during interviews for this series. From hurricanes to landslides, people become more altruistic and go to great lengths to help those around them. In the face of a common enemy like a disaster, we tend to cooperate, and that's certainly been my experience. I live in Atlanta, Georgia. If a hurricane makes it this far, we usually don't have to evacuate, but we are likely to lose power. And that's exactly what happened when Hurricane Zeta barreled through the city just 2 weeks before filming this episode. At one point, 2 million Georgians were without power. What you need to do to prepare depends on your area and type of hazard, so stay with us. First, we're going to talk about what you need at home to comfortably shelter in place. Unlike a pandemic, most disasters heavily affect our infrastructure. So being self-sufficient without electricity, water, or transportation is the first priority. You can think of it like planning for a long camping trip. What will you need to survive and be as comfortable as possible while doing so? Your most important supply by far is plenty of water, even if it's raining. You'll need 1 gallon per person per day. Experts recommend having enough for 2 weeks, so for a family of 4, that will come to a total of 56 gallons of water. Next, you'll want to have 2 weeks worth of food. Now, that's probably more than you think, but the easiest way to do it is with a pre-packed disaster food kit with dehydrated meals. but that can get expensive. So my strategy is this. Whenever I have an extra can of soup or mac and cheese or something else that I know won't go bad, I add it to my apocalypse storage bin. After a while, I have a lot of food and it never felt like a big expense. And I don't drink coffee, but if you do, plan to add some caffeine. A disaster is not the time to quit cold turkey. Once you have food and water and a safe place at home, you'll probably want to pack these crucial items. A hand crank radio. Now, cell towers and internet may be out of service, so an alternative way to receive communication is crucial. Mine has a solar panel, a phone charger, and even a flashlight. A headlamp or a flashlight, and extra batteries. And while we're talking about batteries, you're also likely to need an extra mobile battery for your phone. As long as cell towers are working, your phone will be a crucial tool to get help and tell family you're safe. A toolkit for basic repairs. You may not have immediate access to medical treatment depending on the severity of your disaster, so pack a first aid kit. In my first aid kit, I have a wound care section with things like antibiotic ointment, Band-Aids, and antiseptic towelettes. In a disaster, even a small cut can lead to a life-threatening infection. In fact, the World Health Organization estimates that in 2017, sepsis accounted for a staggering 20% of all global deaths. Taking a first aid class is a great plan since you're probably not going to be able to get the help that you're used to during a disaster. Just a little bit of basic knowledge can save your life. Also, make sure to include extra prescription medications since pharmacies may be closed for a while. Pack photocopies of important documents and seal them in a plastic bag so they don't get wet. At the very least, remember to include your identification, health insurance cards, and info for predetermined out-of-state contacts so that you can get in touch even if your phone dies. I also highly recommend stocking up on personal toiletries. Listen, you don't need 10 weeks worth of toilet paper, but do make sure you have things like soap, toothpaste, and whatever items you generally use. I like to keep some extra chapstick handy. But unfortunately, you won't always be able to shelter in place, either due to evacuation needs or because your home didn't make it or is unsafe to be in. In situations like this, you'll want to rely on your go bag for supplies. You can think of it like a portable version of your pantry, but with a few modifications. As with your pantry, water comes first. Keep several bottles of water in your bag. Also, purification tablets come in handy if clean water isn't available. Next on the list, again, is food. You want to prioritize non-perishable, high-calorie snacks. I've got some energy bars and some dried fruit. You're also very likely to need access to money, so keep some extra cash and a credit card in your bag. Since a lot of things you'll need in your go bag are also things you need in your pantry, you can just store those items that we mentioned before, like the hand crank radio, those important documents, extra batteries, and a mobile phone battery in your backpack so it's easy to pick up on your way out. Also, a smaller but similar first aid kit. Another thing that I love to keep in my bag is a miniature, portable version of my toolkit, a multi-tool. It has all sorts of useful things on it, from a screwdriver to a knife, even scissors. Also, don't forget to bring an extra change of clothes appropriate for the weather where you live. Remember, a couple pairs of clean socks and a jacket, even if it's warm. And last but not least, leave a little extra room in your bag for your valued personal items. When we talk to people who evacuate, nearly everyone said they grabbed a few important items like wedding rings, a photo album, or whatever is most important to them. If 2020 has taught us anything, it's that you never know what the future holds. Prepping can seem daunting, but doing something is a whole lot better than doing nothing. And taking small steps today, like buying a gallon of water for your pantry or picking up a box of granola bars for your go bag the next time you're at the store, may make a big difference when the next disaster strikes. And not only are you likely to fare much better when something goes wrong, but you'll be better equipped to help your friends, family, and neighbors. That's it for this episode of Weathered. If you liked it, don't forget to give us a thumbs up and subscribe so you never miss an episode.
Shukran. Alhamdulillah. So yes. Alhamdulillah. So we're good. And basically we're going to actually summarize. There's some disasters that are natural. We know about them. Floods. We can't control floods or blizzards or tornadoes or earthquakes. We can be sometimes the cause of explosions, fires, chemicals, and biological attacks. So those are just a few examples of each of them. Next slide, please, Brother Adil. And just a survey that was done, how many of us are ready for when it's time to move, and these are just some statistics. Yes, I'm fully prepared. Women, 23%, men, 38%. Yes, but not enough. 29% of men said yes, and 26% of women said no. But no, you don't think you should, or you're not ready. 22% of men said yes. 42% of women said, no, I don't have one, but I think I should. And the last group would be, no, I don't think it's necessary. So you still have 11% of men who said, I don't think it's necessary, and 9% of women who think they should have supplies in their cars. Next slide, please, Brother Adil. Excellently. So we talked about what emergency preparedness is, but for those of us with disabilities, we're more vulnerable. The elderly, the young children, we're more vulnerable. So we need to rely on the system more than others. So we need to be more familiar with landmarks and usual travel routes. And some of you, if you just think about your routes, just look at the signs as you go down the street. Sometimes you will see a sign that disseminates, this is the evacuation route. So remember those, those signs that you see on your daily travels, because those are the routes that you would take to get out of the area if necessary. Next slide, please. Thank you. So what do you talk to your family about briefly? How are you going to receive, and Dr. Ramadan touched on that, how are you going to receive emergency alerts and warnings? What's your shelter plan? And we talked about the evacuation route. And as he also talked about the family, household, and communication plan. Thank you, sir. Next slide. Brother Deal? Alhamdulillah. All right, Dr. Ramadan spoke about the emergency kit in the go bag. And if there's anything different from that, I would say you have your food and supply for your pets. Many of you have pets out there, so make sure you have enough food supplies for your pets, as well as the radio, the flashlights, and the change of clothing, as you heard the young lady said on the video. And for those of you who are on medications, of course, make sure you have your medications in your first aid kits and the other items. Thank you, sir. Next slide. Thank you. All right. We have to shelter in place now. What should be there? What should be in our homes? So you have a stay bin. They recommend at least 2 weeks of a stash of essentials in the event that you have to stay in home without power or heat. So you should have enough supplies, as I said, for 2 weeks of bottled water, non-perishables. The film alluded to those, your pet foods, toilet paper, and personal hygiene supplies. Next slide, please, sir. And again, just to review some of those non-perishable items, how about that can opener that doesn't require electricity? Of course, enough water, and your first aid kits. Now, if any reason you have to go into those first aid kits, make sure you replenish those items. Make sure you're aware of those things that will expire and need to be updated. Thank you, sir. Next slide. All right, again, just driving home those types of chargers. Batteries do go bad. So if you buy batteries in bulk, make sure you're aware of when they expire. If you are able to see this particular battery, it has 2013 on it. So just like you do your medications, make sure you know when your batteries are expiring so you can replenish them. And of course, the flashlights for batteries, and your radio as well. Next slide, please, sir. Thank you. Some of the things that were not mentioned, we know in COVID period, we knew about the different types of masks. So again, keep your supply of masks up and your hand sanitizers. We learned more about hand sanitizers and disinfecting wipes. We talked about our prescribed medications, non-prescription medications, such as pain relievers, anti-diarrhea medicine, antacids, or laxatives. Your prescription eyeglasses should be there, or your contact lens. And for the little people, the infants, the bottles, the diapers, the wipes, the diaper rash cream. Yes. Next slide, please. Alhamdulillah. Okay. They spoke a little bit in the video about your money. So keep that cash on hand or traveler's checks. They talked about the important family documents. Some of them may be in your safe, but you need to have them ready to be on the go with a waterproof container. Sleeping bags, if you need to sleep outside, warm blankets for each person. We talked about the clothing, fire extinguishers. And again, those expire as well. If you're purchasing them from Home Depot or Lowe's, make sure that the fire extinguisher is updated as necessary. Matches in a waterproof container. We talked about the hygiene products. Paper cups, plates, towels, napkins, utensils, a pencil, and a pen. Books and games for those intermediates. Books and games and puzzles or other activities to keep them busy. And this is from ready.gov, Homeland Security. Next slide, please. All right, just a brief thing. We talked about flooding. We know what's going on, and it will continue to go on. So we know we don't swim in flood waters. We know we stay off of bridges with fast moving water. And we need to actually determine our best protection based on the type of flooding. So listen to the news report, know your area, evacuate if told to do so, move to higher ground or higher floor. And sometimes you need to just stay where you are. Okay, ready.gov. Let's talk about the heat. Next slide, please, Imam Adil. All right, so we know we're in the heat season. We know all of us have to be careful, from the youngest to the eldest one of us. Finding air conditioning. For some of us who live in multi-system dwellings like apartment buildings, if the air is not functioning, please know where your cooling station is. Don't just stay in a heat environment and your health deteriorate. Avoid strenuous activities. You watch out for heat illness. Wear light reflecting clothing, not dark and heavy clothing. Know your neighbors, check on your neighbors and your family members. Drinking plenty of water, fluids, not always just water, but there's other fluids. Watch out for heat cramps, heat exhaustion, and heat stroke. And never leave your people, especially your little people, or your pets in a closed car. Next slide, please. So briefly, signs of a heat stroke. That's when your body temperature rises to greater than 103 degrees Fahrenheit when you take it orally. So your skin is red and hot or dry with no sweat. That's dangerous. You have a rapid, fast, strong pulse. You become dizzy, confused, or unconscious. And if you are observing and suspecting this, call 911 immediately and get that person to the hospital. This is life-threatening. Cool down with whatever methods are available until medical help arrives. Do not give the person anything to drink. So that's very important to be observant of that. So heat exhaustion, what's the difference? So the body's response to excessive loss of water and salt, and that's usually through excessive sweating. So it mostly occurs in the elderly, people with high blood pressure, and those out there working in those environments in the sun. So what do you see? What do you notice? Headaches, nausea, dizziness, weakness. They get irritable. They're thirsty. There's heavy sweating. There's an elevated body temperature, and they are not urinating. Very important. Next slide, please. All right, so those who live in Tornado Alley, East Coast, sometimes, but for those who frequently have tornadoes, again, listen to the weather report. What are they saying? When did they expect the tornado to touch down? You know that if you're at home, go to a safe room, basement, or storm cellar. And if there's no basement, get to a small interior room on the lowest level. Stay away from the windows, the doors, and the outside walls. If you can safely get to a sturdy building, do so immediately. Do not get under an overpass or a bridge. You're safer in a low, flat location. Watch out for flying debris that can cause injury or death. Use your arms to protect your head and your neck. Thank you, sir. Next slide. All right, so again, so what do? Preparation is key. Get that emergency plan, talk to the family, know your neighbors, check on your seniors, get that food supply and all the other supplies we spoke about. One thing we didn't mention is that whistle. Okay, you're somewhere you can't speak, get a whistle. Make sure you have a working whistle that can alert people to your location. Let's see here. We talked about we need to realize that the system is going to be overburdened. Okay, your hospitals and emergency urgent care centers. So those things about actually learning first aid and also having those first aid kits, that they are very vital, dear family. So remember that not everyone can afford to respond or stock up necessities, but as the video said, basically little by little, everything's possible. Make those purchases for your disaster kits. Next slide, please. Alhamdulillah. All right, earthquakes occur. In fact, sometimes even on the East Coast where we live. And so if you're in a car, pull over and stop. Put the brakes on. If you're in the bed, turn face down and cover your head and neck with a pillow. If you're outdoors, stay outdoors away from buildings. If you're inside, stay and do not run outside and avoid the doorways. So key, drop, cover, and hold on. Next slide, please. Alhamdulillah. Okay, so these are our family with assistive devices such as canes and wheelchairs. So again, drop, cover, and hold on. And also with the walker, lock that walker, sit down in it, cover your head, and hold on as much as possible. Thank you, sir. Next slide. All right, we're going to have those extended power outages. We experienced them last year. In fact, on the East Coast, it wasn't pleasant, but remember, they are going to occur. They talked about the water, at least 3 to 6 gallons per person. And this is something we didn't hear, chlorine dioxide tablets, and that helps to purify extra water that you might have to use. We talked about the can opener and the batteries and the battery powered lanterns and the solar rechargeable lanterns. Thank you, sir. Next slide. Okay. Home fires, they occur every day in different parts of the country, more often than others. So according to the AARP recent bulletin for June, due to the way that our homes are built, many of our homes are open space. That's nice, but however, if you only have 3 minutes or less to escape a home fire versus 17 minutes a few decades ago, homes were built a little differently. So, and then we have many synthetic materials that are being used to build these new homes. So how many of you have smoke alarms? How many are you checking them at least twice a year? You need to sleep with your bed door closed. Why? That keeps the fire at bay, gives you more time to escape. How many of you have your carbon monoxide detectors to help detect your smoke that's in the area? Stay close to cooking pans while you're there and you're using the stove. Watch out for the little people so they're not by the stove and they become injured in that way. Next slide, please. And at this point, we are going to introduce our young brother, Brother Isa, who is a student. He is actually a lifeguard by profession, by experience. And so he's going to take you into these last slides about swimming safety. Brother Isa.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody.
Alaikum assalam.
Okay, so let's get started. So I've been a lifeguard for about 2.5 years now.
Good brother.
Walaikum assalam. I've been a lifeguard for about 2.5 years now, and I started in my junior summer, the summer before my junior year of high school. So we learned a bunch of different things. Most of our job consists of guarding the pool when there's folks doing like lap swim and other free time swimming, and then doing swim lessons. So we teach young kids and sometimes adults. I've had to teach some adults myself to swim. So I'll just read this slide off real quick. Why is water safety so important? According to the American Red Cross, it only takes a moment. A child or weak swimmer can drown in the time it takes to reply to a text, check a fishing line, or apply sunscreen. Death and injury from drownings happens every day in home pools and hot tubs, at the beach or in oceans, lakes, rivers, and streams, bathtubs, and even buckets. So it is very serious. One of our jobs is to always be proactive in our guarding. We're always looking and scanning the pool for any sort of things that just don't seem right. In the sense of doing swim lessons, we're always making sure that we are near our kids that we're teaching. Sometimes we do group lessons. So there was one time where I had to teach like maybe 6 to 8 level 1 swimmers. So they were all really new to it, and they were so happy to be in the pool, but everyone's jumping around and having a great time. And that can be a bit distracting and kind of hard to manage sometimes. So I would just like to reiterate some of the importance of swimming, especially for older folks, because not only is it a full body workout, you're working out every muscle in your body, you're able to fully extend and get some health through that. I personally love swimming. I think it's amazing. Another plus for that is, if you've ever thought about what it's like to fly, swimming is very similar. You're in a denser environment, and yes, you're dealing with the water, but you're floating and you're able to exist in this world and in this water in such a great way. That's part of the reason why I love swimming so much. But I also would like to list some cons. One of my biggest things that when people say like, oh, I can't swim, or like, I'm not a good swimmer, is like, what would you do if you were on a cruise and you were in the middle of the ocean and the ship started to like tip or sink? Like, what are you gonna do? You'll have a life jacket, I'm sure, and you'll be okay. But being able to swim is a very important skill to have in those situations where you never know what could happen. Being on boats or just in shallow water, things can go wrong. So you should always be prepared. You should learn how to swim, not only for your health and your own benefit, but for others' benefit. As a lifeguard, we're taught skills to survive ourselves, but also to save someone in case we needed to. We learn so many different skills, like treading water. One of the test requirements for when you're getting your certification is to be able to tread water for 5 minutes with your full body, your arms and your legs, and then 5 minutes with just your legs, and then 5 minutes with just your arms. And it's also just a really good training for the body. A lot of swimming training has to do with resistance because you're dealing with the water and it's pushing back against you. And I advocate it for y'all because I feel like if you want something to do, or if you don't have time and you want to try to start working out, swimming at least a mile a day will do you really well. Will do real good for your body. I will say I have been busy at school and things, so I haven't been able to swim as much as I'd like, but it is a great feeling. It's a great thing to do. Could we possibly go back to the slides? Because I wanted to read those off too. The last two, I believe.
Okay, yes, sir, we will. And just to go over again, this is Brother Esau Robbins Bilal. This is the grandson of Sister Saisa Neal, who is a part of the Muslim Health Consortium. And we're very grateful to see this young man. Yeah. He is a rising junior at the University of California, Santa Cruz. He's pursuing a theater arts major and dance minor. He's a certified lifeguard and a camp counselor. So welcome, Brother Esau. We are glad to have you here with us. And we're looking forward for you to share with us your expertise on lifeguard, and it's very good. How old were you when you started swimming, Brother Esau, when you got into lifeguarding?
I got into lifeguarding around 17, but I started swimming at 4 years old because my dad is a big, and he got me into swimming when I was very young.
Okay. Yeah, I could tell it's in your spirit to saving lives. He takes it serious. This is who he is, and we appreciate your sincerity and your love for humanity and for your craft, your art, which is swimming. Yep. Now, next we want to see some of your theater. When you're ready, we got to have you back, inshallah. Yeah.
We'll come back, perform a monologue or something. Why not?
Oh man. Oh, okay. All right. The stage is yours. The floor is yours, brother.
Thank you. All right, cool. Can we go to the second slide? So things to know about water safety. ensuring every member of your family learns to swim so they can at least achieve skills of water competency, able to enter the water, get a breath, stay afloat, change position, swim a distance, then get out of the water safely. With lifeguarding, and especially in swim lessons with the younger kids, we deal with a lot of like fear around the water, just getting in the water or being comfortable in the water. So it's always good to be able to teach your kids and teach your folks how to be more comfortable in the water and how to be okay with being in the water, because having that fear in situations of emergency where like I said before, where a ship is sinking or someone's falling off the boat and no one else on the boat is able to save them because they're too scared of getting in the water. You know, we would want to be prepared in those aspects so you can not have to deal with that first big barrier of like stepping out of the comfortability. The second bullet point: employ layers of protection, including barriers to prevent access to water, life jackets, and close supervision of children to prevent drowning. Like I said before, when I'm doing swim lessons, our main goal is to always make sure there's an eye on our kids, even when like me may have to use the bathroom. I asked one of my coworkers, "Can you watch my kid for me for a second? Can you make sure they're okay over there for a moment while I do this? I have to handle something that my boss is giving me a task to do or something." Then the third bullet point: know what to do in a water emergency, including how to help someone in trouble in trouble in the water safely, call for help, and CPR. So CPR is one skill that we learn as a lifeguard. It is not very common for a lot of people to know it, even though it should be. And the standard for CPR usually is 30 breaths, 2 compressions. So that would mean, or not, my bad, I did that backwards. 30 compressions, 2 breaths. So you're compressing about 1.5 inches deep onto the chest. You want to have one hand down flat on the chest, and then another hand on top to stabilize and make sure that you're pushing down straight. You're not bending your elbows, and you're above the person's body at a 90-degree angle. Keeping what's that song called? Staying Alive is the rhythm of the compressions. Staying alive, ha 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 ha, staying alive. Like that ha 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 is the tempo for your compressions. If you ever need to use CPR in the future, just think of that, okay? And then after your 30 compressions, you breathe 2 breaths into the victim or the person who needs help. And while you do that, you want to make sure that their throat and their esophagus is fully open. So usually what we do is we do this thing called C-spine, where we basically, it's hard to demonstrate on myself because my hands would be the opposite way, but you tilt their chin back and have one hand on top of their head, another hand supporting their neck. And then you take a deep breath and breathe into their mouth until you see their chest or stomach rise a little bit, about 1 inch, not too much, because if you breathe too much, they might throw up or it could cause some other issues. Can we go to the next slide, please? Drowning facts and drowning prevention. Every year in the United States, there's an estimated 4,000 fatal unintentional drownings. That is an average of 11 drowning deaths per day. 8,000 plus non-fatal drownings. That is an average of 22 non-fatal drownings per day. While children are at highest risk, anyone can drown. According to the CDC, every year in the United States, there are an estimated 4,000 fatal unintentional drownings. That is an average of 11 drowning deaths per day. And like I said before, 80,000 plus non-fatal drownings. That is an average of 22 non-fatal drownings per day. So it's very important that we're vigilant in the water, especially with kids, with children, but even with anyone who may not have enough skill. They may be showing signs of tiring in the water. One of our big things for child folks that are swimming when we're watching them is to make sure that they are not losing their energy. You can tell if a swimmer is going to go down in the next 30 seconds or minute if you can see their arms start to slow, their kicking is slowing down. Maybe they're coming up for water more. They're not turning their head out of the water properly to take a breath. They're just lifting their head up and causing themselves to sink. You know, so there's certain dynamics in certain dynamics and certain instructions and sort of guides in swimming and how you want to swim, and you can tell.
By spending time in the report center, you're going to learn more about reports than anywhere else in QuickBooks. The chances are that you will see some reports you didn't even know existed, that you didn't know you needed.
That's my skill. I implore you guys to
You can
take
also
your
access
daily
reports by the report
routine
drop-down.
and start to explore it for yourself. It's very fun. It's very beautiful. It is also exhausting and an exercise, and it'll hopefully help you in the long run. You don't want to be that person on the boat who doesn't know how to swim, because that puts a lot of responsibility on everybody else, but it also puts a lot of responsibility on yourself. And you want to be able to step into the water and step into the world without fear. So yeah, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalam.
Well, look at my slide. I'm sorry, Imam Madel, go ahead.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you, Brother Isa. Dr. Ramadan, do we have, I'm sure people want to ask Brother Isa a few questions. Do we have time to turn it over to Brother Isa for questions?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, believers, will answer in the order of the hands that we see in the audience. YouTube audience, please enter your questions in the chat for Brother Isa, and then we'll ask them for you. First, we see the first hand is Imam David Ziad.
Assalamu alaikum. I didn't really have a question for the young brother Esau, but I did have I wanted to participate because it just so happened that this weekend, the past few days, we've been without a power. The power went out in the block, and it's funny how the electricity is set up in my neighborhood. My neighbors to my right, all of them have electricity, but from my house, 31st Street on back, all the power has been out. So one of the things that I didn't hear mentioned for preparation, it just so happened I was one of the few people that had a generator. And so I wanted to do a brief discussion just to how to figure out your needs. So if you get a nice small gen rack, about 2,000 to 2,500 watt generator, that's strong enough to run a couple of fans, like a wind turbine or a fan, because when you're speaking about heat like this, that was one of the big things, is having some kind of airflow in the house. And that's also strong enough to run a charger for your phone and also a full-size television. So it's also strong enough, if you disconnect other things, which is what I'm doing now, to run a refrigerator, which became an issue because this is the 4th day and you know what's going to happen. You're going to lose most of your food. So I'm freezing, getting everything recharged up. Another thing that is would be a good contribution to take in consideration is what they call a inverter or a converter that will plug into the cigarette lighter or the accessory on the vehicle, in your vehicle. And that is strong enough to recharge batteries, like 20-volt batteries. If you have DeWalt or cordless Bosch items, they make radios, power tools, things like that. That's a good way. I often use that at job sites for remote locations. So that was two of the things that I thought was real important. And it just so happened that I happened to be experiencing a type of mild disaster. So thank you. And then let me say this, Brother Esau, we would like for you to consider to use the Mosque Cares as a platform for participating. You should write it on your calendar once a year. If you're a thespian or going to be in theatrics, we have cultural night at the Muslim Convention. I encourage you to participate. Do a 5-minute video of yourself performing for us. That'll give you greater community participation with us, and it will give some of us older individuals greater connection with the youth, and bring your friends and associates that have, good, decent, we don't want to get too immoral about anything. So that's enough. I don't want to burden you, but put that on your calendar for us. I look forward to hearing from you and seeing you and some of your classmates. And maybe you'll set up a Muslim student association at your university. That's enough preaching from me. I'm your brother David. And then let me give salutes out to WD II, to Adil, to Ramadan, Dr. Ramadan. We salute you and all of the rest of the Health Consortium. Thank you for this time. Assalamu alaikum.
I appreciate him bringing that out about the generators. Remember, we were just talking about basically from up to 72 hours. But, that time when you extend the time of the grid being down, power being out, it's a whole new ball game from 3 days, going into a week, going into 2 weeks, or going into a month. The importance of generators and more supplies and solar power becomes very important, and food stored in your gardens. So there's much more to this being prepared than we addressed here today, and generators is part of that. Thank you.
Okay, we have another question. Our next question, Brother Lasay.
Assalamu alaikum, dear believers of Imam W.D. Muhammad, to Allah's grace. The last brother that spoke was a lifeguard, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, because I'm a swimmer, but not that good, and I got out of the ocean a little bit and got to look like I wasn't coming back in. What did you say about that? Safety, swimming safety?
I just said like a hypothetical situation, worst case scenario, you don't know how to swim and you're out in the ocean on a boat or a cruise and the ship starts to sink.
No, I know how to swim, but I got out there too far and I wanted to get back. I got back, but what happened? You get out there, like you swimming at the beach and then you sort of get out there a bit?
Well, ocean swimming is very different. You'd want to, the way to do it is you want to swim slightly against the current, but not at a straight angle. So you're not coming directly into the current, but you're going sort of with it, but edging your way slowly back to the shore. That would probably be the best.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking.
Can I add to that?
Thank you very much.
What you're addressing there is like last week there was.
Oh yeah, you're a great swimmer, Dr. Ramadan.
Yeah, I do. I swim a lot. The last week, about 9 people in the Florida Panhandle died from rip tides, and that's what you're addressing. When the water goes up on the shore, then it has to flow back out to sea, and there's almost channels where it flows back out to sea, and you can get caught in a rip tide and thinking that you're swimming back to shore, and you're actually swimming against the current. It's flowing backwards. So as our brother said, you have to swim, instead of directly back to shore, you have to swim parallel to the shore, and that will get you back in as you angle back toward the shore. But you know, it can be very scary and dangerous. I got caught in a riptide one time, very foolishly. I remember I was swimming after one of our children's inner tube, and it was in the riptide, and I was swimming after it and didn't realize how far from the shore that I had swam. And that left me thinking, should I swim to the inner tube, and which I can rest on the inner tube, or should I just turn around and start heading back? Well, I think Allah made that last decision, because we're still here now. But if I'd have made the other one, I would have gotten exhausted thinking that I was going to reach the inner tube to rest on it. So not having that knowledge could prove fatal, and people die from that. So I'm happy to hear our brother and his skills as a lifeguard. Alhamdulillah.
We appreciate you, Dr. Ramadan, for sharing that story with us, because a lot of us have similar ones. My motto now is to keep my feet on this. If I can't feel sand under my toes, it's time to get a little bit closer to the shore. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, our next question, I believe that's Brother Bashir Rahman, and then we'll have Brother Mark next. Go ahead, Brother Bashir.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum to everyone, and also to our Imam, Imam Worthy Muhammad II. But I want to thank Brother Isa and also Brother Dr. Ramadan. Excellent presentation. My own son was a lifeguard, and I had them in the water at the age of 2, and my grandsons and everyone. So that's very important. But one of the things I just wanted to also mention was there's another website. It's the NFPA.org. It's National Fire Protection Association.org. that also gives, I think, very good information on disaster preparedness. I recently went through Hurricane Ian down here in Florida, where we were without power. Some people were without power for over a month. I had no internet for 2 to 3 weeks. So ended up having to throw everything out of the refrigerator and really clean out the refrigerator because there was no way to deal with that. But also in dealing with fires, which was certainly a particular concern of mine, is that you can, we advocate, and that was mentioned in your presentation, pre-fire planning or pre-plan for a disaster. But I was going to say, you can go to this website that I mentioned, nfpa.org. I'll put it in the chat. It can give you an example on how to create an escape plan. And I just would like to advocate, if you're going to do a fire drill at home, don't do it at 1 o'clock in the afternoon when everybody is aware. Try it at 2 o'clock in the morning when everybody's sound asleep, and then see how everybody responds to a a fire drill at 2 a.m. in the morning. It'll give you a lot of information on terms of how you should address those concerns. But excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brother Bashir. All right, our next question, Brother Mark. Brother Mark, you had a question or comment for the Muslim Health Consortium?
Yes, hello, Isa. I just want to commend you, Isa, on an excellent presentation. Thank you so much for providing your expertise and insight in this area. You're just reminding me to brush up on my skills of swimming, because I never really got it. I can like stay afloat okay. I can get from one side of the pool to the other, but I think I always expend way too much energy. At any rate, I had a question for you, Isa, and I'm very curious. Let's just say you had a daughter who, let's say, was like 5 years old, just turned 5 maybe a week ago, and she's still a little bit nervous of getting her head in the water, submerging her head in the water. How do you support her through that? Or is that just something that eventually, with more and more pool time, she just has the courage to do, to go about learning how to swim?
Well, it's a both and. A lot of times we'll deal with kids who are really scared of getting their head in the water. That's usually the first thing. They're comfortable like getting down to their shoulders or to their neck, but they usually have a lot of fear about getting their head in the water. So what we do is we take it in pieces. So first you get your mouth under the water, and then you'll dip in the ear, and then the other ear, and then we try the nose, and then we try the eyes, and then maybe the forehead or the top of the head. And eventually they are able to get under the water. It's kind of it's a little bit of a trick, but it works. And yeah, also, Avita, if you ever want swimming lessons from your big cousin, let me know.
We're going to take you up on that. Oh, that's awesome. All right. Well, we're going to the local pool today, so your advice is very timely. Thank you very, very much, Lisa.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Thank you for that question, Brother Mark.
So the answer is we don't throw them in at 6 months into the 6 foot of water.
Well, that's different when you're teaching babies how to swim, because babies can naturally float and they actually will start like paddling and kicking themselves.
Yeah, that's hard to do.
But
for the parent, that's hard. I can't watch.
Yeah. When the child is conscious, you can't really just do that, but
babies swim naturally, right?
Yeah, babies swim naturally. I was actually a home birth, and I was born into a pool, and supposedly I was swimming.
Oh wow! Oh, you said you was born delivered into water?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. I hear that's the best way.
May I say one thing?
Yeah,
Say one thing. I'm Esau's mom, Falila Bilal. Assalamu alaikum community. I'm the daughter of Sister Thaisa. And I'm so proud of my son. And he is right. He was a home birth. He was born in water. And so he's always been naturally connected to water. And it's wonderful. And he's also a Pisces astrologically. And so his astrological sign is really into water. But I love that we are adopting. I'm 50 years old, and that joke that came up about being thrown in the water, that's how a lot of us of my generation learned how to swim. We just got thrown in the water. It was very traumatizing. And so I'm glad that we're actually not doing that
I was
anymore.
gonna say, yeah, it wasn't really a joke. Yeah, me too. I went to the Claire Muhammad School when my father became the leader. I couldn't have been no more than maybe 6 years. I probably was 5 or 6. But yeah, that's what I remember. They just threw us in, and then they gave us a weight one time and told us to get it off the bus. I thought I hated going there. And I think today I'm still a little bit, I'm like the last brother that said that I can get from one side of the pool to the other, but I still have that stress, probably from being thrown in the pool. Yeah, Sister Saisa, yeah. Nah, yeah. All right, yeah. So I'm like that, but water is I hear that's the best way. The closest we came, my firstborn child was born in this, kind of like stand like you would do in the water, like you squat. My wife, she like squatted, and I was like, what they do? They had the bed all the way vertical, and she's like squatting, holding on to something. And I'm like, well, it is what it is. She wanted to have all natural birth and all of that kind of stuff.
And the gravity probably was helping. The gravity was also helping.
It's a miracle of life. It's a miracle of life.
It is a
I think that
miracle.
was the easiest birth she gave. She gave birth to 4 of our children. And yeah, but the easier one I remember was the one she did squatting. It seemed like it was less stress on her and no stress on the baby. Yeah. Right.
Yes, sir. Well, this is beautiful. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you all so much for this experience. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Wa alaikum assalam. All right, Brother Anthony.
Assalamu alaikum. Alhamdulillah. This is just practice what we've been told. Other thing to be aware of what part of the country you're in. 2013 was 10 days without electricity and power and ice. It was ice storm, and my wife is still trying to get warm up from there. So finding out how to your communication where you go to after Katrina, what Dr. Ramadan said, the government may not help you. In fact, they can't. It's just too much. So all this information, I pray that everyone pay heed to it, and that save yourself, be able to save your family. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalam.
All right, our next question is Sister Camila Furkan.
Yes, assalamu alaikum, everyone. I just wanted to, the brother who was just on, and he said he's also studying art in the form of being a creative artist, and has monologues that he's creating. And I wanted to make sure that if he wanted to entertain being a part of this year's virtual culture night presentation, that he had my information. I did attempt to put it in the chat, but I hit the wrong button too fast before I got my email address in. So I put it back in the chat again, and my email address is Camilla's Jazz, KAMILAHSJAZZ @gmail.com. And my name is Camilla Furkan. So Brother Isa, do you see it there in the chat?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much.
Yes,
So
and
please,
Brother Isa, that's Sister Camila Furkan. She is the coordinator for the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W. Muhammad's annual Muslim convention. We have a culture night program, and she, along with Brother Kachabi, are the coordinators. And they're both very talented, very gifted performers that play multiple music instruments, sing, anything you can think of with the creative arts, they pretty much qualified to do. So that's a very big invitation she's reaching out to you for, inshallah.
thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Okay, up next, we have Sister Tawhida. Go ahead, Sister Tawhida, with your question or comment.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum. You all were speaking about swimming, I heard, right?
Yes, ma'am. The young man on lifeguard. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, lifeguard. Oh boy, I wish we could. I kind of got in late, had a lot to do with these children here. I wish we could have some type of talk again about that. You know, I had dealt with being a lifeguard and swimming, and there was one, sorry about that noise. There was one particular thing called fail safe that if you get caught in the water, if you can't swim, there's a procedure that you could do to save your life until you get the help. And I would really like to go over that, where you just lay there in the water. It's kind of hard for someone who's real muscular, because muscular people don't float well. It's people who got, we got a little more fat, but you just, I would really like to go into that. You just lay at the top of the water. The rest of your body, you're like in an L shape. The top, it's an upside down L, and you just bring your head up, your face up to get a breath. And then you put it back down, and you just stay that way with your arms out in front of you. Or if you get tired, your arms are out, on the side, but you just keep yourself bent. And inshallah, I'm not going to take up no time. If there's any time that we ever talk about life saving and things like that, I'd like to, show that, demonstrate that, or go into that a little more. That's all I have to say. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you, Sister.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, Sister Tahiti. I don't know where I heard that before, but I heard that I recall it in the back of my mind that you are a swimmer and that you're a strong swimmer. You said you had done some lifeguard work, or you
Yeah, in school, back in school.
Yeah. In school, okay. My mother's a really strong swimmer. I think she swam in school, and she can just lay out in the water on her back all day. She would go in the pool, in the middle of the pool, and we couldn't get to her. I think she used to do it on purpose, because we couldn't swim like she did. Yeah, alhamdulillah. Yeah, we love to hear from you in the future, inshallah.
Okay.
That float you're talking about, Sister Tita, is called the jellyfish float, where you're in an upside down, you arch your back, and then you're basically reaching for your feet, and then you bring your head up and you take a breath.
Yeah, we call it fail safe. It was part of some of the things that they were teaching. The lifeguards. They also taught us, if somebody, you're trying to save their life and they're busy pushing your head down into water, you kick away from them or get away from them, and let them, if they go down long enough, or not too long to die, then you can come and get them. That was part of it too. But we called it a thing called fail safe. Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Thanks, Sister. We have Brother Fleming El Amin, and then we have Brother Daniel Mujahid. Go ahead, Brother Fleming.
Assalamu alaikum. I want to thank Brother Esau for that presentation. And I know there's a national need for lifeguards, and in some parts of the country.
Someone's listening to WNPR.
Looked like he froze for a minute.
Yeah.
He had a connection issue for a minute. Brother Fleming, it's pause right now, your connection.
Okay.
Okay, now you back.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was asking Brother Esau, would he have the time to even consider doing some kind of training of lifeguards in the future, because there is such a great need across the country just to have lifeguards. Local example, we had to give limited hours to Forsyth County because we couldn't find enough lifeguards. So it's a critical need, I know, across the country. Maybe we could impact that in some capacity, given the skill sets that we have across the country. Inshallah.
Inshallah.
I definitely think it's possible. I would need to do more extensive training and go back to my roots with lifeguarding, because it has been a while. But yeah, I would love to be able to attribute to that and to teach other lifeguards. I actually have done some of that these past few summers, because we have junior lifeguards that come in every summer or throughout the year, and so I was helping teach some of them some days, not always, because I was usually working shifts. But yeah, I would love to. You're right, there is definitely a need for lifeguards and for safety professionals just in general.
All right, Brother Daniel Mujahid.
You're muted.
I'm sorry. Assalamu alaikum. I want to give credit to the team Mosqueers, Brother Imam WD2, and the whole team. I don't know how you are able to move the program, because each presentation is so full. We could spend the whole day on that. And I'm loving the fact that we get a chance to interact like we do. But Brother Esau, I have a concern about, I hear periodically about people who are victimized or die from things like mudslides or this quicksand thing. And it seems like to me that in listening to the stories when they're narrated, it's always a matter of not being able to relax or how to knowing what to do. Do you have any insight about people who may get caught up into those situations? I know that there's a lot more of it that happens in the areas of the South, but just in general.
Yeah. So our big thing with specifically in the lifeguard profession, like when we're dealing with an active drowning victim, is to there's usually especially if it's your first time saving someone, there's usually a moment of like internal panic where you're like, okay, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? And they always say take a breath, analyze the situation, and then act. Because most of it, by the time that you're on the job and actually working with folks and guarding folks, is muscle memory. Like we do these trainings and we go through these like rigorous programs for weeks on end, basically. So it all becomes muscle memory in those moments where like quicksand or mudslides. I know for quicksand, you're supposed to not panic and try to slowly move yourself to either reach to grab something or to like slowly clear out the sand so you can move your feet a little bit and try and like move further away from the quicksand. That's just going off of like general knowledge that I have. I'm not exactly sure what the specific way to do it is. And I don't really know about mudslides per se, because I'm in California. I don't really deal with those a lot, but in those moments of panic where like something's going wrong, it's always good to take a breath, analyze the situation, and then act. And most of it, especially if you have training in certain situations, will be muscle memory. So yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. Dr. Ramadan, did you have anything to add to that?
Well, on the quicksand, that he was right. You want to, it's sinking down like people do, where they go under the quicksand is more Hollywood than what actually happens. If they can, you can actually float on the quicksand just like you try to float on water, and easily lift your feet up, and you can move out of it. But first, try to reach and get something, as he said. But it's mostly dramatized. It's not going down and going under. That doesn't happen quite like that. You can Google it and see what's the best way to get out of quicksand.
All right, thank you, Brother Daniel. Sister Sharana.
Assalamu alaikum. I just wanted to say thank you so much, Isa, for your presentation. I just wanted to double back to as far as the CPR, because I'm an instructor. Basically, since COVID, we are taught not to make ourselves, victims. So that hands only, if you do that sufficiently, that'll save a life as well, instead of putting your mouth on someone you don't know. And so also, and then putting someone in the recovery position, I think you mentioned that, so they won't vomit and whatnot. So I just wanted to share with you that if you don't know the person, family members, yes, then that hands-only CPR is sufficient. But thank you so much, alhamdulillah.
Yeah, you're definitely right. That's something I forgot to mention, because I don't have all my equipment on me, and usually we have like the breathing mask. It's the silicone mask that goes around the neck. Goes around the nose and the mouth. So we're breathing through that, and usually there's like a filter and then another filter on top of that, because of COVID and people's sickness and different things. You don't want to catch anything, and also it stops if there's any spit back, like from the person throwing up during the CPR process. They'll throw up in the mask and not onto your face. But yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. There looks like all of the hands. The chat. Do we have any questions on the YouTube side? If you do have any questions on the YouTube audience, please enter them into the chat, and then we'll turn it back over to the Muslim Health Consortium.
Yeah, I really appreciate that information you gave about the CPR, because whenever I visualize it, it is the Hollywood version, and that's probably the only thing that would stop me. I always see them push on the person's chest, and then they spit up whatever's in their lungs into your face. So that would stop me. I would look for the professional, and that person could have been saved by me. But now that you've mentioned that, I will do the chest compression. And a lot of us fear that, hey, I'm not a doctor, but when it comes to saving lives, that person has only you. So we shouldn't hesitate to jump in, even with limited knowledge, and do the chest compression. So yeah, I appreciate that. Our children should get out more, and we should go to the water and, take them, because my children don't swim, but they love the beach. They love it,
I'd also like to mention, since you brought up the CPR again, specifically with the chest compressions, you're not just pressing your hands on any part of the person's chest. It's
okay
below the sternum.
Like the solar plex, what we call.
Like right about here is where you want to press.
Yeah.
And it may sound when you do it, it might sound like, oh, there's bones crunching and I'm breaking someone's ribs, but you're not. There'll be pain afterwards, I'm sure, but most of the time that's where you want to go. Not most of the time, but that's where you want to push, because that'll be the best spot. You're not gonna crack the rib cage or anything, but if their sternum will probably crack, and that's okay.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because that would stop me. That I would hesitate, but knowing that it's okay, that nobody's going to accuse me of killing their relative or their loved one because I touched them. So we shouldn't be afraid to go to the sternum and apply good pressure, rapid, or how is it, just at an even pace, or until we see some response.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alhamdulillah, Imam, and on your point, and also, Isa, on your point, the Good Samaritan law will protect you. If law. You're innocent, you're trying to save a life, that will protect you. Yeah, and if you break a rib, they'll still be alive, inshallah, because you made that effort in time.
You save me a lot of stress if I'm ever put in that situation. Because I think before today, I probably would have been the person that would have looked and say, hey, somebody come help, but now maybe I may try to do something about it myself, Thank you.
All right, we have brother Salim Manan.
Yes, assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
All right, I'm glad to be present. And first of all, I appreciate your demeanor, brother. You look like you have what it takes to be in that profession that you're in, and I appreciate that. But I don't know, when I was in the field teaching, we would call out immediately, and this is not always convenient, for an external defibrillator. And when you would go, first of all, you would ascertain, you would look at the situation, make sure you're safe. The most important person on the scene is you. So you have to make sure the scene is safe for you first. Then you have to approach the person and ask them, are you okay? Are you okay? And then if they don't respond, then you start. Then you call out what we did, we used to call out, someone get an external defibrillator. Is there one nearby? Bring it. Meanwhile, you start giving the depressions. And when the defibrillator comes on, then you open it up, and it's self-explanatory now. When you open them up, the voices will tell you what to do, where to apply it, how you put it, and how you do it. That's important that we know that, and we need to have those present wherever we are, masjids or community centers or whatever. There needs to be an external defibrillator there. And most of your venues where you go, they are there. You just have to know where they are.
Yeah.
And they train y'all to use those too, right?
Yeah, that was some information I probably should have mentioned earlier. But yeah, in the process of going to save a victim, we are calling out, starting CPR, someone give me an AED and a towel, or because you can't use the AED on wet skins because that'll cause the shock to be just construed. It'll ground the water, the shock. But yeah, so you want to get a towel. We'll call for an AED, a BVM, which is a bag valve machine, because you're not directly breathing into the person's mouth. You're using the bag valve or
right
to do so. So yeah, that was some stuff I should have mentioned earlier. But yeah, thank you for that. And yes, you are always the priority when you're saving someone, even if it's going wrong, or even if you're so close. You are the priority. If you feel like it's gonna get worse, or you're going to you might fall out in a moment after trying to tread water with this person and you're carrying them, you are the priority. And at the end of the day, you just have to let go.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And also, Brother Esau and Dr. Ramadan and Sister Sharon explained in CPR, you could be doing it for a long time too, right? Because sometimes it's good to have someone ready to take over for you, because could you explain that to us, please?
Assalamu alaikum. If I may, that is key. before you start CPR, put your eye on someone if that's possible, because you're going to get tired if you do it correctly. So yes, in some instances you do your cycles, maybe 5 cycles of chest compressions, and now everyone has a cell phone. Call 911, get help on the way. And so basically you cannot do it by yourself efficiently for a long period of time. Yes, sir, that's very important.
Right. Yeah, because a lot of times, like Emil was mentioning, like you see stuff on TV, some people think, hey, me 3-4 pumps and then they back, but it could be very long and enduring. It's just like you mentioned about the rib breaking, that happens, but the main priority is the preservation of life, like you mentioned. So
yeah, because we talking about dealing with a person that appears to be unconscious and also not breathing. So don't walk away from that person thinking, oh, there's nothing I can do, they're dead, or they're unconscious and not breathing. No, you can breathe, you can actually bring life back into their body. You breathing for them now, right? Yeah, so that's a scenario that a lot of people walk away from. They say, hey, she's not breathing. That could be a person that suffered a stroke, heart attack, drug overdose, or anything like that. So what you're really basically is giving us the steps to take to possibly save a life. And that's extremely valuable.
And also mention, as Sister Sharon mentioned, about the Good Samaritan law, for those who may be hesitant to help those in need because they don't want to be liable. There's also, like, when someone, like, you can come up and ask someone, do you need help? But it's automatic. If someone's unconscious, like Imam and Sister Sharon just mentioned, unconscious, that's automatic consent, when they're unconscious. So you can help them. You don't need their permission or anything. They're unconscious, you can automatically step in and try to assist them. That's consent.
Yes. Alhamdulillah.
All right, that looks like all of the questions for the Muslim Health Consortium today. We thank Brother Esau, and it's very inspiring to see this young man in this line of work. And it's something that's rare that you see brothers that look like us and look like him in that profession, Brother Esau. So could you explain, what the demographics of your of being a lifeguard is, and what do you see in that field?
Sure, yeah. So I would say out here in the Bay, there's a pretty big demographic of like black and brown folks. Most of my coworkers are black and brown, and then I was lifeguarding in Alameda, so that's a fairly white town. It's a small island off the southern coast of Oakland. It's a man-made island, and so it's more of a affluent area. So there's a lot of rich white folks living over there, and so it was a mix. My group of folks that I was guarding with, and also just doing camp counseling with as well. It's a mix of folks, and it's very dope to see the different peoples coming in, learning different things together. It's our skin doesn't really matter in those cases, because we are all here for a higher purpose, to protect people and to have a good time doing it, and to have these skills just for our own safety as well. So it is a dope experience, and I would recommend it to anyone who maybe just has a lot of time on their hands and wants to give back in some way, to go take a junior lifeguarding training or a lifeguard training class and test themselves and see if they can get that certification, because not only will it help you in actual work environments, but in real life, when someone's maybe drowning or something and you're at a party or something, or you're just on the beach and you see something going on and you have the skills to help in those ways. I'm a pool guard, so I was trained to work in pools and stuff, but I also wanted to branch out, going to Santa Cruz and possibly become a beach guard. And this upcoming year I might have to, because I'm looking for other opportunities for work and stuff. And Santa Cruz is the highest renters market in America, so that's cool. But yeah, so having those skills and being able to help folks, and just being able to be around other folks who are interested in keeping people safe and interested in learning these skills and being contributors to society is a great deal.
Yeah, I want to share something for our younger generation.
How's the pay? How money?
let me share something right quick. Many of the younger people just hear about the Nation of Islam under the builder, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, who's really the sole person that's responsible for what we know as the former and the present Nation of Islam. He's the builder, the architect for it, and the leader. He's the person behind everything that's Nation of Islam. In his later years, he had to do a lot of traveling because his the nation had grown so big, and he had many places of leadership that he had to be at different times. Although so the nation set out to get him a plane. He had an airplane, and his nephew, or was it his grandson? No, it's his grandson, not his nephew. His grandson, Sultan Muhammad, was the pilot. He was probably one of the youngest pilots that of his time, and he piloted his plane until his passing. And then after he passed, he continued to pilot the nation's plane. There's a lot of history when I think about him, about how Jet magazine came about. The Nation of Islam was trying to buy the Jet, and that they sold 1 million copies and really put that it's Ebony Jet now on the map. That magazine, we know. The soldiers in the Nation of Islam sold over 1 million copies. But Sultan, he became my what he called Imam, the leader who inherited the Nation of Islam, my father. He became his like a personal assistant. And I don't know if y'all remember those pages, the little things that lit up before the cell phones. And so he was a personal assistant to him. Whenever he needed him, he was on call 24 hours. And so Sultan used to pick us up from school and take us to school, amongst a lot of other things that were a little more serious than just, giving us a ride. And Sultan had a Brooklyn. I don't know if y'all remember them sports cars, that Brooklyn. It was the gold wings, one of the first gold wings to come out, and with a custom paint job with an airplane on the hood. So I was a really happy kid riding with Sultan. Sultan used to take us to the beach. He lived in California for a while, and he was a lifeguard in Los Angeles on the beach. And he came back to Chicago. He was a lifeguard on Lake Michigan at Rainbow Beach, and I believe on the north side, one of those beaches up there. But because he was keeping me until my father was free, I remember sitting a lot of hours on the rocks at what they call the point on 57. We lived in the National House, that what we call the National House where Farrakhan lives. That big house my grandfather built. At the time, I lived in that house, and we would go just to the lake. It was just, we could walk to the lake, But he would take us down to the lake, and I would sit on those rocks, and I would see him swim out until I didn't see him anymore. And to me, it felt like he was gone for hours. And he would come back. He swam like a fish. And sometimes he literally looked like a fish. He would do his different exercises, and he did them every day, and he did for hours. He was a really, really strong swimmer, besides a pilot. That's just besides a pilot. And we do a trivia thing during the convention sometimes. So y'all that were listening, remember that might come out up in trivia, inshallah, during the convention.
May I add something to that statement, WD?
Yeah, I know you remember. Go ahead.
Sultan's brother, whose name was Esau, him and Sultan used to swim.
You're my
down
brother.
To Congress.
I went after Imam W. Muhammad II.
They would swim from Evanston to Chicago.
They used to swim down to Congress, downtown, and back to Hyde Park regularly. And your father even commented on one of his tapes about
that's what they were doing, because they would leave me on the lake, man. I thought I was abandoned. I thought they had abandoned me. I'd be getting hungry and everything. Yeah, but that's amazing. He was a really, really strong swimmer. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum. Let me just say, brother, the lifeguard to talk today, how's the money? How's the pay with being a lifeguard? What kind of money?
We're gonna overlay it because
sorry. The pay is fairly regular. When I started out, I was making about 16 an hour. And then I started doing camp counseling, and I got a raise to like 17. So it's cool. It's a city job. So I was working with the Alameda Park and Recreation Department. So the pay isn't great, but with beach guarding, you get a bigger paycheck, about $25 an hour or so.
Okay, Sister.
That's incentive.
Sister Camila.
Yes, my husband had a question for Brother Esau when it comes to rescuing someone. Go ahead, Ed.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Yes. If someone you see out there is swimming, and then suddenly you see that they're having a struggle, drowning, when you go out to save them and they panic and start trying to bring you down because they're trying to find stable ground or whatever, how do you deal with that kind of situation?
So first you'd communicate with them throughout the whole process as you're approaching. Hi, I'm a lifeguard. I'm here to help you. Are you okay? Do I have consent to touch you? And then in the moment where you're making the rescue and you have physical contact, and maybe they give us some scenarios, like maybe they're thrashing around, they're throwing fists, they're throwing elbows. You'd want to dodge the fists and the elbows, of course, but you'd also want to back away and let them freak out for a little bit, because most usually they're not going to sink in the freak out. They're going to be thrashing and trying to keep themselves above the water, and most times they will be able to keep themselves above the water for the most part. So once they calm down, once they exasperated their energy a little bit, that's when you go in and then you complete the rescue.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
smack them across the head and put them out for a minute.
No, you don't smack them.
You do not smack them. You just you let them freak out, have their moment, and then that's when you go in to make the rescue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, get trained first.
So Brother Esau, you said you kind of let them tire themselves out when they seem to be panicking or struggling, and then you
Tire themselves out, but also talk to them throughout it. So like, I'm a lifeguard, I'm here to help you. Please calm down. I'm trying to help you. Just giving them words of affirmation and things to calm them down a little bit. And then eventually once they tire themselves out, or they'll like realize, okay, this person's here to help me, and then they'll stop like thrashing around, and that's when you go in and make the rescue.
and of course, Brother Esau, we first want to get training first before we try to make those type of rescues. But in the instance when you don't have that training, what is the best? I know this is a lot of concern for a lot of people. Is how do you, when you approach them in the water, how do you grab them? How do you, what part of their body? Are there any recommendations on that? How exactly, what would you recommend to do? What's for someone who's untrained, who's never done it before, and they have someone that's panicking, but they're going down?
Well, the main method for rescue without like a guard tube, which is the big red, floaty device, would be you're basically going to wrap your arm around, or wrap your arm under one of their arms and across their chest, or you link one of your arms to theirs. And the swim stroke that we use usually when we're doing rescues like that is called side stroke, and it's basically like a turned version of breaststroke on a 90 degrees. So you're still doing the same thing. You're flexing your feet, and then as you kick, you're bringing your legs up towards your knees up towards your chest, or not your knees. You're bringing your heels up towards your butt, and then you're kicking one leg, the leg that's on top of your body. So say I'm like laying on my left, I'm laying down on my left shoulder in the water.
The Sultan probably taught us all.
I'd bring my leg up, kick my left leg forward out and my right leg back, and then snap them back together. And you're flexing your feet the whole time. It's more of a trained method to use it, but the best method for that, if you're not trained, would be to just try and keep yourself level, or go find someone who is trained. That's usually the first thing, actually. Go find someone who is trained, because 9 times out of 10, if you're doing that and you don't have training, you're just going to put yourself in danger, and then now someone has to rescue 2 people, and we don't want to do that.
Right. And Dr. Ramadan, I see you may have something to add to that. So recommend.
Oh, I think that's the description. It can be a confusing situation, and depending on how much they're panicking and the skill that you have, and how much you can calm them down. So.
And it's a fun thing to practice in the pool, because we used to, every year we would be in some pool as a child. My father would take us somewhere, mostly Holiday Inn. Y'all remember the Holiday Inn? And we would play those things. Like I remember my sister and my brother, we would be dragging each other and doing exactly what he's saying. It's bringing back memories of us dragging each other along in the water and playing in the water. So a lot of times, you know, those exercises are things we can practice before we have to really get into a serious thing. We could practice with one another in the pool, you know. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
So I never had to save anybody, but I've done that many times. My brother, he was a big panicker. He was you got a little brother in the pool with you. First thing he goes for your throat, you know, he's gonna grab your throat and not let go, you know. And so you gotta calm him down or drag him back to the edge of the pool, you know. Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Okay.
Love you, Imam W.D. Muhammad II.
Right. All right, we're gonna turn it over. That looks like all the questions and comments, Dr. Ramadan, Sister Sharon, and Brother Isa. We're gonna turn it over to you, the Muslim Health Consortium, to conclude, and then we'll turn it over to Imam Elam for the Quranic Arabic discussion.
Well, I would say we presented a lot of information today, and we just invite everyone to reflect on it and pick out what you heard and what you want to begin to establish in your own family and your own life and practice. This is when, to utilize the information that was presented. And that's when we feel fulfilled, inshallah. So that's when we feel the job was done. And we do appreciate Brother Esau coming on and sharing his experience and important information with us all. Thank you.
And Assalamu alaikum. I just wanted to just reiterate, practice makes better, not perfect. So making sure that you go over these scenarios with your families, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you all. So, all right, thank the Muslim Health Consortium and their special guest, Brother Esau, who is the grandson of our Muslim Health Consortium member, Sister Saisa Neal. We thank her and we thank you all for listening to their presentation. Please support the Muslim Health Consortium. If you have any questions, comments, or would like resource material, I believe the email address is yourmhd@gmail.com. Is that correct?
Contact your
MHC@gmail.com.
Yes.
Contact your MHC@gmail.com. Questions, comment, and then words of support or questions for resources, please refer them to the Muslim Health Consortium, inshallah. So at this time, we're going to proceed with the Quranic discussion with Imam Elam Muhammad.
25. Okay. Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. With Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, I testify that there is no messenger. Thank you, Muslim Health Consortium, for the excellent program. I happen to, I'm from Detroit by way of Louisiana, and I learned how to swim in elementary school all the way through high school. So it was a blessing that they had a pool in the elementary school. This is the Quranic Arabic discussion, and basically it's learning how to read and understand the Quran. Read it in Arabic and understand it as it's translated, what you're reading. And so once you learn the alphabet, the thing that holds most people back is learning the new alphabet. It's different from the English alphabet to some degree. And you have the Arabic script. Once you learn the alphabet, then you're able to take those letters of the alphabet and make them into words. And Arabic itself is made of three things: nouns, verbs, and particles. So a good example of nouns is the attributes of Allah: Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim, Al-Malik, Al-Qudus. Those are They're called the names, and they're also descriptive attributes. So they serve not only as nouns, but they serve as adjectives. And adjectives are a mirror image of the noun. The difference with adjectives and nouns in Arabic is that in English, the adjective come first. The red house, the big house, the large house. Whereas in Arabic, the adjective is written after it, after the noun, and but you still translate it like you would in English. So I'm leading to one of the topics that we're going to deal with today. We went over nouns. We went over the office structure. We have went over adjectives, and we have went over verbs. So we're going to revisit the verb, and so I'm going to show you how to conjugate the first form of the verb in the past tense. In Arabic, Quranic Arabic, when you read the Quran, we narrowed it down to a pretty good focus point. Is that when you look at a verse, you see, you look for a sentence that has no verb. It's a sentence, but it has no verb that you can see, and the verb that is understood is the verb to be in English. I am, you are, he or she is. Then you look for a verbal sentence. That's a sentence, a complete thought that has a verb in it that you can see. And then again, you look at your verse that you're reading. You see if there's any Adolpha structures. That's a structure showing possession. You look for any prepositional phrases. You see if any of those are there. They help you. That means there's a preposition and it has a noun that or that's the object of the preposition. Then you look for adjectives. There's other things that you can look for, but for the most part, this works pretty good. So we're going to focus on the past tense form of the verb. This is the first thing that you will learn once you get into you get past the nouns. You'll learn other things, but you finally come to the verb, and it starts out with the past tense. In English, I believe it starts out with present tense, but in Arabic, it starts out with the past tense. And then the past tense, from either past tense, you get the present and the future. And then we're dealing with the verb. The verb basically, for the most part, has a 3-letter root. There's 3 letters that you look for, 3-letter root. And from out of that verb, you can get the same verb. You can get a noun. You can get an adjective. You can get a adverb. You can get a verbal noun. And so the verb is like the root of the Arabic language. And so you have to be very good in taking a look at a word that's a noun or adverb or adjective, and be able to look up the 3-letter root of it in a dictionary. So you have to be proficient in the dictionary. And so you have English dictionaries and you got Arabic dictionaries. And so you can purchase from the WDM publication, the Dictionary of the Holy Quran. Imam Muhammad would use it in his class from 2001 to 2006. And also Hans Ware, you can get that. You can get an app in regards to that. Download the app to your phone or your pad, Hans Ware. And that dictionary was given to Imam Muhammad by his brother Akbar, when he was studying at Al-Azhar. And so Hans Ware is another very good dictionary, among others. And so we're going to start out with learning how to conjugate the verb in its past tense form. That's the first form. And what they teach you in college and high school or wherever, when you learn the language, they teach you the 3-letter root of a word called fa'ala, fa'ala, fa'ala. And you notice the first letter has a feha, ass sound. Second one, the ayn, has a ass sound. The lam has a ass sound. And it means he did. In fact, the pronoun for it is huwa, fa'ala. It means he did. If I say huwa fa'ala shay'an, he did a thing. Huwa fa'ala shay'an, he did a thing. Huwa fa'ala kula shay'an, he did everything. Hopefully I got that correct. I'm doing from memory. So huwa fa'ala. So you start out with the verb fa'ala. It's just like in English. They say, okay, you got to learn the verb to be and the verb to do, the verb to work. So in Arabic, they will say fa'ala means to do, but it really means he did. All right. So once this fa'ala is the model verb that if you can conjugate this verb, then you can conjugate the rest of the verbs. And so fa'ala. So there's a sheet that I sent out. It's a very good sheet that shows you the unattached pronouns. It shows you the conjugation of the past tense form of fa'ala. It shows you the present tense form of fa'ala. It shows you the command form, and it shows you the possessive pronouns that are attached to the verbs. So I'm pretty much working off from memory that sheet. So it starts out, when you look at that sheet, the first thing you have to know, of course, among other things, is because it's all memorization. And Arabic is not a difficult language. When you think about it, it is it's just like many of you have many skills. I have several skills myself. Martial arts, now swimming, I'm a swimmer. Martial arts, the job I retired from, I have my own business that I'm a consultant of, the skills I learned from that. So just as you learn other skills, then the Arabic language is just another skill that you have to learn. You got to put the time and patience, and also you want to be the best that you can be at it. So if you're an electrician, you want to be the best electrician, but you got to take those things that's necessary in order for you to be the best electrician. And the classes, you had to have a mentor, people showing you what to do, and then you apply those skills. So starting out, you have what is called unattached pronoun. So ana means I. And we're only going to deal with, due to our time constraints, 7. Anta means you, male. Anti, you, female. Then right here, fa'ala, you have huwa, means he. Then hiya. And then I'm going to do nahnu. If I have time, there's a reason I'm doing nahnu. Nahnu means we. So ana means I, anta means you, anti means you, female, huwa means he, hiya means she, and nahnu means we. So next you have to conjugate this verb fa'ala. So to do I did, no, this is memorization. It just ain't gonna come to you. You gotta write it and break it apart. And ana fa'altu means I did. And so if you notice that you have the faha at the beginning of the letter, the faha on the next letter, the third letter has a sukoon, you rest, then you add the ta with a dhamma. Fa'altu, ana fa'altu means I did. The next one would be enter fa'alta. Fa'alta. And the good key, notice this enter has the fatha over the last letter. And again, you see the first letter has a fatha, a sound. Second one has a fatha. Third letter has a sukoon, just like at the top. And the last letter, instead of two, ta is added to it. And so if you look at anta, the ta gives you an indication that this means you, male. Anta fa'alta. The next one fa'alti. And again, you have anti. This is feminine, feminine you, singular person. The last letter of anti has a castra. And then that ending, that T at the end has a castra. Anti, fa'alti, meaning you did one female. Then huwa, we already see that. That's the three-letter root. Fa'ala. Fa'ala. That's right there. Then here, it's just like fa'ala. The only difference, you add a ta with a sukoon. Fa'alat. Oops. Fa'alat. Here, fa'alat. Then if you were going to do nahnu, it would be fa'alna. That means we did. Nahnu fa'alna. Nahnu fa'alna. Fa'ala was right here before. I'll put it back up there. I erased it by accident. All right. So now I put this on the board. Now, if you get a verb, you run across other verbs. For example, one that's used almost like fa'ala, it's called keteba. So it's keteba, means he wrote. Huwa keteba. Again, you see fatha over the first letter, fatha over the second letter, fatha over the next letter. Keteba. Fa'ala keteba. Fa'ala means he did. Keteba means he wrote. So what you have to do is take that same word, keteba. I'll do it this way. And you put it within the form or the jig or the model of fa'ala. So you start out with ana, means I. You have ana kateptu. Ana kateptu. And if you look at fa'ala, again, take this back off. You have over the fa, you have a fatha, Over the ayn, you have a fatha. Over the lam, you have a sukoon. Then you have 2 added. So you see the same thing here. Over the kaf, you have the fatha. Over the ta, you have a fatha. Over the 3rd letter, you have a sukoon, and you add 2. Ana katabtu means I wrote. Ketaba is a 3-letter root of al-kitabu, which is the book. There's a word called maktabu, means library. So ketaba means you wrote. Al-kitabu means book, which is a collection or writing. And then al-maktabu is library, which has a collection of books, but the books is a collection of writing. So that's your 3-letter root is ketaba. So ana katabtu, then you got anta katabta, where as before you had anta fa'alta, now you got anta katabta, which means you wrote. Then you have anti katabti. I think I might have too much. Yeah, I might do. Take that back off. Katabti, anti-katabti, which means you wrote, and that would be one single feminine person. Anti for LT. Then you have hua fa'ala. Well, in this case, you will have hua kataba. That's your 3-letter root. Kat. Kataba. For kataba, he wrote. Then here, katabat, nahnu katabna. So that's how you say, or rewrote is nahnu katabna, we wrote. Here, katabat, she wrote. I'm gonna do one more verb, and that's gonna lead me into my conclusion. I got about 10 minutes. We know the chapter Al-Fatiha. The 3-letter root of Al-Fatiha is take off the alif lam. You have the fa. Then you have Fatiha. Let me see if I got this right. Fatiha. Nope. There we are. Again, you have the first letter has a fatha, second letter has a fatha, third letter has a fatha. So fataha, you will write ana, ana fatahtu. Ana fatahtu. That means I opened. I opened, or I was victorious. Ana fatahtu. Then the next one, just like
fa'alta, you have anta. And again, I only stopped at nahnu. There's other parts of this conjugation. I don't have time to deal with that right now. So if you can learn, usually if, when you're learning verbs to conjugate, I used to say, learn the first three maybe. And then after that, learn the next three. You have to do it in parts. You just can't do it, learn everything all at once. You have to learn it bit by bit. Anta, fatahta. Then the next one would be anti. Fa. Anti fatahti. Then the next one would be huwa. Fataha. That's the three-letter root. He opened. So if I say huwa fataha baba, he opened the door. Huwa fataha baba. That's a sentence. All right. I want to end with this. Again, we're going to end with this right here. Fataha. I got about 5, 6 more minutes, 7 more minutes. So the verb that we're working with is fataha. And I didn't put on the board the we part. I did the huwa fataha, hiya fatahat, but nahnu tahna. That means we open. I can say nahnu fatahna kitaba. He opened the book. If I said incorrectly the other one, if I said nahnu huwa fatahal bab, that means he opened the door. Then nahnu fatahna fatahna katab we open the book. But fataha means he opened. And so the chapter 48, the chapter al-Fat, you're given right off the bat the noun. Al-Fathu, or the chapter Suratul Fathu. Okay, Al-Fathu. But it reads Suratul Fatah, Fatahi, and that means the chapter of the opening. So chapter 49, it reads, Inna, and it's 2 words. Inna means verily. Then the noon and aleph is added to it. Inna, so it's with that added to it, it's inna. That means verily we, verily we. Instead of nahnu, which means we, in this case, they use the pronoun. But when you look at the verb that follows, not, and that means we. That's an attached pronoun that's attached to this particle right here. Then the next word fatahna. So it reads, verily we open, or very we gave victory. Inna fatahna. The next, let me take this off right here. And I got about 3 or 4 minutes, so I'll end right on time. The next word is leka. Leka is has the preposition li, means belongs to. Ka is a pronoun, attached pronoun. It means belongs to you. So it says, verily we open to you. Verily we open to you. So here we have a verbal sentence. Why is it a verbal sentence? We have a verb, fatahna. Then inna we have inna is a particle with a attached pronoun. So, but it, basically, verily we. Then leka is a prepositional phrase. Verily we open to you. Then the noun that we started out with, which is affected by the verb fatahna and is indefinite. Fatahan. Verily we open to you, fatahan, fatahan, a victory. So we open to you an opening, or we open to you, or we made victorious for you a victory, a victory. And what type of victory? This is an adjective. There's a comes after that. Mubinan. It's an adjective. This adjective modifies the noun fethan. Of course, there's a tajweed that's there. I'm not going to go into that right now, but fetham is really what it is. Fetham mubina. The adjective is a mirror image of the noun. That is, the noun has a double fetham. It does not have an aleph lam. So we see right here, the noun has a double fetham, does not have an aleph lam. So it's a clear victory or clear opening. So verily we made victorious for you a clear victory. Or if we say, we open to you a clear opening. So that's what you have right there. Chapter 49, verse 1. Inna fatahna laka fatham mubina. And Fataha is the 3-letter root of al-Fatiha, which is the opening chapter. Fataha is the 3-letter root of al-Fathu, which means the victory or the opening. And we get from that if a powerful force, an army comes into a country or a town, they're victorious when they come into that town, they're victorious. And what do? They open up that town, the city, that country. They open it up so that whatever is in there, they got it. That's theirs. So with that, I conclude with the lesson in regards to the past tense form verb of fa'ala and how you can do other.
For the wonderful job of teaching.
Allahu Akbar. Thank you.
let's say when he was in over here in Hazelcrest area, he was in our class. So I'm done, Brother Adil. Okay, Imam Adil, I'm done. Okay, I see the Imam work.
Oh, praise be to Allah. I ain't going nowhere.
I know. I see you.
We just sharing information, valuable information with one another. We're talking about how to re-putty old window sills and if it's double pane, should you re-putty or leave it alone and get a professional, and how to get the maximum amount of tomatoes from a tomato plant. And it's to me, it's obvious. You just pick the extra growth off after you see the fruit, or you see the one that you want to germinate. And then every time you just pluck it, and then all the energy goes into, you ever heard that? All the energy goes into the fruit when you pick the extra plant growth off. Yeah.
I wanted to say that as you're speaking, really, ma'am, you're one of the most talented persons I know. You got skills.
Yeah. I got what you call like a person that has a talent. My talent is that I think, and I have to constantly be thinking and acting on my thoughts. And so I have a wide variety. I don't have a focus. But like my daughter, she has a memory, everything, because she's musical. She has a musical ear. She just taught herself. She just yesterday tuned her ukulele. I bought her the ukulele last year, but this year she picks it up, she tunes it, and taught herself a song, and she's playing it. So I always used to be envious of people that had talents that would learn a craft or learn a skill, and then they're this great musician or great basketball player or whatever. But I think I have that. I'm driven just all over the place. So I know how to do a lot of things because I want a lot of things. And Allah is merciful. Allah blessed me to be good at a lot of little things that mostly I appreciate. So other people around me might not appreciate it. I can't tell you what my wife used to say about me. You know.
I remember you got in a conversation with
you brought all the mosque cares and
yeah, Imam, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when you got in a conversation with a professional cook. I think it was in Oklahoma.
Yeah,
and
I knew a lot. I know a lot. It's sad. It's sad. I know a lot about a lot of things.
Yeah, and it looked like he was taking notes from you. I mean, he was a professional cook, and you do. You know what I should have been. I should. If I had some. If I should have. I should write down my ideas and thoughts and invention, because I know I probably would be a pretty great inventor or innovator, a person that takes one thing and makes it better, because I've done that my whole life. My parents used to throw stuff away. I take it out the garbage and make it work again. Electronics, mechanical, and whatever. I take it out the garbage and they see me down there. I done repurposed it, you know. Yeah, so I'm doing a lot, but everybody has their talents. You talented in your areas, everybody. And that's what I encourage people, that if your mind or your energy is driven to do stuff, don't let people hold you back from living out what brings you happiness and pleasure. You know, just so long as you feel that it pleases Allah and you're not hurting nobody, you know, pursue it. No matter whatever everybody else says. They say it's crazy, you wasting your time, you wasting your money. I say dump all your money and your time and your energy into it. And then if you don't like it, then tell yourself it's time to find something else to do. That's what I do. I don't, you know, I just make a dua and say, Allah, no, I ain't gonna stop until I'm satisfied. And I do what pleases me. You know, so long as I think it would please Allah. Yeah. I think we should all be that way. We're too oppressed as a people. We're oppressed by our environments, our society, everything, you know. Everything is too oppressive. We don't have the freedom to explore this wonderful, miraculous machine, the human machine that Allah blessed us with its human intellect, you know. Yeah. And that's exploring. There's a verse in the Quran that says, Allahu yuhibbul muhsinin. Allah loves the ones who strive for excellence.
Strive for that's what inspires me. It's the message of Allah. I always tell people, and I was just telling, I didn't say it, but I thought it. And I had a conversation yesterday. I was dog tired. It was 4 o'clock. I could hear in his energy from when I told what I had done. I shampooed the carpets, I cleaned the kitchen, the living room, the stove, and all this. I think I went shopping, and I think I bought some food. I don't know what I did. I went to the grocery store. I did something for my children. I had woke them up, made them get dressed and whatever. So I was busy all day. And then I was telling myself that before the sun set, I want to cut my grass. I don't just cut my grass. I cut it, edge it, use the leaf blower. It's beautiful. It looked like a carpet when I get done with it. So I told him, I said, I'm going to do it. And I can hear in ideas, my man, he's saying, like, man, you need to get some rest. It's first Sunday tomorrow. But he didn't say that, but in his statement, he said, yeah, I'm gonna cut my grass too tomorrow. So when he said that, I thought to myself, I said, the reason why Allah tells us never say I'm gonna do such and such unless you say inshallah is not because he's reminding us to believe in him, because we believers our whole life, we know Allah is the sole controller power of everything that exists, everything we could imagine. We know that God is in control, fully in control, that it's only us as a mercy to witness his power. So we just witnesses. So I thought to myself, why put off today? That's why Allah tell me to say inshallah, because inshallah is unknown. I said, but today I got time to do it, so I'm gonna do it today. And guess what I'm gonna do tomorrow? If Allah allows me to breathe and to witness it, I'm gonna put my feet up and I'm gonna relax and enjoy Lil Wallace.
Yes, sir.
So that's why we say inshallah. We say inshallah to remind us that if you can do something right now is promise. Your energy that you have right now to do something, do it now. Don't do it inshallah. Do it right now.
That's right.
That's what I did, and I don't have no work to do. No homework, no housework. Alhamdulillah.
Yes,
All righty. I thought I'd share that with everybody. Because I just love Allah. Allah is merciful. He's been merciful to me, good to me. And I just like to share it.
Your disposition is so pleasant.
Alhamdulillah. It's trusting Allah. I'm like you, brother Lasay. He's a believer. He's a strong, sincere believer, and he follows Allah's guidance, and he has a really, really big heart. He loves people. He loves humanity. And sometimes he can make some of y'all a little uncomfortable, but that's my brother. And I love him. He loves me. I know he loves me, and I love him back. And I can't help it. I know he make trouble sometime, but I love him. That's my brother. I appreciate you, brother Lasay.
Thank you very much, Imam W. Muhammad. May Allah give you all desires by the grace of Allah.
Ameen, inshallah.
All right. Thank you, Imam Elam Muhammad. And I believe you put your information in the chat, how the believers can contact you. If you don't mind putting it in the chat.
Okay.
Now we're gonna turn it over to, we still have our business and technology presentation by Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar. Then we have comments from Imam W. Muhammad II. And then we'll have our featured guest presenter with Brother Daniel Habil, inshallah. So at this time, we're going to turn it over to Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar for the business and technology presentation. You muted, Brother Akbar.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, excellent. With Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, I bear witness that there is no God but the one God, Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is his messenger and the seal of the prophets. I thank Allah for blessing me to be here again on the first Sunday. I thank Imam Wafiddin Muhammad II for allowing me to continue to present on First Sunday program. As it was stated, my class deals with business and technology. And so this presentation is going to be focused more around both business and technology. And I'm going to be kind of dealing with one of the up and coming opportunities that are available to all in our country today. But I want to highlight the efforts of 3 African-American female business owners as an example of what we all can do, and that continue to be available to us. And that is dealing with the electric vehicle industry, the electric vehicle industry. I want to read first a quote from the plan that the President Biden's plan for infrastructure, that law now that has been passed. And I'm just going to read the part that deals with the electric vehicle infrastructure. And so reading from his plan, is to build a national network of electric vehicle chargers along highways and in rural and disadvantaged communities. The largest investment in EV infrastructure in history. That bipartisan infrastructure law will accomplish the president's goal of building 500,000 EV chargers. All right, so let me go from that to an article that has been produced by Drive Electric Tennessee. And the article starts with awareness, enterprising, and they use Black women. You know, I like to just change that to African American. But enterprising African American women disrupt the electric vehicle industry. And let me quote a little bit from the article, and then I'm going to show you a video, some pictures in the video of these African American females who are doing this work. Now, quoting from the article, over the past decade, the electric vehicle ownership trends have remained relatively the same. In a study conducted by Fuels Institute in 2019, it was found that middle-aged Caucasian men were the top demographics in EV ownership. The National Center for Sustainable Transportation and the University of California found in 2020 that African Americans made up only 2% of EV ownership. This statistic is concerning, as according to the American Lung Association. Despite income, African Americans are not only more likely to live in counties with higher levels of pollution, but they also have a higher risk of premature death from particle pollution. Greener transportation is a dire need for the African American population, and EV adoption can be a pathway for cleaner air and better health. African American communities cannot continue to be left out of the EV revolution and the health benefits that come with it. Here are 3 African American women-owned EV charging companies that are defying marginalization in the EV space. Let me bring up now, I want to go to, I'm going to share my screen, Brother Adil. And I'm on my iPad. So let me go to more. Meeting settings. And Brother Adil, do I have the ability to share my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, see, place, join. Okay, so let me, I'm on my iPad. So, show. So let me see if I can find it. Oh, that's the meeting site. There, okay, here we go. Share content, okay. Screen. And let me start the broadcast. Okay, so I'm assuming you can see my screen, and I'm gonna optimize the and the video is on. So let me then go to first. Let me go to my photos. All right, this young lady that you see up is her name is Natalie King. Natalie King is a former attorney, and she's the CEO and founder of Dumas Charge, and the first African-American woman-owned charging station company in the world. During a short nap in church one day, she had a vision of her getting into the electric vehicle charging manufacturer. The rest was groundbreaking history. King has a commitment to making sure low-income minority communities are not left behind in sustainable and environmental developments. She told Forbes in an interview, "I want to make sure communities of color are not marginalized and not left out of this opportunity and the multiple benefits the industry brings." One way King does this is by putting her assembly plant in the city of Detroit. She wants those underserved families to be able to live off this emergence of EV technology and develop the skills to work in the industry as well. Okay, that's on this young lady. Now let me go to these young ladies. This is Camilla. I think that's how you pronounce her name. Camilla, Terry, and Yvette Ellis. They are co-founders for the tech startup Charger Help. Charger Help employs EVSE technicians to conduct maintenance on EV chargers. Terry came up with the idea from her time working with EV Connect, where she noticed the gaps when it came to preventative care and repair services at charging stations. Both Terry and Ellis have a focus on equity when it comes to the EV space. In a LinkedIn post to commemorate the two working together, Terry said, "Just as she believes that we can build a profitable, successful company and treat our frontline workers equitably. 2020 is only the beginning for how we will usher in an equitable green economy for the clean tech industry." That's these young ladies. And the next person, the last person I want to highlight is this young lady. This is Cheryl Ponds, Ponds. And I'm going to be going to her Instagram account to show a few of her videos. With Cheryl Ponds, she's a University of Tennessee graduate and now Washington resident. She's the CEO of DIA Technologies Corporation. She created the region's first and only company founded by African-American women focused on equitable charging stations for all drivers. According to the company, it focuses on tailor-made, end-to-end electric vehicle solutions for residential and commercial clients in the DC metro area. All right, so now, with that introduction, let me go to Cheryl's Instagram page and show several videos on my Instagram page to give you an idea of what she's been able to do. So I'm going to choose this Instagram for one of her clients. Give me just a second if I can find it. Here's let's do it this one.
This is Cheryl. LP, Ditech CEO, your enlightened electric vehicle adoption expert and clean tech entrepreneur. This is one of the happiest days.
I don't know if, can you hear this, Brother Adil? Is this loud enough? Because this is about as loud as I can make it on my iPad.
Would you say, Brother Akbar?
Is it loud enough coming through?
In a green ribbon cutting at Clarksburg 2 condominiums. This is my friend and customer, Robert Tech Corporation.
Ditech and I, we pretty much worked from the very beginning. We met over the Zoom, one of the Zoom calls.
That's
so
right.
very good promotion of the company, that's for sure. And we pretty much talked weeks, if not months, before even we signed the contract, get the equipment in, and it worked. So good stuff.
Thank you. It's so good. Congratulations.
Thank you very
did
much.
such a good job. And I'm going to run and go get some ice cream.
Me too.
Okay.
Yep. All right.
All right.
All right.
We're live.
Okay,
All right.
that's one.
All right.
We're live.
I'm going to do
Hi.
I'm going to do another one of her videos. I hope that it comes out clear. I'm on her Instagram. A second here.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl, aka Ditech CEO. I'm gonna try to talk over the construction work that's happening in the background. I am here with one of my clients, Ms. Sherry, and my firm recently installed an electric vehicle charging station, and we just want to get some feedback on Shari about her experience working with our team from Ditech Corp. And just so you can hear her own words. Okay, Shari, take it away.
Thank you, Cheryl. Again, my name is Sherry McCoy, and I am one of the clients of Dye Technologies. I have been very, very pleased with the professionalism, the timeliness, the follow-up, the ease of installation, and what I'm very pleased about also is sometimes you have contractors who come in and are messy. They came in, did their work, and were out, cleaned up. I'm using my charging station every evening, and I am just so pleased. I could not have made a better choice when dealing with this situation, especially someone who is not as familiar with going green in terms of the electric station. And it's been very, very easy for me to follow. And now I'm on board, and I highly endorse Dye Technologies.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, that's this one.
Good morning. My name is
Let me stop this.
Good morning.
And I think there's one more I'd like to do. Give me a second. There's one more post I saw of hers that is a good post. And this is where she had our first charger from a personal customer. So let me see if I can get that one. And then we will wrap up. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Not sure if this is it. Let's see.
Just pull it out. Can you give us an example?
No, that's not the one I want to use. So, I think this is it. This is it.
First shot. Yes. Here we go. There you clicked in.
Got
That's
the
our
green light.
Got our green light. She's smiling, people. All right. It's not. We don't see anything, correct?
I see.
But it does say,
Yeah.
it says it's charging.
There you go, right there.
There you go. She's got bars, people.
Yes, indeed.
There you go.
And we are charging.
You are charging.
We appreciate you, Miss Pons.
Say it one more time.
One more time.
We appreciate you, Miss Pons.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, so with that, let me stop my share. Okay, so what are the takeaways from our presentation?
As African American people, we have the greatest.
Okay, so now, okay, so now let me make some comments and the takeaways from our presentation this morning. Most importantly, as you see, the three individuals I highlighted were African-American females, but that's not all who's in this industry. But I want to highlight them just to give our audience an understanding that all genders and races can be involved in entrepreneurship, in developing companies, particularly with what they call emerging technologies. As opposed to us maybe trying to get into business in certain areas that when the technology is already passed by or when it's declining, here, this technology is emerging, it's new, the opportunities are plentiful. As I just stated, just in the president's infrastructure law, the goal is to create 500,000 charging stations across the country. That's just in that federal infrastructure. But as you can see, the young ladies here with their plans, and particularly with Ms. Pons, she puts charging stations into homes, condominiums, commercial buildings, and commercial spaces, and also on the highways. So there's a great opportunity out there for those who want to install charging stations. Then is the two young ladies, they want to create a company to service those charging stations. When there's an issue with them, when they go down, they need services. So there's so much available in this particular space, the EV space. And as you know, we all know, electric vehicles are just catching on. They've standardized now the chargers so that if you have a Tesla, you can use the Tesla, but you can use other charging stations to charge your Tesla. And with the other vehicles that are coming out, Volvo, all these other electrical vehicles coming out, they're using now what they call the common plug-in, so that you can plug into any charging station to charge your vehicle. Similar to like just driving up to any gas station and being able to put the gas pump in and gas your vehicle. This is what they've come to now. So there's going to be great opportunities out there, brothers and sisters. And we should be on the forefront of taking advantage of them. All right. So that's why I wanted to bring this information to you. So as we talk to our young people, our children, our grandchildren, those who are in college, those who are in technical schools, as we talk to them and they asking them, what are you thinking about going into? What are you thinking about majoring into? What? Look at this field and look at all the opportunities that are there. And so they won't be getting into something that will be obsolete in 5 or 10 years. This is an area that's just is growing, and the opportunities are going to be available for who knows, 20, 30, 40, 50 years in the future. There are going to be opportunities in this space, and what this space is going to be able to give offshoots to. We never know where the EV program, infrastructure, we never know where this is going. So anyway, if you're interested now, what I got my information from, all I did was go out and search African Americans in the EV charging. That's the electrical vehicle infrastructure program, and you'll see what comes up. And then you can just begin your search there. There's a lot available. You can also search on the president's website, of President Biden's law, the infrastructure law. Now, this is just EV. There's so much other that's going to be available from that infrastructure law. Installing broadband, and what's involved with installing broadband, particular areas that don't have broadband. Hooking up people to a broadband. Now, I know the broadband companies are doing this, but there may be opportunities for you to partner with those companies to bring that broadband technology to areas, rural areas. There's so much available. So that's what I wanted to present this morning, and I hope, well, this afternoon now, and I hope some of what I presented will give someone who's watching an idea. Hey, there's something I can do with this, or there's something that my family can do with it. There's something that my children and my grandchildren can do with this. I'm going to make them aware of this. So that concludes my presentation this morning for the deal, and I hope I've been able to pique someone's interest, getting into the electric vehicle industry in some aspect, particularly with charging stations, because there's going to be a great need for them. Okay, so that's my presentation, Brother Adele. I'm open for any questions or comments.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brother Akbar, for the business and technology presentation. At this time, we'll take questions or comments for Brother Akbar. Please raise your hand on the Zoom side, and we'll acknowledge in the order of the hands raised. And on the YouTube side, please enter your questions into the chat, and we'll read them out for you for Brother Akbar. We'll start on the Zoom side with Sister Fatima. You can go ahead, Sister Fatima, with your question or comment.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
I was very interested and pleasantly surprised. Really, I was. And my son just happens to be here, and I showed him, look at what we are doing. Oh my God. And that reminded me of history we had. It reminded me of the history we had with planes. Like we had actually developed, it was African Americans that had developed planes and cars as early as the 1900s. We had developed our own cars. When the cars came out, we had developed our own planes. So to see these sisters in this business is just amazing. So only reason the question is just a real simple one. My son said he wanted to look up their names. So I wanted to get their names down, and so that he could refer to them,
Sure.
you know, and look them up. And
sure.
So give me a minute,
let me give you the names. Let me start with the first one. Her name is Natalie King. That's N-A-T.
N-A-T.
A-L-I-E.
A-L-I-E.
And then King, K-I-N-G.
Okay.
That's the first one. The second one, these two young ladies, first one is K-A-M.
K-A-M.
E-A.
E-A.
L-E.
L-E.
And her last name is Terry, T-E-R-R-Y.
Okay.
And her partner name is Yvette, E-V-E.
Okay, E-V-E.
T-T-E.
T-T-E,
And her last name is Ellis, E-L-L-I-S.
E-L-I?
No, E-L-L-I-S, Ellis.
E-L-M-I-S, okay.
No, E-L-L-I-S.
Okay.
Ellis.
Okay.
And the last young lady is Cheryl Pons, S-H-E-R-Y-L.
Okay.
Pons, P-O-N-D-S.
Yes. Okay.
And I know Cheryl Pons, she has a Instagram page, because that's who I showed you the videos from her Instagram page. And so those are the three individuals, young ladies that I presented this morning or this afternoon.
Okay, and this is really this is really, I'm so glad I tuned in today, because after the whole affirmative action thing, this to me shows how creative we are, and how to me, like, that affirmative action thing means, it should mean nothing to us because we have it. We are so creative that, you know, it's their loss and our gain. In my opinion, I don't think we need them for anything. And this just shows that we don't. Anyway, that's my little opinion. All right. And thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Warning my son. Thank you. Thank you, sister.
You're welcome.
All right, up next we have, oh, go ahead, Brother Akbar. Do you have another comment?
No, go, no, I'm waiting.
All right, up next we have Brother Anthony. Email.
Assalamu alaikum.
Warning my son.
Alhamdulillah. You know, I'm always impressed with you, brother.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you, brother. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Imam Warthi, the second, and Imam Adil. There's one thing that's very open and they're really working on is the battery itself.
Yes.
There's a lot of technology there. As far as investment, that is a huge multi-million-dollar investment just to make it lighter, stronger, and better on the battery side. As far as investors, if you have some not so young, would be the young ones too, because they're the ones, the new technology. But that's huge on for all the auto and all this battery, how to get that to work better.
Yes.
Function. So that's a huge one there. That I just have a little privy. My son was looking at that, but didn't have the money to invest into it. But that's a huge one. So the battery, we got talent out there. Encourage them, and the money's there, but because they're gonna need some time and some investment. They need a team. Really need a team to get this battery issues that need to be taken care of. Thank you.
Yes. Warning my son.
All right, we have any more questions or comments for Brother Akbar in the business and technology presentation? Now, Brother Akbar, well, I saw part of it. Now, did the sisters, were they own the company? Are they, what is the thing? Are they leasing that out or?
No. Each one of these are, they're owners of their own company. And what they did was all of them have great stories, and I'll encourage as Sister Fatima's son is going to do. I'll encourage each who was interested to look them up, particularly Cheryl Pons. Cheryl Pons has done a lot there in the DC area to get her company up and going, and got some great contracts. Got a contract with Volvo to service their provide charging stations to service the Volvo's EVs. She seems to, I just was able to find more information on her because she has a website up for her company, and she's a CEO. Each one of those individuals are CEOs of their own companies, Brother Adil. And I encourage the believers out there to research them and then see others. There are others out there. They're both males and females. But I thought it was great to highlight the females, African females, in this presentation.
Excellent, yes, sir. Well, all right, Bob. It looks like that's it on the questions, comments. Did you have a question or comment?
No, if Abba had any comments on that, had you ever looked into what the projections are on the growth of this being an industry that's going to compete with the combustion engines and fossil fuel. And it looks to me like the biggest market is going to be with the consumer, for
you're
personal
correct.
preference. It's like people that are going to naturally prefer the electric vehicle over the gas engine.
Internal combustion. I haven't done any research to this degree, but I'm going to do more so I can do a follow-up presentation on what it looks like the industry is going to. It's like Brother Anthony just stated. There's so many areas of the industry. Batteries are one. They're trying to do their best to get that battery down
smaller,
to a point where the expense will come down on the vehicles. General Motors is General Motors is investing billions of excuse me, is investing billions of dollars into bringing more affordable EVs to market. In fact, this is where they're going. They are moving away from building more internal combustion engine vehicles. They're moving more to the electric vehicle space. They are. Tesla jumped up there and they got out there first, but they got some real competition coming behind them now. All right.
Yeah, I could imagine. I could imagine. Yeah. And it spills over. If you all think about it, it spills over to the battery lives that we have. These battery lives that last on things that we use around everyday household. I use a battery powered vacuum. I use a battery powered leaf blower, edger. I even have a battery powered lawnmower.
Okay, you got it. Well,
and they're making these batteries that last a lot longer, and but they have a charging station where you can take the rechargeable battery and
just plug it in.
I walk around with 2 of them in my pockets.
Okay.
And
well, this is where
they're much lighter than they used to be.
This is where the auto industry, this is where they want to get to. They want to, which is what they're doing now, and this is why this space is so valuable. And with the president's plan, with the infrastructure plan, is so critical. They talk about what they call the range anxiety. That means, are you going to be able to make it to that next charging station before your battery runs out, right? And so this is
but they not fully. Are they fully battery? Are all the cars fully battery? Or are they making more and more that's fully battery powered? I remember some are internal combustion that when you run out of battery, you can drive it on fuel.
Yeah, but the new ones are going to be hybrid, right? But the new ones are going to be fully battery. They're moving away from the hybrid because that continues the promotion of the fossil fuels, and they're trying to get away from the fossil fuels,
altogether.
Right, altogether. So this is what the president said. The critical thing is we can just, and the government wants to start building. They want to start building the charging stations, but they also are going to start buying more battery-powered vehicles for the government. See, if they buy more vehicles that are fully battery powered,
right,
that gives the industry more money and gives them more incentive to build more of those vehicles, and also to create more of those charging stations. That also,
those big blue trucks Amazon drive.
Yeah,
I'm 100% sure, but I think I saw one. It looked really strange. I think it was back powered.
They're
battery powered. Okay.
Yeah, they're produced by Rivian.
The big blue ones,
yeah. Rivian is a. I don't know if you remember, Imam Muhammad II, the manufacturing facility near Southern Illinois. Now that's where I bought my Mitsubishi. When I bought my Mitsubishi from that facility in Southern Illinois, I think around Bloomington. Well, what they did, they converted that facility. Rivian bought it and converted it to battery-powered vehicle creation, and that's what Rivian. And that was their first contract, big contract, was Amazon, and that's what those are. They're fully battery powered.
Yeah, all them white vans. I kind of remember driving past there, because I've traveled back. I don't know why I was driving. I don't know, but my daughter went to Southern.
Yeah. Well,
been back since.
Where Rivian is the name of the company. They got that big contract with Amazon, and that's what those are, fully powered vans. But they're one. But the government's going to buy more. And if they buy more, like Amazon's a private employer, there are other private companies that are going to buy more. And so as they adopt more EVs, and then more come on the market, that's going to lower the cost. And so before you know it, it's going to be a real move away from the internal combustion engine. Now, the fossil fuel engines are going to fight for as long as they can to keep internal combustion engines going, but eventually we're going to move away from it. It's going to be all electric.
Yeah, I've always envisioned seeing, but the way I'm hearing it from you now, this may never happen, seeing gas stations with those electric charge stations.
Yeah.
On the same property.
Yeah, no, it will happen. No, it will happen.
It will
happen.
Probably will.
It will happen because those companies, they got the infrastructure. They just need to switch from the fuel tanks in the ground to charging stations. That's all. And so they can, also, brother.
But both at the same time. What about both at the same time?
Well, remember, you may not know it, but many of those gas stations are independent owned. They're not owned by those. Many of them are not owned by the company.
Right, the oil company can't tell them what to do.
That's correct.
Right.
They're independently owned. And so many of them, in order for them to stay in business, they're going to convert. They have no choice but to do that. And for their business to continue to move forward.
Okay.
And so those independent owners, they're gonna say, I got to go to what this next thing is. And the next thing is these charging stations. So they'll probably start with a few chargers. You know how they do their start and still sell gasoline, but eventually they're gonna probably do all electric charging. And that's where it's gonna go. That's where it's going. That's where it's going. Yeah. Inshallah.
Yeah, inshallah. Now my brain is working. you spark something.
That's where it's going. Hey,
I'm thinking ideally for me, which is his name, Ideal, not Adele. We grew up with a young man, beautiful young man named Adele. His name is Ideal, like the ideal situation. Yeah, I was just correcting you. That's all.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, but anyway, now my brain is working. I'm thinking that if I were to get an electric car, being that I grew up on the convenience of being able to pull up to a pump, stick my credit card in, fill my tank up, put the cap back on, drive off.
Yes.
I'm trying to think, how could that compete with that? How many minutes am I sitting in a charging station waiting on my car to, you ever heard the old business saying time is money?
Yes, good point.
So if I'm one of them type of people, but let me think, I'm already light years ahead. I told you my brain moves real fast. I can see this happening. And I think the ideal situation would be able to bag up into something that I have access to, where it's like we could get a fuel cell. It's an electric fuel cell. I can bag up, it inserts itself into it pulls out one cell and then inserts the other one in, and that's quicker than filling up.
That would be good. Right now, they don't have that.
Robot put it in my car.
Because it's so large, right? But now let me tell you, you hit on something.
Charging take all day because I go in my garage.
No, you hit on something, bro. You hit on something, brother, man. No.
Yeah.
They have what they call
somebody gonna take credit for it, but remember I said it first.
They have what they call right now high-speed chargers. They have high-speed chargers right now. And what they're doing now is encouraging people, restaurants, like a Cracker Barrel, something like that, where you put your car in, you plug it in the charge, you go in and have lunch, and you come back out and your car is charged. Okay, this is what they're doing now. This is what they're working on right now. This is where installing chargers is big business. It's big business.
That's the future. That's the near future.
Yeah, that's the near future. This way, but right now,
I'm up there with Star Trek and Buck Rogers or something. I'm in the far future.
Well, I hear you. But for right now,
I'm in the far future because it's hard to get me to sit down in a restaurant.
Yeah,
I send my kids in the grocery store.
But they got some high speed chargers
like
right now. They got some high speed chargers now around that are doing it in about 20 minutes.
20
minutes?
Not bad. Oh, that's 20 minutes.
That's not bad. Yeah. For the full, for 20 minutes for high speed chargers. So that's what we are.
20 minutes trying to figure out where I'm got to go.
Yeah. All right, brother Deal. Now, brother Deal, do you want
ideal?
I'm sorry.
Like the ideal car charger.
Ideal. Okay, I'm sorry.
The ideal situation for charging your car. Ideal.
Okay, but ideal. All right. Do you want me to speak about?
He always say. I copy him. Ideal.
Do you want me to speak about the convention now, or do you want to do it later?
We have a couple more questions though, brother.
Yes, a couple hands. Just two more.
Okay. All right.
2 or 3, maybe.
Okay, brother Salim Anan, and then brother David. Brother Salim.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam, brother.
You compelled me to say this, but I heard this many years ago from Imam Wardi Muhammad, and it's in the Quran. He said the sun is a complete utility.
Yes.
It's a complete utility.
Yes.
We're moving to a day where that solar energy will be enough to compel a car and you won't have to pull over. There are people right now that's installing solar panels on cars and it's continuously charging while the sun is shining. So I'm just dreaming that one day, you know, you have enough solar power to run that car across country. You know, just using solar. And another thing to keep in mind too is coming, and we have to prepare ourselves. You have to remember that the roads, the upkeep of the roads come from the taxes from the gas. Correct. So they're looking at how do we, the people don't buy gas that have the battery operated cars. Yeah. So how do we get them to help us? Because they're on the roads. So they utilize the roads. So they're going to come up with a way where they're going to be able to get the money somehow to help keep the roads up.
Yes.
So
good point. Good point.
Yeah.
One of the things I heard was that they put a tax. Now this is at the state level, not the county.
Right.
Not at the federal, but there's some state level. They put an additional tax on people who buy electric vehicles.
Right.
So they can put, because you know most of the those road dollars go to the states to maintain those roads, right? And you're right. Those who paying getting electrical vehicles, they're not paying the gasoline tax. So they're losing the money from the gasoline tax to maintain. Well, that's one of the things they're looking at.
Well, one of the other things, Imam Wardi Muhammad II, the tomatoes. The important things about the tomatoes is, are they determinate or indeterminate? Yeah, I can't hear you. Whether the tomatoes are determinate or indeterminate, and how you cut them.
Now I'm an old-fashioned farmer. I didn't read that book you read.
Yeah.
What on earth are you talking about?
Yeah. Just Google it.
I'm determined. Okay, I'll do that. I'm determined to grow some tomatoes this year.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, brother. I'll look that up. Okay.
Okay, brother.
Who's next, David? Brother David?
Yes, sir. Assalamu
alaikum.
Just participating in the conversation, very interesting subject matter. Makes me want to go do some research for maybe doing some installations or something. But what else I wanted to add to it was is that they are also working on, they have in production cordless power stations, where as long as the vehicle, right now the issues of where to place it. So right now it's designed to be placed in the ground where the vehicle just has to ride over it and sit there, and it charges the battery in the car without a cord. So some of the technology is going to move fast in this area. But another thing that I would just, add to us being Muslims and thinking towards leadership is not to just follow what this world's leadership is saying, because most of these ideas are being promoted by those that were over the petroleum industry. Most of the research for solar, for electronics, is owned by BP. British Petroleum owns the largest, Siemens, solar manufacturing and other things. I mean, SolarX, and then Shell owns Siemens. So be aware that some of the thinking is being stirred in a way where those that have power can continue their power base. Because some of my research tells me that the combination of solar and magnets in the motors, a magnetically running motor, is going to be more the future. But the people who want to kind of keep a hand in our pockets, they're not going to put that out here. And they're not going to put nothing out about no motor running off water. So just think about the fact that the Muslim, from the coming of the Quran, always led in the advancement of the sciences and the technology. And right now today, that's probably the biggest challenge that we have, to become more united in how we see this earth and its resources, such as sand, which is one of the highest demanded products in the world, because sand is used in silicon production, which is for the computer, which is for solar panels, but also sand is needed in construction for concrete. And see, they're not going to tell you that. And guess who got most of the sand? Now, just put two and two together. So if they can't get the African-American Muslims to be really united with Muslims from afar, then there would be an interest to keep us divided. so that we don't do business, big business. And so I just want to put that out there. I don't want to make nobody uncomfortable, but some of those that are in power are going to have to become more comfortable with inviting us to the think tank and to have us help oversee how these resources are being manufactured and how they're being distributed and how the knowledge is being shared with the common people. So thank you very much, Akbar. A whole lot more.
Can I say I mean to that, Brother David? Can I say I mean?
What'd you say?
Can I say I mean to that?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know.
Yes, yes.
You're on point.
So thank
You're
you,
on point. But it's sad because most of us don't realize that this world will keep us or put us. We more enslaved today than we were when we were in chains. I mean,
yes,
what you just described is a really, really scary notion that they will actually put us on the poster. They will actually put us out front to sell us the product that they want us addicted to, or want us to at least to feel a need to want, so that we never own anything.
That's right. That's right. And we
It's hard
should
for
be
us to
serious
own.
about that.
It's hard for us to own because the world sees us as consumers. We're a commodity. We're still a commodity, and the future is inviting us to more and more dependency, right?
Yeah, a modern day slave. You know, our power is out here, Akbar, and so I'm one of the few people got a generator. So my fan is running, my TV can run, I can charge my phone. But you know, I had to charge my refrigerator. Think about how much food, you know, all of that. So that was pressing on my mind. So for the fact that for the fact you brought up this, I wanted you to know I've been thinking on how do I generate electricity for myself? How do I come with some new inventions? So, you know, my thinking, and then to hear you have this program and to hear what's said by the consortium earlier is helping me. And I just wanted to thank you and participate. Thank you very much.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. All right. Okay, Brother Dale.
Yes, sir. That was the last question. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Brothers and sisters, let me just make some comments about our upcoming Mosque Cares 34th Annual Muslim Convention. It's going to be live streamed. It'll take place September 1st through the 3rd, which is 2023, which is Labor Day weekend. All right, right now, you can get all the information at muslimconvention.net. Just go to muslimconvention.net. You can get all the information. But let me just share some things with you. We're in the early registration period now. So it's $150 for the early registration. It goes through to the end of this month. All right. But after July 31st, we go to the regular registration, which will be $200. So right now you can save 25% if you register early. For those who are going to vend or like to vend right now, the registration for vending is $50. All right. I'm sorry. Yeah, $25 discount. It'll be $50 regular when the discount ends. All right. So
that's be $50 for the early registration vending, and it'll go up to $75, the regular price of $75.
Oh, I apologize. I'm looking at this. I apologize. Thank you for correcting me, brother Adil. I got to stop pronouncing your name differently. It's the president.
Ideal. You know what I do? Say it slowly. The first time he told me how he pronounced his name, he said ideal. Ideal. And so I was thinking like the ideal job or the ideal situation or something.
Yeah.
So I think of ideal, you know, because he's pretty ideal, isn't he?
Yes, I got you.
Yeah,
I got you, brother. I got you, brother. I got you. All right. So brothers and sisters, what I really also want to communicate, we would like to have excellent speakers to present at the convention. We've already got some individuals who've been nominated to speak. If you know, first, if you would like to be a speaker, or if you know anyone you would like to recommend to be a speaker at the convention, again, go right there to muslimconvention.net, and there's a link that you can click on and put their information into the software, so that the ministry will have it. At our meeting coming up this Wednesday, we want to begin to sort those names vote on them, rank them, vote on them, and make the recommendation to the ministry for the speakers. In the same vein, if you would like to be a workshop presenter, or if you know someone who would like to present a workshop, there are a lot of individuals out there, a lot of you out there who have some expertise that it would be great if you could share that with other members of the community. Offering a workshop would be an excellent way to do that. And you can do it for right in the comfort of your home. All right. All you got to do is have a connected device and you can offer that workshop. Again, you go to muslimconvention.net and you can nominate yourself or someone else who would like to offer a workshop. We'd like to hear from you. All right. So you can put the information in right there. Then, of course, if you like, the next one that we really want to emphasize this is our awards. We have awards that we give out during this time every year. And that's the Muslim Male and Female of the Year, the Muslim Young Adult Male and Female of the Year, and the Muslim Youth Male and Female of the Year. And there are Muslims all across the country who support the work of the Ministry of Imam Wartha Muhammad, the Mosque Cares. And we'd like to recognize them, but we need to know who they are. So we'd like you to nominate them. And you do that right at the same place, muslimconvention.net. And you can nominate someone to be receive that award. So those are the three areas that I wanted to mention for the convention. Please help us have what we want to refer to as one of our best conventions that we put on. And that is nominating excellent speakers, nominating individuals who want to offer workshops, and then nominating individuals who we like to recognize in our awards program. So, as I repeat, let's make this convention, I guess I would like to say, the most excellent one that we've had. And it comes with your support, your efforts to help us achieve that. And so we meet every Wednesday, 8 o'clock Central Daylight Time, 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. And we'll encourage you to join us. But if you can't join us, you can still participate by nominating someone in those areas, in those categories that I mentioned at muslimconvention.net. And if there's any information you need to have, just go to muslimconvention.net and all of the information is there. We encourage you to help us make this the most excellent convention, bar none. So with that, brother, ideal. If I missed anything, brother, help me, okay? If I missed anything.
Look at it this way. He's not a deal, not just one deal. He's ideal.
Yes, sir. I got you.
The whole package. He's ideal.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So if I missed anything,
we got one person that's coming. I believe she may be coming in to support Sister Najma.
Yes, I am. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Ward. Second, Brother Ideal. And Brother Alhamdulillah. I just want to remind everyone that if you're nominating people, in order to vote, you have to attend 2 of the convention conferences. So it's important to know that you can't just show up and just start voting for people. We do want you to participate in the conferences, inshallah. Just wanted to mention that, Brother Akbar.
Yes, excellent. Thank you, Brother Najma.
And what gets me is that, you know, people, the people that we don't see here, see, the Mosque is one organization. Imam Muhammad established it. We represent the leadership of the entire community. But then all these other people came in and said, we need the Mosque to be transparent. They're not going to let us vote. They're not going to let us be a part of it. Telling all of these lies, all this jibber jabber, the paranoia of somebody that's off something, not sounding like anybody from out the community that I ever knew, that we're not a paranoid, fearful people, and that we trust Allah, and we try to join with the group that's doing what we feel pleases Allah. And that was the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. But now we have people that have give all their support and energy to these people that solicit them with all of their energies, all of their resources, all of their skills of promoting, all of their skills of, I'm your brother. Don't you remember me? I studied under Imam Muhammad much longer than his son. I was studying before he was even a thought. So y'all give them your 100% support. But guess what? We too give all our energy, all our resources, all our abilities, but we're one, and you give all your support to many. So we ask you to come back. And what's Brother Daniel Habil's Brother Daniel Habil, our guest speaker, his topic today is the time is now, right now. That's why I came on earlier saying that inshallah don't mean later after the convention is over and you say, oh man, we should have supported them. Don't say woulda, coulda, shoulda. The time is now. Right now, to send your registration in, tell your children, say, hey, it's warm. I'm gonna go to the farmer's market. I'm gonna buy some greens and some vegetables, and I'm gonna feed y'all for the next 3 days with food that I cooked on my stove, because I'm trying to save up a couple of $100, which is easy to do. If you got 2 children like I got, and they eat like my teenage children eat, you can save $200 in 1 week. I guarantee you, by eating the food that you pull out of your refrigerator, the halal food, and make some decent meals. Or buy them some, what did we used to do back in the day? Some cheese and a couple of loaf of breads. You save you $100 overnight. I shouldn't have to be teaching this. Sister Najma will tell y'all, we're going to open up the MGC, the FOI and the what is the MGC? MGT and the GCC.
Yeah.
We're going to open all that up because y'all need help if you can't save $200 to support the Maz Cares and what you believe in as your future, knowing that the society sees us as a commodity and they want to keep us enslaved and keep our hands out of governing our own or managing. We can't create micro jobs. We can't train our children, give them, you should tell your children all the time, you should just walk around your house saying it. You want money? Money's a byproduct of service. Increase the service that you can provide to your fellow man and woman. Increase your services you provide to your mama and your daddy in your own house, and you might get a couple of dollars when you need a couple of dollars.
Right.
Because you're standing around talking about, Daddy, can I get a couple of dollars? Mama, can I get a couple of dollars? Increase your ability to serve. Don't go after money, go after service. We used to be a community of service. And the community, the outer community, the people that don't know Muslims, that aren't Muslims, they waiting on us to come back. They see us dead in the grave. We used to go out and get the dead. Now they see us laying next to the dead. What we doing laying next to the dead? Don't make no sense. I'm done.
Alhamdulillah.
I'm done. Don't make no sense.
What you say?
You and your families are laying in the ground next to the dead.
Brother Emmanuel, I want to say this. I'm going to say this, Brother Emmanuel. One way we can also say, a couple of times you've talked about how you've gotten off sugar. And that's also—
Yeah, you got to stop eating sugar and trust Allah that you ain't going to die because you're not eating sugar.
That's right.
Trust Allah that he's going to trigger something in this machine that no man, not the wealthiest man on earth, all the money in the world put together cannot produce this human machine that God created. If you trust Allah and you stop eating something that you know that's bad for you, you don't think Allah is going to make stuff that's good for you taste better than that stuff that was bad for you and feed you, give you more energy, give you more drive, give you more happiness, more stable nervous system, or more manageable appetite for food. Allah will give all that to you. If you never had it in your life, Allah will give all that to you. All you have to do is be trust and have faith. And guess who does that better than anybody else on the planet Earth? Anybody that follows Muhammad the Prophet, Rasulullah, messenger of Allah, during the month of Ramadan, you learn self-restraint and you learn the power to re-educate your body, re-educate yourself, and transform your body into a machine that's productive and that can actually satisfy you and keep you happy and healthy. We can do that during Ramadan, but we don't do it not having faith. You have to believe in it. You have to believe in the power of the sacrifice and sacrifice those things you don't need. And pretty soon, just like the dope addict that gets off the dope, you'll be off of the thing that you don't want to be on. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Let me make this last comment about the convention, Brother Adil, and that is for the culture night. For the Culture Night program, coordinator is Brother Sister Camilla Furkan, but we like to have since we're on the national broadcast here, that's what I call it, youth, young people. I talked with one of the youth at the at Juma, and I asked him, we'd like to hear from you. If you'd like to do a little spoken word poetry, he said, yeah, I would like to. And I put him in touch with Furcom, and he's going to work on something. So I'm asking individuals around the country, if you got young people that you know that have that talent, we like to have them offer that talent in the Cultural Night program. If it's either singing or but particularly spoken word, positive vibes, whatever it is that you have to offer, we would like you to offer it for our Cultural Night program. So that's the last thing I wanted to mention, Brother Adi. I didn't want to leave without mentioning that. I thank my wife for reminding me.
Alhamdulillah.
So we have
Assalamu alaikum, Sister Venus.
Well, look at my style.
All right, Brother Adi, I'll let you go. You got your next speaker to come on here now.
Yes, sir. I think we had a comment from thank you, Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar, for the business and technology presentation. Before we leave, Brother Imam Alfred had a question or a comment. He had his hand raised, so go ahead, Brother Alfred, and then we'll turn it over to Imam W.D. Muhammad II for his comments for this first Sunday.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. I just want to give the greetings to our beloved leader and teacher, Imam Worthy Muhammad II. And I say to the audience, let's give him all the respect that office deserved. That office is an office of leadership for our people who have been lost and now found here in the wilderness of North America. I wanted to greet you all because in a few hours, I'm going to be on a plane to Mexico, where I will celebrate New World Patriotism Day in Mexico, that Honorable Imam Worthy Muhammad started. Happy New World Patriotism Day. I just want you to know I'm feeling better, still got the fire in me, and I'm ready to ask each and every one of us to speed ourselves up and ask more and more people to support the rightful leadership of our people and our community. And it's important for us to do that. You know, we shouldn't just come here like we're half dead. We should come here. They jump up at a faster pace. I learned that at 5335 South Greenwood Avenue. Jump up at a faster pace. And one of the people I heard telling us that you all already know what to do, that was Minister Wallace Muhammad in 1973. So let's get fired up. You know, the Imam and his father were very big on the convention, and I know Imam too is big on the convention. It's time for us to bring our spirits together, our minds together, our hearts, and even our money together. You know, we have to know that most of our people are very depressed about what happened with the Supreme Court. But I'm not depressed. I am hopeful. I know that 40 million people got to stop begging at the white man's gate. It's time for us to get up and do for self. And for us, let's get behind our leader and teacher. Let's stop this Wallace stuff, Brother Wallace. This is Imam Worthy Muhammad. I'm honored and privileged beyond words as I enter the 76th year on the planet, following our leader and teacher, Imam Worthy Muhammad. I just want to say that before I get ready to get on the plane to Mexico.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, man. Allah bless you, brother, and keep you strong and your faith and your energy. You look beautiful. You look like you don't even need to go, but you're following doctor's orders. So you get on that plane and handle your business. And we look forward to hearing from you. And we return a happy Patriotism Day to you. Also, that this is a wonderful time. I support we have to be careful, you know, of following trends and things. We need to follow good leadership. I agree with you. You know, he's referring to me as the person, as the leader, you know, speaking to myself, but as my father used to say, I do follow Imam Wafiddin Muhammad, and I have to follow the leader that I respect and that you all respect, and that before Allah, I witness that I'm committed to that wholeheartedly, to that responsibility. And I do follow my own leadership. Yeah. And right now, if I would be honest with you, I'll tell you the truth that My wife passed 3 years ago. I don't answer too much to Wallace anyway. So I know those people that love to call me Wallace. I said, y'all didn't even know Wallace. My father named me after him with his name. And back in 1975, I couldn't been no more than 7 or not, was it 76 or it was around 77 when he gave us the name Wadafuddin.
That's right.
That was my name. That is my name. That was my name then. And you should see me as a little boy. I walk around offended when somebody called me Wallace. Yeah, I can't tell you too much personal stuff, but I'd be in the living room arguing, trying to get people to pronounce my name correctly. I said, it's not that difficult. It's Warith. If you can't roll the R, do the best you can. Practice rolling that R and say Warith, or just say why if. And I remember arguing with people that I shouldn't have been arguing with. You know, I could have got my butt whipped, but I told him my name is Wadafuddin.
As Clyde Rock
said, that's
said,
my name, and I'm not changing it. That's
yes,
it.
Sir. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Alhamdulillah.
Help yourself.
Yeah. So we got to be careful, and we thank Allah for you, man. We thank Allah for you.
Thank Allah for you.
We got to be careful out following people that just want to see things taken apart, because some people will never accept what you love. If you love something, sometimes you got to fight for it. And I fight for you. I fight for you to my last breath. So I need you to fight for me too. You know, I'm not a pie. I'm not something. If I was a pie, we could chop me up, share it, and everybody'd be satisfied. But the Mosque Cares Minister of Imam W.D. Muhammad is not something that was ever intended to be divided. So let's not do that. Let's stay unified. And let's trust in our leader and held him accountable, because I do.
Yes, sir.
I'm fully responsible, inshallah. That's my plan, is to stay responsible and to stay accountable and take us where we need to go. And my track record, I welcome any opposition that's out there. I used to, I don't know, it's kind of a strange feeling hearing myself saying things that I heard my father say. My father, I used to say, why does he have to say that? No, whenever he asks people to challenge him, nobody steps up and does it. But I understand the reason why he did it, because I need you all to know we're dealing with a lot of people that should be somewhere else, spending their energy and their time a little bit better than trying to undermine what has been established here for now almost 100 years. You know, we're a community. We're one. We were always one. We're not divided, and we've never been divided. Now others come up as imposters, mimicking and acting like they something, but we should know the difference between the community that we love from the community that's only attempting to mimic what we love and doing a poor job. Yeah. So alhamdulillah. So yeah, so my intentions, inshallah, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem, bismillahir rahmanir rahim, is peace to everyone and welcome to the Mosque Cares annual monthly first Sunday. And I'm really, really excited that this is the 2 days before Patriotism Day. We had opportunity. We usually have our free picnic, and we decided this year, because we had last week, it was almost a week ago, Eid. Last week was Eid, and then this week the first Sunday, and then and we didn't want to tax the believers in our community, because we're an aging community, and not just aging, that we're all dealing with financial issues, and it is less burdensome on us as individuals. When we don't have people as committed. Our committed people have to be wise today, and we thought it wise to encourage us to enjoy this. I think Family Day came out of the 4th of July. The Imam, in the early years of his ministry, we used to have something called Family Day, and I think it was an attempt to have something separate from maybe the 4th of July, because what's popular out there during the 4th of July might not be as halal or as popular or what we want our children and our families, our loved ones, to participate in. But so I'm gonna ask us to participate in the holidays in your parks or your communities or in your backyards. But remember that we're Muslims and we're held accountable for a certain character and certain behavior, and remind our children and our families that they're accountable, that you don't, your dress, your character as a believer as in Allah and a follower of Muhammad the Prophet is not a dress that you can take off when it's time to go do something else. And we should encourage our children to keep that good dress on so that we can continue to receive the mercy of God and his favor. Because anyone that's a believer and that seeks out the pleasure of God and righteous behavior, good, clean behavior, knows the benefit of it, that it's priceless, that God's mercy and your life improves, and the benefit of his mercy, it can't be measured. So yeah, we want you all, we want everybody to enjoy their families or whatever's going on in your community. But this is something that has been concerning in my mind personally, that Brother Akbar, he touched on, and we spoke about it in the conversation, is that today, as a people, there's so many things that are being used to the African-American face and the culture is accepted. Imam Muhammad, when hip hop was kind of that type of culture, I'm not to condemn hip hop, but there was a culture going on maybe about 20 years ago in the African-American community that made us kind of look kind of goofy like clowns. But it was, nonetheless, it was a culture that was coming from the grassroots up. But we have to realize that if that same culture, that same positive culture that came out, the reason why Imam Muhammad mentioned, he didn't associate it with hip hop, but he associated with African-American people, us as being America's clown. Now we don't see ourselves as America's clown anymore, because due to the certain events and things that happen, that African-American people, one of them is a Black African-American president for the first time in the history of our country, President Barack Obama. And he said, Imam Muhammad predicted that things would change after that event. So we're not, thank Allah, we're not viewed just for the comic relief. We're actually respected and used and trusted by the American public. And I'm not saying things just off the top of my head. This ain't a feeling I got in my gut. This is an observation that I've made, that we are the face of many products and many things that America wants to convince, capitalism wants to convince the rest of Americans that this is good for all Americans. So when they want to grab a specific demographic, Asian or whatever race, African or whatever, they use that. But when you see an African American, that's telling all of America that this is something that African Americans are promoting, or they're the face of this product, or they're the face of this. And so that's a good sign that but on top of that, it's not just selling it to all of America, but it's also being sold to all of us. And we don't have as firm or a strong foundation, and we don't have really, most of what's pop culture is the culture of the African-American people. That pop culture is really on the backs of us as a people. And as we know, to make a long story short, to keep from, spoon feeding this, Imam Muhammad said that if you, speaking of any people, whoever controls your culture controls your future. I heard a person on a radio program speaking. I said, it sounds a lot like that statement Imam Muhammad made: whoever controls your culture controls your future. But this is what we need to know. The implication should disturb all of us. We should have trouble sleeping at night. The implication that, because when we think about it as African-American people, what African-American people do you see? Control was one thing, influence is one thing, but control is something altogether different. control implies that you have the power to have a say. You know, we barely even have a say in what's culture, what's Black culture. You know, we have to go along with whatever the controllers put before us. Yeah, so we should really be deeply disturbed about it. We should think about that. So how do we change that? We don't get wealthy and then open a few jobs and say, hey, I'm a create a culture and put clothes and things in the market. Y'all know what happens to people that do that. We can count several African Americans, probably too many to count on one hand, that tried to do that single-handedly, create a culture and then control it. It has to start at the very bottom, the grassroots. We have to wake up the mind of the people. Why do you think Elijah Muhammad's influence is not as strong as it was? They spent billions, if not trillions, if a true study was done on it, to keep his ideas from growing and progressing into the future. And then when they saw his son doing it on the foundation that he knew was the proper foundation for one that's a believer in a faith person of the Bible and the Holy Quran and a follower of Muhammad the Prophet. And he did it with pure intentions on the right course, but they saw clearly that what he was doing was the exact same thing. So the issue is not our Black skin. The issue is who controls the future of the Black race. And it's sad to say that it doesn't look like it's us or even going to be us in the future anytime soon, unless we follow the program that Imam Muhammad set up. The programs that you say fail, there's not an option. There's no option. They didn't fail. The programs of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad that you may say fail because it didn't live, there's not an option. It was highly successful. What Imam Muhammad did was highly successful in the small corners that it was before. It was quickly sabotaged and torn down, and all of his business plans were shut down because they knew what was going to happen to you is that you're going to cry like a baby and you're going to go to the sideline and say, oh, I'm not going to play with them no more. They don't play fair. But some people get shut down 100 times before they give up. And then before you know it, they're well established. And that's what we need to do before we're well established. We have to establish ourselves from the grassroots level. Anybody think that Imam Muhammad couldn't have been a wealthy, successful businessman in many, many avenues of talents that he could have stopped teaching religion altogether? Because the Quran is a book of inspiration. It inspires the human being to live out the potential of the excellence that God created in you. And Imam Muhammad was capable of being excellent in any avenue that he chose for himself. And what he was doing is exactly what I'm speaking about, is what we need to do to lead us into more success, is that he didn't want to see himself up like his father spoke, and the ministers were saying, hey, when we going to get ours? Imam Muhammad didn't want his until he saw the common man get theirs. And so we have to do that. We have to see our youngsters change their mind about what the value of money is. Is it really money that I need, or is it service to myself first? Like when you get out of bed, you need to grab a toothbrush, a rag, and some water, and some soap if you got some. Clean yourself up. Go find you some healthy food to eat that's going to carry you. Eat your apple or something, get you through the next few hours before you eat another snack at lunch. We have to teach this to our children. We have to teach them that what can I do to earn me the most money? And then if I'm not educated and I can't earn a good earning from the skills that mom and daddy gave me, then I need to stay in school and learn a skill or learn a trade or go out and work with a person older than me, from maybe my big brother, or maybe I need to go to work with daddy sometime and learn his skills and then open me a business doing the things that I learned from people close to me. That's not racism. That's not saying, oh, well, why you need to serve Black people? You could work for a white man, a Chinese man. This is America. No, because that white man and Chinese man is not going to sit down at my dinner table at night and ask God to bless our food before we eat with us, and then tuck my children in bed. I'm going to do that. So the logic says that once I make myself healthy and clean and eating good meals and feeding, then I should have a concern for my community. Then I need to find a wife so that we as a family can support the issues we have in our community. They're not going to teach our children this in school. Our children, they're going to teach our children, hey, you get a job. You go to school, you get you a job. What about serving our community? What about, instead of whining and crying like Imam just said, going to the government, asking them for a handout or asking them to help us in our situation when we could have helped ourselves in our situation by allowing our brothers and sisters to do business with one another, or to actually build business, or actually sit down and think and talk about something that's actually going to stimulate the intellect to make us better people, to make us a better community and better for the society at large. This is what Imam Muhammad taught. This is what Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught. This is not only what they taught, guess what? They put it into action. But you ain't gonna read about it in no newspaper. You ain't gonna pick up a book and find it, because the people that benefited from him most went out and said, hey, I can do the same thing Imam did. All I need is people to follow me. Imam Muhammad never asked people to follow him. He asked them to follow Muhammad the Prophet, and he asked them to obey God and obey his messenger. He never said, follow me. He invited them he invited them to join him. And then he got followers, and he had followers, and he acknowledged that I'm the leader of these people, but he didn't go out and say, hey, everybody need to follow me if you want to be successful. He didn't say that. And so why the leaders that supposedly been his helpers and his workers in fighting the cause for Allah to increase us, all looking like all they want to do is make a deep impression on Arab culture. Yeah, I speak more Arabic than you. I speak it better. And I've seen the holy men that live in the desert and was raised in the desert. I've seen their demeanor and their peaceful appearance. A lot of them look kind of like the saints that we see in the Bible or in the Catholic Church, the holy people. And when they talk and speak, it almost looked like Catholic Islam. Our Islam looks a lot like Catholic Islam. I never saw that under Imam Muhammad. So these Catholic Arabs, you following them and you're following them down the wrong world. You loosen the grip, the handhold that you had with Imam Wafiddin Muhammad, and you're about to lose them for good. And you're about to find yourself a new Jesus Christ in the Arab, the light-skinned Arab American. And good luck, because I'm not following. I didn't follow the other Jesus, and I'm not following the new Jesus either. So good luck. If that's what you want to do, go do it. And I feel ashamed of you, to be honest with you. I feel ashamed of you Black desert Arabs, ghetto desert Arabs. I feel ashamed of you, coming from where I come from. And I'm not doing anything that would offend any Muslim on any place on the planet of the earth. I'm a true believer in Allah and his messenger, and I practice al-Islam in my life. And in America, I'm a believer just like you are, but I'm not, you know what? I'm slavery is over for me, and I'm trying to keep my mind as free as I possibly can. So join the Mosque Cares, Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad, and let's live a good life. Let's live a happy life. I see y'all sad, miserable, happy out there. I'm the happiest person. I'm happy as I can be. And I'm so happy inside. That's why some of y'all don't like me. But I'm inviting you to share some of the happiness that I get in being true to myself and true to my maker and my creator, and also true to myself and my community. And I ask you to join the rest of us that do that, and let's have a good life together. Let's stop fighting ghosts, things that are not there, things that are not problems, and let's do some work and benefit from the fruits of our labor, inshallah. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Abdullah.
Don't y'all want to go to the 34th annual Muslim convention?
I'm gonna be there.
That's our leader and our president, Imam W.D. Muhammad II. We want to turn it over now to our featured guest presenter, Brother Daniel Habil.
Yes, assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
I'm gonna see.
Oh, I forgot to say, if any of y'all tuning in, this brother, y'all do not want to miss him. This is Allah brought you here today for a reason, and you about to hear him, brother Daniel Habib. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. Alhamdulillah. Imam W. Muhammad II. It's always a pleasure to see you.
Same here.
You know, I look forward one of the days we can break bread together and just.
Yeah. All you gotta do is let me know when you're in town or when you want to be in town.
Oh, okay. You know,
you pick the meal.
There's been just so much said today that I could, really comment on. You come from such good stock, and normally, like you say, we would be out in the park.
Yes, sir.
On this time. Can y'all still see me? Because I'm gonna look at some notes as I speak here.
Yeah, you're looking good. You got it together, brother. It looks
Okay,
very
fine.
professional.
First of all, I'd like to thank you and your staff, especially Brother Ideal.
Yes, sir.
I know for you, it's easy for you to say Ideal because he's the ideal assistant.
There you go. That's the first thing that entered my mind. Yeah.
Yes.
He says Ado. He said he pronounces Ado, but then he said it slower and it sounded like he said ideal. I said, there you go. I won't forget it now.
Okay, you got it locked in, and he comes from such a good stock too. His father was, such a dedicated and a good example for him to follow. And that's very powerful. And also your general staff, Brother Akbar, I'm always impressed, and Dr. Ramadan and his people. And we really have a strong infrastructure of a community. And also the supporters, for the last 15 years, you have assembled a group of what I would call hearted men and women that has been holding firm, W.D. Muhammad Ministries and the Mosque Cares is an institution. You build communities on institutions, and you also build community on traditions. And that's very important because in a few days, we'll be celebrating America's Independence Day. And Independence Day, praise be to Allah, Independence Day is a tradition. And a people, when you establish social institutions, whether it's the family, whether it's families come together and forming clans coming together and forming tribes coming together and forming nations forming empires, and empires forming kingdoms. They're all set up on traditions. As a family, you may have traditions. I remember coming up that when school was out, it was a tradition, and I come up in the era, as I think one of the comedians said when McDonald's came around, that when people got a chance to go to McDonald's, that was a big thing, even White Castle before that was a big thing. And they would say, we went to McDonald's, but you got a ghetto burger. Now that ghetto burger was big, it was fat, juice was flowing up out of it. It had onions in there, and you got this little old plastic burger from McDonald's, but you just as happy. And so when we graduated, it was a place called Prince Castle. I don't know how many of you remember Prince Castle. And I was in Blue Island because I was born and raised in the south suburbs in Robbins. And when we graduated, if we got good grades, we got a chance to go on the family trip to Prince Castle in Blue Island. I was a step above White Castle. It was a category in the White Castle. So America celebrates Independence Day. And like you said, that we would normally be celebrating New World Patriotism Day. Well, America is 247 years old this year. And it may seem that's an old time, but when you put it up against other countries, you know, England is over 1,000 years old. Great. In fact, Ireland is 1,100 years old. It's even older than England. But when you look at places like Egypt and places like China, well, China is over 3,000 years old. So America is relatively a young country. New World Patriotism Day was founded as a tradition that was founded by Imam W.D. Muhammad. And it was founded, it was almost like our coming back into America as a new people with a new world patriotism. And we'd like to thank all the men and women in the military that is in our community and not in our community. And this is a shout out to the Muslim American Veterans Association, who has become another institution in our community, because we got all these community institutions. So we have the infrastructure of a community. And we're real strong if we really look at what we have developed over 93, I think it's 93 years since 1930. And it's important that we think our military, because without someone willing to fight and die to either gain that freedom or defend that freedom, oppression will reign on the earth. America itself was founded on the natural human desire for freedom, justice, and equality. And desires is a catalyst that creates energy. Once you have a desire, if you say, I have a desire to eat, that gives you the energy to get up and go do something. That desire, that natural desire for freedom, justice, and equality made them realize that to obtain that freedom, justice, and equality, they had to build their own nation. They couldn't continue to exist with King George up under the rule of Great Britain, that they had against all odds to build their own nation. And they went up against an 800-pound gorilla, 13 colonies, went up against the most powerful nation in the world. The sun never set on the British Empire. And so that was 247 years ago. And our Muslim community, which was founded 93 years ago in 1930, it was founded on the natural human desire for freedom, for justice, and equality here in America. And that desire made our pioneers, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and those who followed him as stout-hearted men, that desire, and women, that desire made our pioneers, many of us realize that in order to obtain our own freedom, justice, and equality, we had to also build our own nation. The subject today is The Time Is Now. It's a prelude to a workshop at our annual convention coming up in September. And the question that we really ask, if not now, when? The convention is also a tradition. And this year's topic, believers working together for a better world. Very, very powerful. Because when we look around at the progress of other communities around us here in America and abroad, they've mastered their ability to come together. That's all they've been able to do. Imam Muhammad had a belief and a vision in us as a community. And that belief can be reflected in some of the words that he actually left us. He said, we will go down as a community, but we will come back stronger than ever. And so we say believers working together, that there is a key ingredient for us to come back stronger than ever. If not now, when? He also believed in us to give him a bright future. He told us, he said, we're still soldiers. He pulled Brother Norman to his car. If he's on this call, he'll verify that. Imam Muhammad had traveled to into Michigan to help support him. When he got ready to leave, Brother Norman said he called him over to the window. He rolled the window down. He called him over he was sitting in the back seat, headed back to Chicago. And he grabbed him and he said, look, we're still soldiers. And he also said, we cannot stop now. And then he said, guess what? You may think I'm gone, but I'll be with you for 1,000 years. So the time is now. It's a time to recruit and build back stronger than ever. And what makes now the right time? Well, every day we hear news that really increases our dissatisfaction. And we're going to go back to some old lessons because we can learn from by studying the development of the Nation of Islam, how with that desire for freedom, justice, and equality, we were able to build with 65 years, with a short time coming out of slavery, we were able to build out a physical presence in America under the Nation of Islam that made us a powerful community, that made us happy. I was telling somebody the other day, I said, our children, and I'm looking at my children, and I look at my children's struggle, and I know when I came into the Muslim community, I came into a strong presence that reinforced my becoming a Muslim, because I came and I went to restaurants that we own, the Salam restaurant. I went across the street and I shopped at your supermarket and the fish house. Across from there was a factory, and I could say I'm a part of this strong community. I went down the street to the office building that we had built from the ground up. I went around the corner and I bought my suits. I went across the street and I bought my shoes. We talk about the additives, and they have a thing called over-processed food now, because we said eat to live. The Honorable Muhammad established that as a pillar of our community, how to eat to live. Well, they've proven now that we have to be concerned about how to breathe to live, how to drink to live, and how to eat to live. But we can go down to the bakery where we were able to bake our own bread that had our own ingredients that we can control in the food that we ate, because we knew that the food, if we went somewhere else, we had a chance of getting poisoned. Well, that is even more heightened today when we look at all the poisons that's inside of the food that we eat. And so the time is now. It's a time to recruit and build back stronger than ever. Imam Muhammad predicted this. He had faith, he had confidence in us. And so people are dissatisfied now. And what did the lesson said? When there's a certain degree of dissatisfaction, it brings about a change, and people are ready for a change. Today, the statistics said that 77% of dissatisfaction among the people in America. People are ready for a change. Now, this increases every day with decisions that come out of a 6-3 conservative court that is constantly coming down with decisions that's constantly reinforcing the fact that we have to do for self. Now, what Allah says in the Quran, he said, you are best community evolved for mankind. We have a uniqueness as a Muslim community in America. Because we are people that has been raised from the dead. We were people that was raised from the dead. We were destroyed by all the book on how to destroy civilizations of the people was applied to us. They have a book on this. This is not by accident. This is what the National Geographic has said within a statement. How do you destroy a people? They said if you destroy their cultural heritage, you would destroy their cultural identity. When you destroy a people's cultural identity, you will destroy the people themselves. So there's a book out on how you destroy people and how you in civilizations. When George Bush told Saddam Hussein, he said, I'm going to bomb you back into the Stone Age. There was President Trump told Iran, I have 5,000 missiles aimed at 5,000 of your sites in Iran. And then he came back and said, they told me I couldn't do that because it's against an international law to destroy a people's cultural heritage. He said, why do I have to play by the rules? So this is no accident when Napoleon aimed a cannon and blew off the nose of the Sphinx in Egypt. What happened to us was scientific. The destroyers of civilization know that they must destroy people's cultural heritage, destroy people's cultural identity. And once they destroy people's cultural identity, they would have succeeded in destroying the people themselves. A community must create and maintain its institutions and embody their cultural heritage that preserves their cultural identity. So what makes us unique? And we have to understand this as Muslims, that when you understand how you destroy a people, if you can reverse that process, if you can restore to them their cultural identity and their cultural heritage, you can restore the people themselves. And so this, when we look back what happened to us, we can see that we were a product of reversing this process. I call it the trilogy of an evolution. We went through W.D. Farad, we went through the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and we went through Imam W.D. Muhammad. W.D. Farad turned us back to our cultural heritage by telling us that our own self is a righteous Muslim and that our forefathers were Muslims. This was very powerful when you put it within this context of restoring a people, destroying a people and restoring a people. This allowed us to trace our heritage back to the last greatest empires of West Africa, Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, which was Muslim-influenced empires. It allows us to continue to trace our heritage back to 711 and the invasion of the Iberian Peninsula and the occupation of Europe by Muslims all the way until 1492, with the defeat of the Muslims and the decree issued by the Pope to invade Africa and take away all our lands and possessions and to bring us to this new world and put us into perpetual slavery. See, that one statement that W.D. Farad made, that your own self is a righteous Muslim, that our forefathers were righteous Muslims, this allows us to start piecing the puzzle back together. They come out with a poem. They love to make mockery. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men could not put Humpty together again. So that was a riddle and a poem that was what they did to us as a people. The Humpty Dumpty looked like a head, so why was the king's horses and king's men? Why? Because Humpty was the king. So it tells them what they did to us in destroying us as a people and breaking us up into pieces, so many pieces that we wouldn't be able to ever come back together. What they did to us within the destruction of our civilization and destroying us as a people, they set us back millions of years in our human development. They said they're animals. They came up with big scientific papers to say how our brains were smaller and how we were genetically at the level of apes and animals. That's millions of years in our culture, in our human development. Then they destroyed our social institutions all the way back to the family and the relationship between man and women. And it's important that we understand this because a window into the past creates a doorway into the future. And whenever you look at our conditions as a people, you can't forget the frame of that picture that you're looking in. And because the frame allows you to frame what you're seeing. And that frame is usually have many several different parts to it. It has an outside part to the frame and an inside. That outside frame, we have to see ourselves through the picture of what Satan's role was and what he said he was going to do to man, because the man was a sworn enemy to man. But the inside that frame is what happened to us over 500 years ago. We're talking about a half a millennium through the process of the transatlantic slave trade that actually manufactured us as a people. So that's why we are such a special community to evolve up out of that. So we went through a trilogy, and W.D. Farad, what he also said to us is he told us not to let foreigners into our mosque, but that Islam has been corrupted, which let us grow inside of a cocoon without the outside influences of these other immigrant groups. And so we got a chance to grow within our own structure. Now, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he came along in the second part of trilogy. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that he came to empty out of us what had been put in us to make us Negroes and beasts of burdens, like animals functioning on all fours. Right now, if we had to trace our heritage back, we can't go through the Census Bureau. We have to go through where they kept their records on shadow of animals at. Horses, cows, pigs, Negroes. So there was a concerted effort to put us down on all fours. Allah said, I made you upright, mustaqim as a man. What separates man from animals is his mind. There was a comment that said we have effectively eliminated any light coming into their minds. I looked at a documentary on what's happening in the history of the historical Black colleges. And it said between 1866 and 1872, 20,000 people were killed because they tried to bring education into the African Americans when he was released from slavery. 20,000 people died. That's how important they wanted to keep our mind from functioning. When you look at the vibration chart, the energy chart for vibrations, the strongest vibration that the human being can function is enlightenment. That's the strongest vibration. So what separates man from animals is his mind. And so the Honorable Muhammad, his role was to empty out of us what they had put in us to make us function on all fours. So he also taught us to think big. To obtain our freedom, justice, and equality. He said we have to build our own nation. That's what attracted many of us into the community, because we were in a building mode. I came through the time of what they call the turbulent 60s. In the turbulent 60s, there was many Black power organizations that were evolving. I was a junior Black Panther. When I made the decision to come into the nation, it's because everybody was in the harbor with a canoe. The Panthers, the Uhuru movement, all these other ones. But the nation, they had a big, in fact, they just didn't have a boat. They had an aircraft carrier. And it was an aircraft carrier because they had a mother ship. They just didn't have planes. They had a ship in space that was big enough to have scientists on it. And they said, look, if anything happened to you, brother, they're going to come down here and they're going to drop bombs. It's going to go down into the earth and it's going to blow up into the earth. And I felt protected. I'm into something big. Daniel Burnham said, make no little plans. They have no magic to stir men's blood, and probably themselves will not be realized. Make big plans, aim high in hope and work. Remember that a noble logical diagram once recorded will never die. But long after we are gone, be a living thing, asserting itself with ever-growing consistency. Remember that our sons and grandsons are going to do big things that would stagger us. Let your watchword be order and your beacon beauty. Daniel Burnham was the architect of the 1893 World's Fair. And so the Honorable Elijah Muhammad gave birth to Imam W. Muhammad, WD-40. He, you know, when you're running a race and you're running a relay race, you want to put your fastest person, they called it the anchor, because when that last person get the baton, he is generally one of your fastest people because he can make up distance. So Imam W. Muhammad, when he came aboard, he stated, I'm looking for empty vessels to put men into. And he found a lot of empty vessels in the house of Elijah. What type of vessels? What type of men? Quranic men. So he said he found a lot of empty vessels in the house of Elijah. What type of men? Quranic men. So he gave us, when he came in, he said, our mission is to remake the world. You know, that mission, when we look at it, is really the mission that God gave Adam. He made him the vicegerent, he made him the Khalifa. Imam Muhammad said the Khalifa's role is to facilitate righteousness. Then he gave us a strategy, a tactical plan, and he gave us a structure to build around. He said, where do we begin? New Africa. What is New Africa? New Africa is a sub-nation within the empire known as America. America ceased being a nation in 1803 with the acquisition of all the Francis holding known as the Louisiana Purchase. Before, it had been 13 English colonies set up on the east part of America. But with the cry of manifest destiny, when Thomas Jefferson purchased for $15 million all of Francis holding, it doubled America in size and really gave energy into moving all the way over to the West Coast. But what happened when they purchased the Louisiana Purchase, it doubled America and they had to put boots on the ground. So they opened the doors of America and invited people from all nations of the world. And America went from a nation to an empire. which was made up of sub-nations. Imam Muhammad woke up desiring us with a strategy to build a nation. Imam Muhammad gave us an infrastructure on how to build a nation: business, education, culture, and government. So when we reflect, and we're going to be closing out in a minute, because this is just a prelude of how we're going to build a workshop or during the convention. I talked to Ideal, and he has invited me to give a taste and then open up how we're going to build this workshop during our annual convention. Our journey in review from walking on fours, when we were released from slavery in 1932, we still had that mindset in 1930, from walking on fours to Imam Muhammad, which now walking on twos, Quranic men. So where do we go from here? Well, the form dictates the function. So what do men do in becoming men? Men build nations, men build countries, men build cities, and men build communities. This responsibility to build is grounded in our responsibility given us in our Quran. Men are the maintainers, protectors, and providers for the women. And then in the bigger community, men are the caliphs and the vicegerent to the community. Business, education, culture, and government. Imam Muhammad gave us this 4 processes in a metaphor of a man. Business and culture are the legs of society, therefore leaving education and government to be the arms as a preserver of cultural heritage. Well, what about the head? What about religion? What about taqwa? Well, the foundation of these 4 pillars rests on taqwa, reverence for Allah. When you take taqwa out of business, what do you have? When you take taqwa out of education, what do you have? When you take taqwa out of culture, what do you have? And when you take taqwa out of government, what do you have? So in concluding now, our workshop at the National Convention, the time is now, if not now, when? Remember, strong plans plus strong teams plus adequate resources equal success. We revealed a plan at the convention, and we'll work on it during workshop, and we'll reveal a plan on how to grow our community centered around the building of New Africa by serving the many, for service of many leads to greatness. Amen. I predicted that our community will come into greatness. We will come into greatness by being able to serve and serve our community. We're looking for believers to come to our workshop who want to grow exponentially their communities by building the infrastructure of a new African community and centers in their centers and masjid that will allow them to provide greater service to their general communities, increase their dawah, and creating efforts on bringing new Muslims into our community by tapping into the resources that we've already developed over 93 years. In closing, I'm going to leave you with something that I ran across that I thought was very appropriate. It's something that you can look it up, Stout-Hearted Men. And this was a song that was part of a movie, an old movie that came out. It's pretty old. And part of it says, give me some men who are stout-hearted men, who will fight for the right they adore. Start me with 10 who are stout-hearted men, and I'll soon give you 10,000 more. Shoulder to shoulder and boulder to boulder, they grow as they go to the fore. Then there's nothing in the world can halt or mar a plan when stout-hearted men can stick together man to man. Assalamu alaikum.
The Patriots.
Well, alaikum assalam, Brother Daniel.
All praise due to Allah. That was truly a treat. And believers, you can only get this here this time of year if Brother Daniel will allow us and grace us with his presence here at the Mons Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. Wow. All praise to Allah. Yeah, and you know, people have to enroll in school for the information that this brother gives freely to us, you know. And I'm seeing so much light and insight in a lot of things that you've said today. It's just so much insight as to how we develop as a nation, you know, in just the words you said, you know. And maybe some things I'm seeing and reading that you might not have read. I'm reading deep into. Let's start out in man poem, man. That's a powerful poem, and I'll guarantee you that influenced the whole nation. But a generation or two passed, and we don't know what made our forefathers or our ancestors, or even just our grandparents or grandparents, the people that they became, or that they were in the life to lead the lives that they led. You know. It's influences that were in the culture. And it's always influences in the culture that's going to make the people that they are. Alhamdulillah.
We've been through we have to really understand what happened to us.
That's right.
As a community, as a Muslim community. And, you know, they're constantly, right now, the Olympics is coming up. And they said they're going to start the flame from Athens. And it's going to travel 10,000 miles before it comes back to Paris to light the torch to begin the Olympics. So all of this is their cultural heritage.
Right.
That they're constantly reinforcing all the time. So to really understand the damage that was done to us, like I was invited to one of my neighbors' parties. A guy 70 years old, had never had a party, so his wife gave him a party, and they had, you know, I ran into his cousin outside. So she asked, "Well, what are you doing here?" I said, "Well, I'm his long lost brother from Africa." And so these are West Side people where I'm at. I'm in the western suburbs. Hey, West Side, so I had to be careful because
oh yeah, I got you.
Okay.
It's coming together. It's a Chicago thing.
I never ran into so many religious people from the West Side that they say, "Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition." So you have to be very careful.
That's right. What side of town you coming from?
Yes, you had to be very careful. So she said, "Look, I'm not playing with you. I want to know who you are." I said, "Okay, look, you got to forgive me, you know, because I ain't about Africa, because all I know is Mississippi." Well, if all you know is Mississippi, that means your heritage is of slavery.
Yes.
You have to go back into the African continent where Lucy is, what, 3 million years old? And all the DNA trace themselves back to Lucy. So you got to go back to the history, and you can see how far we fell as a people. They have a thing called social cohesiveness. So you say working together. Why is it so hard for us to come together? In other communities, they've mastered the ability, the science of coming together. Well, when you destroy a people's cultural heritage, you destroy their social institutions. They have a thing called these social units, family, clans. Families come together and they form a clan. Clans come together and they form tribes. Tribes form nations. Nations, empire. Empires, kingdom. Where they have a thing called social cohesiveness. That's glue. They dissolve the social cohesiveness that holds our units together. So you wonder, why can't we seem to get together? It was scientifically done.
Right.
So once you know what has been done, you know, they used to use a lot of Masonic talk back in the first resurrection, right? You got to have the master grip to pull the man out of the grave, right? Well, if you understand how the destruction took place, and it's reinforced in the Quran. Look, it says shoulder to shoulder. What does that remind? Who goes shoulder to shoulder?
We do.
We do.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. As African Americans, we should embrace this religion because it reverses the processes that was done to destroy us. They didn't want us to come together. They broke the social cohesive. So Allah said, shoulder to shoulder. What? First there was 10, then it became what? 10,000.
10,000.
The time is now.
Yeah, Allahu Akbar. And you, on that note, you want to know something else that was brought to my attention that I hear, it's like a campaign that I hear in the Arab communities. When you go to their centers in their community, they smile at you, they look at you, but at the mosque cares, we give you a big hug.
Yeah.
We don't, but you know, light-skinned people, sometimes they don't want you putting their hands on it, but they say there's no racism, there's no difference, there's no in Islam. I say, yeah, on paper, but you here because of white privilege. If I had a light-skinned brother, we descendants of slaves, he'd be able to open the same business that you open in the ghetto.
Yeah,
because light skin until he started acting too black, then they might run him out of town. His own people might run him out of town. I said, there's such thing as black racism. My son is 14 years old. He's just graduated from 8th grade. He coming out of middle school. He said the black kids are more racist towards each other than anybody else. So until you know what the black community, and I said, I had to tell a man, I said, you know what? I said, if I had a business in Chinatown, I would respect the Chinese.
Yeah.
I said, Aki, we brothers. We supposed to respect each other. Muslims, don't treat me with disrespect after I gave you my money.
Yeah.
You know, so then he said, there's no racism. I said, bull. I didn't say the other part, but I said bull loud and clear. And if he didn't understand me, somebody would tell him what the next thing was. I said, there's racism. You here because you light skinned. That's why you can open a business. That's why the city, the people that vote that say, can they break ground and have land here and open a store here? The reason why they don't have a problem with you is because you, not because you're a Muslim and you don't have racism in the culture of your religion, you know, but we're descendants of slaves and everybody feeds, we the aphid, you the army ant. Everybody feeds off the sweet nectar that the aphid secretes, you know, and will protect and defend with their life that money interest. But it's when the aphids stand up and speak like a man and say, well, hey, you got to treat me with respect now. I want to be more than food. I want to be your partner. Then they, you know, they looking the other way. So we have to be careful that we don't come out of one situation that's not good for our future, that's going to undermine our control or influence on our own culture, which is good for the whole world and the family of humanity. God didn't say, I didn't make y'all different. Y'all need to figure out how to be one people. He said, no, I made you different, so you should know each other.
Right.
You see? So it ain't nothing wrong with us being different, because our differences is going to help us make the whole family of human beings better. But it's greedy people, so that's not in God's plan. So what we support when we just take a little backseat and say, yeah, you know, it is better over here. You know, we could probably get up enough dollars to feed the brothers after Juma. The Arabs, man, I was so full, they had to roll me out the door. And it's so clean.
But everything shouts do for self.
What'd you say?
Everything shouts do for self.
It does.
I mean, these decisions that has been made that came down from the Supreme Court of, it says do for self. And you get no respect. You can't sit at the table until you do for self. I invited people and I've brought people in over the last couple of years and gave them dawah. And they came to our little Islamic centers and they said, I want to go to the big places that the Arabs and stuff got. I don't want to go to big shiny.
You can go, but be careful.
Look, I told myself, you're going to get the little boys' prayer rug and the little girls' prayer rug.
There's a place for you.
You're not going to be respected. They're going to look at you as some kind of undeveloped little boy or something. You will not get the mic. You could not speak. You know, only men can speak here. And see, because you haven't did for self, but the time is now, it's right. As African, right in the Chicago area alone, we control over $50 billion in income in the Chicago area. You know, it's like 9.6 million African people
And
in the
that's the
Chicago
great
metropolitan
attraction.
area.
That's a great attraction to the rest of the world. That's why they come in. They want to establish business in the Black community.
Right.
They're not going to Chinatown or Greek town or Jewtown, or they come into the Black community, the heart of the Black community.
You know, Brother Ali, they had the furniture store. He was up north in the fluid area and he was looking to rent some space. And he told me he went to 87th Street and they were going to charge him the same square footage that they were charging them in the affluent area. So he said, why are you charging me this amount of money when the per capita income is lower? The real estate agent said, look at the spendable income.
There you go.
They spend more, a greater percentage, even though their income is smaller, they spend a greater percentage.
They
So
go to
that's
real
why we
information
charge
right
you
there.
the same price per square foot to rent this space, because the dollars are going to equate to the same as a rich area, because they're going to spend that money. And
Man,
so
it breaks my heart. So I went in, I think, was it the day before Father's Day? Man, they got it so efficient. And I remember when this one business where in the neighborhood on the south side where I grew up, there was a fruit stand on the corner, man.
Yeah.
And they were so efficient, man. They had every cash register open, aisles from the front of this mega store almost to the back of this mega store.
Is he talking about Pete's on 87?
And them sisters was on the cash register. And them sisters, man, they was getting people out of there like this, bam, bam, popping them credit cards in the machine and getting them out of there. I was like, man, I guarantee you they've made millions of dollars since I've been in the store. And the money coming in, going, and it's just so efficient. And I said there were Muslim brothers doing the cred during the time where we were doing a collective purchasing conference, and we were bringing food from our farms. And we didn't even notice them because we didn't even look at them as competition, because, you know, it was the South Side. We hadn't been completely destroyed, the community that followed Imam Muhammad. We were still on the South Side. We were still physically there, but we didn't see them coming. But that's the privilege. If you're anything other than a Black man, you're going to get the support of the community, the government, the city, everybody, the churches. You're going to get the support. But it's almost like we don't have a choice. If we don't work together, we're not going to have the future that we see the other groups having.
Your Dr. King said this. He said, we will either come together as brothers, and come together mean we're able to work together, we're able to build together, or we will die as fools fighting each other. Wow. So I think if not now, when? And we are the best community evolved for mankind. We have all the infrastructures in place. We have people that are in education when we look across the country. We have businesses that we can come together. We have governmental institutions, because when we recruit people in, they're going to come in and you're going to have some people that want to get involved with business. You're going to have some people that want to get involved with education. You're going to have some people that want to get involved with culture. You're going to some people want to get involved with education. All these people, so we can build the infrastructure right now and then begin to service the community. So when you open up the community and say, we're going to have governmental lessons, we're going to teach you how the government works so you can be more effective inside your community. So when we recruit, we can naturally become a political force.
And we need leaders like you to help us with that. You can help us do that.
Come to the convention.
Okay, all right. You can help us
And
do
we're
that.
holding up. I'm
Yeah.
already registered.
Because I was just thinking in my mind, until you said that. I was like, we don't need a leadership to tell us to go and, solicit the support or work with another person that has like interests, because this not going to be a political movement or an environment that's going to say that's okay for us, because it hasn't been. But we still need education. We still need education, so we can provide the education.
Correct.
But you got to get up off your behind and find your brother that you think if the two of y'all work together, you can you can get more success. And you don't have to trust a person. It's the service. The money comes later.
When you put out to the community, we're holding classes here right now because of the pandemic. Our young people has fallen behind. So when our educators come together in our different cities and messes and stuff and say, we have a tutoring program, Sister Clara Muhammad tutoring program, and we put that out to the community and say, do your children need to be tutored?
Okay.
And so the community start coming into the message to get tutoring, find a way to serve the many, for service to many leads to greatness. So to become a great community, we have to come together. We have the infrastructures already. We have brilliant minds in businesses. We have brilliant minds in all these different areas. So to begin to form and service a community, we have begun to grow because our growth is in service. It was like that during the days of the Nation of Islam. It was as it was, so it be.
Yeah. And that's what took the hardest hit. Believe it or not, if we look at it, that's what we need to rebuild is our schools.
Correct.
That's what took the hardest hit. We got a bunch of storefront preachers.
But see,
and all them we can tolerate.
Right now, diversity education is under attack. It was a comedian, African sister's comedian. And if you look up YouTube, she did a speech. They said this speech is going to, the speech that the show that disturbed the white folks, right? And what she said is this, she said she used to try to mingle with African Americans, being from South Africa, an African comedian. But she says, I found out I had nothing in common with them because they knew who their oppressor was. She said, in Africa, they forbidden the history teaching of what they did to Africa. So they don't even know what the Caucasians did when they colonized Africa. So they think that all the Caucasians are good people. And I had this conversation with a Nigerian.
They don't. You mean they don't put in their face the 10 million that were killed for the rubber?
No, and the colonization they did
10 million?
Because now they have puppet governments. Remember, Africa has the
They don't
youngest
teach that over here
people.
either.
And
But
so
I heard
she
about
said,
it.
look, she said, white folks, if you don't want Africans to keep crossing and flooding Europe, tell them what you did. But she said, let me warn you in America, they're trying to stomp out them. They're trying to do the same thing to us, to you, that they did to us. Stop you from teaching the history about what they did.
Yeah.
So once again, we are a community that did not depend on our children being taught what we needed for them to develop in the outside community.
Right. You talking about us from the legacy of the Nation of Islam.
The Nation of Islam.
The lost found Nation of Islam.
The laws found that we would teach our own because we know that we need to teach our own. So we're coming right back to that. If you want to teach diversity, we got all these messages across the country. We can teach what we need to teach. If they say, because the governors, the Republicans control the governorships. Like right now over in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And see, this is the problem that I have. They say you shouldn't teach that because what you're teaching is hatred. No, what happened to us was hatred. But what you will be teaching is sanity. So that African-American child can grow up to be a sane, rational minded person, knowing where he came from and knowing what he's going to have to deal with in the future. There's no hate involved in that. I never hated anybody. I just had I loved myself.
You had self-love.
Myself.
So there is the time is now. You know, it says a certain amount of dissatisfaction brings about a change.
That's right.
People are ready for change. I talk to people, they say, look, I ain't been to church in a while. Why? Because I said, look, our leader taught us, he brought us back to our responsibility that of the original man of Adam, that we have responsibility for the world. As the Khalifa and the vicegerent, we're supposed to manage the world. Do they teach you that in your church? No, that's picking up the big responsibility.
Right.
You know, we had a poem, and who picked up that responsibility is Caucasian, is with the Sade say, Western man, right?
Right.
So we're a community that was always placed in a bigger position. Make no little plans. We were a big thinking community. As Muhammad said, we're building a nation. As a Black Panther, we was just trying to put an organization together. Elijah said, we building a nation, and guess what? We got a mothership.
And lo and behold, what happened? That little man was highly successful.
Look,
highly successful.
Look, I look at my children. I said,
even in light of today,
I said my children don't have that support. Do you know 50% of a people's identity? There's 50% of a people's self-worth is based on the community and the people that that they're connected with. See, we were Muslims. We look, the sisters were strong. Everybody, because they can go down to the salon. They can go.
Not angry. They were peaceful and happy.
They were peaceful.
They got this new sister.
Look. Because when you build, when you a builder, that's an energy.
That's right.
That's an energy, and everything in creation is in a building mode. Go stomp out an anthill. Is he gonna pick at you? Is he gonna take you to court? He gonna build 5 more anthills by the time you get up the next day. Okay, you stomped out 1, we build 5. You stomp 5, we build 10. Okay, so with our energy need to go into building. Everything is in creation, is in a building mode. And that's where we at our strongest, when we're in a building mode.
And people think you just making, what do you call it? Making an analogy with the ant. You speaking fact about the ant.
Yeah.
That ant can build a raft with his body and cross a river on top of the water. He don't swim in the water. He float over the water. He can build a rope and climb a tree and get into a wasp hive and get all the water. I saw that on TV the other day.
Look, let me tell you something.
Amazing.
There was it was so many of us, we never went really to the show. We went to the drive-in, right?
Okay.
And there was a movie, movie that came out, an old movie called about the ant. And he said, what makes the ant be able to build a rubber tree plant? Because he got high hopes.
Yeah.
Apple pie hopes. Apple pie in the sky, apple pie hopes. You know?
Don't understand in this way.
So they point to that ant about how powerful that ant is. And you know, that was what Solomon studied.
Right.
He studied the ant. So it comes back to study creation. And creation said, this drawing behind me says what? This is what an ant does. Okay. And all this stuff, Imam Muhammad vision, he had such vision and high hopes and faith in us as a community. He said, do not let me down. Give me a good future. If not now, when?
I think I'm gonna let somebody else in. I want you to myself, brother. It's so much to gain from just hearing you speak. I'll let somebody else in. You want to take some questions or?
Yeah, I can. You know, but remember, come to the convention.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey,
let's make
we
it
have
happen.
no idea. And every generation we lose because there's a generation. They say, okay, well, Black people or the African-American people today, they not going to accept but so much from us before they resist or they stand up. But if we don't have leaders in our community, we don't have fathers, we don't have people speaking about our history, where we came from, and what we need to do to keep ourselves viable, or even to be a people into the future, that this information needs to be passed on. But what they know, if you don't have even moral examples, good examples of people that have interests of your future in mind, in your community, what they do is replace people with new information. Oh, you don't need to know about that. That's all negative stuff. That's just going to make you upset and angry, and it's going to make you hateful. You're going to be hateful like the people that did that, those sort of people. And really, Black people, they didn't really, slavery wasn't that bad. You know, they accepted it or something. I forget what I've been hearing all kind of crazy stuff. But what'll happen over time is that your children raised in public schools, taught by people that don't look like them in most of the public schools, given their culture and giving them a low self-esteem or low a picture of themselves as, well, what did you do great? You know, like you spoke about the history of Europe. They instill it and bringing it back, but they're not bringing back the greatness or the history, not even the recent stuff that's happened to us in civil rights. I bet they don't talk about every history class should have something on the knowledge and the understanding of what Barack Obama represented to African-American people, but they're not even instilling that. So let's say, oh, well, that's not a bad thing because we're not giving that to them. But yes, it is, because if you don't give them something to build their self-esteem on, then they're going to naturally wonder why not? Why I be as great as those people? Why I feel like I'm equal? They say I'm equal. I do believe I'm equal, but something ain't right. In a couple of generations, they'll say, Elijah who? Imam W.D. Muhammad.
That's what I'm saying.
What is that? Oh, he must be an Arab. I know what Muslims are. It's the Arabs. They right? No, there's Muslims that paved the way, that opened the door for the Arabs, so that Muhammad is a household word, Islam is a household word, peace is an Islam household word, the Quran is a household word. All of that happened long before anybody knew there was a huge Arab community.
What Imam Muhammad told us this. He said, look, the science of the lion. The science of the lion is in his psychology. He's found a way to make this big roar. Because he digs a hole in the earth and roars in the hole. And he used the earth to magnify his sound and make the earth tremble.
Wow.
So your supermarket, the Alarm restaurant, the bakery, this was mounds of earth. These was horns that we roared through. And the people said, I'm coming on down. Start.
And then we had the snack shop. I know how many there was. The snack shop in the early days of McDonald's. I remember when McDonald's was just a few places, you know. Wasn't big, and we had a snack shop. We were literally competing with what we call capitalism in America today. We were side by side with them. We were small, but we were big. Uncle Jabba had it wasn't necessarily scraping the sky, but it was a high rise downtown. Remember that building? It had to have 50 stories in it, right? We was competing. All I know is that the youth that went to the I think the name was Clara Muhammad School when Imam Muhammad had changed it. He had changed from they went to University of Islam, and then you couldn't find nobody with low self-esteem, and we weren't arrogant. I don't care what people say. We were civilized and we weren't arrogant.
And understand that was just a glimpse. We will rebuild stronger and better than ever. That was just a glimpse. What we can do in the position we are now by coming together.
I believe.
What is the theme of the convention?
That's right. coming together, believers coming together.
Believers coming together to build a better world.
Better world. That's right. That's right.
So
that shouldn't frighten anybody. Even the most ignorant person shouldn't
Yeah.
frighten, because I always hear the enemy in the background. Oh, they just want power. Oh, they just want influence. Oh, they just want to take over. They want to change stuff. No, we want, like Malcolm X said, well, ask yourself, what do you want? We want the same thing that you want for you and your family.
Correct.
Except for, I don't think it's even in us, in our nature, to want solely for ourselves what a lot of the people that create problems for us want. They want it solely for them and their children from their loins. But the average African American person, that ain't in us, because we know we're not a pure blood people. We brown skin, but culturally I don't know if God made us this way, but we accept all people. And Imam Muhammad said it may be because of the fact that an African person can produce an albino and has always produced albino since human beings have walked the earth. And so we don't see skin as a bigger issue as some other people do.
But
skin will never be a big issue for us.
And that really,
you have to force us into that.
That really speaks to Khalifa. See, the Khalifa who has to be responsible for the world has to be responsible for all people.
All people, right?
And that's what makes us ideally situated for the role of Khalifa.
Yeah, and you know what meeting made me think of? Barack Obama.
Yes.
You see the type of leader he was?
Yeah.
Wasn't no racism in him, wasn't no discrimination in him.
Yeah. And you know, look, there was something.
He was suited for the job.
Let me tell you something
that's one suited for the
Barack
job.
Obama did that we need to seize upon as a community in the business world. He did something very powerful that most people miss when he passed the Jobs Act. And I heard one sister say that my son wanted to do this, but the funding wasn't there. The Job Act allowed small businesses to raise capital, startup businesses through the Jobs Act. It allowed non-accredited investors to invest in startup businesses, which used to be the home for accredited investors. That's people who, by IRS standards, have made over $200,000 a year for the last 2 years, or $300,000 if they're couples, or have a net worth over $1 million, not counting their personal residence. But it allows us to also set up a portal to connect investors together with startup businesses. Now imagine, as a business community within our community, we create a portal. So now that sister's son who would look at getting into energy, into a charging stations, that gives us a vehicle to bring investors together with brothers and sisters that have that kind of idea, that need the funding. We can raise funds to build our business communities. Now imagine that was part of what when you came into the nation, that they said, brother, if you in business, sister, if you in business, we got a system set up that actually help develop your businesses and fund your businesses. The Jews are only 2% of the country. But they've mastered the ability to come together and to think big. So when you invite people to Dawa, you show them the history of a community that's 93 years old, that's a worldwide community that has a bigger plan. When we say building a nation, some people shake. But America as an empire is only as strong as its sub-nation. It's only as strong as its sub-nation. So in building a nation, we're building America. I think Imam Elam had his hand up.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Yeah.
I don't have my hand up, but I have what's up.
Yes, ma'am. We have you next, Sister Zelly. We'll go Imam Elam and then Sister Zelly, you'll be next. We see your line open. We will acknowledge.
I just wanted to give you the greetings, brother. I just the lectures you gave on the other New World Patriotism Day and so forth. You are a special brother, and I really appreciate you, and I appreciate knowing you and working with you. Keep up the good work.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. I agree that the message that Brother Daniel is giving is the type of message you need to hear when you're getting fat off of your own success. We can't forget why America is the greatest nation in the history of the world, and why we feel proud to say we're patriots, that we believe in the idea of this country, what it was founded upon, and we believe in this dream and this aspiration for the future of its citizens and everything. So we need people like Brother Daniel to pull our coattail and remind us that there's nothing that you should be shying away from about calling yourself an American. And there's nothing you should shy away from about having your individuality, your individual identity. You should carry that proudly everywhere you go as an American. And there's no reason why you shouldn't be successful and reach the heights that any other American reaches. Because people coming here from across the water, and we're going to be saying the same thing about the Arabs that we say about the Jews. How a few of them came over here, next thing you know, they dominating everything that we thought was unobtainable. The only thing that makes it unobtainable is that you don't go after it.
Yeah.
If we don't go after it together as a group, then we probably won't obtain it.
Right.
But if we do it, we believe it, it's easy. America was built for us, for our success. America is literally built for our success. We have to take that step.
And I thank your father, Imam W. Muhammad, for really, showing us that. And believe me, and believe me, he, as a Vietnam War veteran, I was ready to do the sniper on the roof thing. I've
heard this story from so many brothers.
I was ready to start blowing. I was ready to start blowing up buildings, and I was.
But it's the lack of foundational education.
Yes.
That you have now.
Yeah.
Too many of us don't get it.
Yeah. Well, and I praise be to Allah. Like Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, said in the end, have I given you everything? I want to just give everything. Okay, so let's do this. Brother, my good brother Daniel Mujahid.
You got Sister Zelly.
Sister Zelly.
We'll go to Brother Daniel. Go ahead,
Sister Zelly.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Daniel.
One of my most favorite people in the world.
Alhamdulillah. Brother, I'm over here just praising Allah. I had to have it on mute, but I said, oh my goodness. But I want to tell you, first of all, Bismillah, the song that you mentioned, reference about stout-hearted men, that was a I learned many years ago, brother, in a glee club, which we would sing it in the class, and as a part of our singing choir, I would say. And I'm just praying to him. I was trying to remember all the words, but this itself, saying stout-hearted men itself, to me, that was so important. Now, going fast forward, I took so many notes what you were saying, but I think it was so admirable when you mentioned about the West Side, how the brothers asked you, so, and where you from, and what you about. I think that's standing up for being a brother. I think that's so beautiful, because we, as sisters, we love our brothers to respect themselves and stand up as good, stout-hearted men. And then you mentioned in the business, education, culture, and governance piece, that workshop, is really on time, brother. It's so many believers. My daughters have told me it's a lot of young people now, they becoming their own entrepreneurs. They're not trying to go back to these jobs that's going to have them working day and night, although some of them still have to do it. But that's another part of reality, and I pray that that workshop is successful, because I actually would like to be a part of it. Then one more thing in reference to Africa. I think we need to focus on Mandela more, because look what he did. He went to jail for all those years, and he came out. Looked like they forgot part of that history. And that is so important for us as believers in America and also Africans. It was so many wonderful things you said, my brother. I'm just so happy you brought the spirit back to me from being in Chicago. And then 87, and yes, 87 is off of Stony Island, peach, fruits and vegetables.
I didn't say who. Sister.
Yes, sir. I used to
It's
go
a
there and
public
buy.
forum. We're not mentioning no names.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I just like to, we have a disclaimer. We don't, this public forum, YouTube and Facebook and all that, if you mention people, they real strict.
Yeah.
They have a computer algorithm or something that tracks when you mention copywritten stuff. So we try not to mention any copywritten names. Yeah. But you didn't say the name. You alluded to it, but you didn't say the name. So I think we safe.
Okay. And you mentioned South Africa. There was a guy named Stephen Biko. I think I'm mentioning his name right, Stephen Biko.
Yeah.
He had a program for self-sufficiency for the Africans over there. And so there is some great history in there. So I'm looking forward for you to participate, Sister Zelly. Okay.
Yes, sir. And I would really like to get this whole part of which you're speaking about on the Mosque Care to share with myself. First of all, and listen to it again, because it was very inspirational. And I'm so grateful to Allah to hear you, brother. And with last but not least, what you mentioned about being a veteran, and what you would like to have done. But Allah is in charge of all good. So I'm thankful to be able to say what I've already said. Thank you so much, brother, for sharing. And thank you so much, Brother Martin, and also Brother Idell, and brother, all of you, and brother.
There you go. She got it. And her son is Adele. All right. So
I'm gonna tell him.
You're a trendsetter. You're gonna change. People gonna start calling him by his name.
I know he would like, because that's the kind of person he is. All right, brother.
Yeah. He's very humble. He don't care what you call him. Just don't call him late for dinner. He a good man. It don't bother him one bit. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I love for you, and you all remember my family, and I'm so grateful to be a part of the community and still a part of. Oh no, I can't go there with that. But what's this coming up in Chicago? It's gonna be all good. We're gonna see. It's gonna be so many wonderful things.
Yeah, we are Chicago, Sisters Ellie. I haven't forget. I know the bond. I know the strong bond we have. Nothing could ever break that. Only Allah, if Allah will. We have a strong bond as a community. We all prayed our first prayers together, and our first Ramadan together, literally as a family, like in one living room. We bought pillows and blankets and everything. We were one big family, and we sacrifices in the hottest heat of the summer on the south side of Chicago. I know who I'm talking to, and I love you, sister. I love your family. Your family is my family. I say that all the time. We are one family. All of us that came up under Imam Muhammad's leadership, and I'm not trying to speak like we got something special that the other people had, because we was on a national hookup. That the rest of the country, Adil, he was in California. He came up the same way I came up. I've been talking to him for years. Everything we experienced in Chicago, they was doing it in LA and many, many other places. So we're family. Allah is with us, and we have a lot to really be grateful for. And we're gonna keep doing it, Zelly. I'm working to be worthy of the honor that I feel when I hear your name spoken and other pioneers like yourself, and I'm in the presence of believers like yourself. I'm just trying to do justice to my existence. I want to be worthwhile to myself. If anybody else, if nobody else, myself. Alhamdulillah. Thank you, sister.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah. I appreciate you and your service, and look forward to seeing all the believers some kind of way soon, inshallah.
We're working on it. We working on it, sister. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Right, thank you. And I like that. The theme is excellent, brother. Just excellent on time. Yes. All right. Excellent. Thank you for letting me share.
Well, like my son, get a family to greetings.
I will. Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, brother. Daniel, would y'all hit?
Assalamualaikum.
Yeah,
I was just thinking about what would be ideal, since I was going to send a note to Brother Ideal, but, what I realized listening to you is that it's probably unfair of me to ask that we do a combined convention because at a conference at the convention, because you are certainly well qualified and complete in your own right. But I am thinking about it and looking at the results that would represent. Instead of asking you for permission or for you to consider us doing a combined conference, I would just say it's better for me to say, let's just do it, brother. Let's have the two Daniels do that conference that you proposed for on behalf of our leadership and our community. Let's do that together, brother.
Okay. All right. Well, we can get together and let's sort of put our heads together on it.
We don't have to put our heads together; they are already together.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I know the formalities, and it's kind of a brother like you. It's great for you to say that because you already had a great outline, and I certainly wouldn't even be suggesting this if there was conflicts between you and I. There's not. If I started a sentence, you could finish it. If you started a sentence, I could finish it. And I think this is what the Imam Muhammad II is talking about in terms of us when he talks about the community appeal. Is that we have to be smart enough to realize that really we have everything that we need already.
Right.
And we just have to act. So
we do, I think in so many different ways, when we studied the Honorable Muhammad, how did he build what he built? But well, one of the things, like Daniel Burnham said, make no little plans. I look at brothers that would have businesses and like everybody, they're having problems right now with bringing in people into their businesses.
Right.
And, they're grabbing people and they're investing in them. But, if they don't have if the people you recruit don't have a foundation that we had when we came into the Nation of Islam, we were recruited first into taqwa. Mm-hmm. And if you don't, you're building a business and you're investing in people, they're going to get some money so they can go act crazy because they don't have anything bigger to go into. But when we bring them in a recruitment, where they come in and get taqwa, Sankuri University in Timbuktu, the first year of their enrollment, it was Islamic studies. They had to lay a foundation for them. Do you know the tossing of the hats in the air really came out of Sankuri when they would toss their turbans? Wow. When they graduated?
Mm-hmm.
And so you have to lay that foundation. And a lot of our businesses are trying to build on people with weak foundations, almost like that Sisyphus principle, where you're trying to, remember, Muhammad explained to us, you're trying to balance universal principles on a narrow point. And so if you recruit to taqwa first, then when you, into a bigger vision, when you build, you now have something to build on. You have a foundation with people. And I'm looking at, even Muhammad said, be lost no more in that picture behind him. He said the gangs, we have a problem because of the dissatisfaction. They have no vision of their upward mobility. He said gangs evolve when leadership breaks down, and leadership has a responsibility to empower them to be the maintainers and protectors of their families. But you have a people that's been destroyed that has no foundation of who they are as a people. Their cultural identity and their cultural heritage has been destroyed. So we have to give them a base of that in order to build. So you got somebody that you can build your business around. And so, when we come together and put all this together, we have been conditioned. There's a song in the Christian church says that we've been made for such a time as this.
Wow, alhamdulillah.
Okay, you keep charging me.
Yeah, hey, you got a lot to give, man, and you always make it great.
You want Harold, you're gonna get Harold. Ain't that what Harold wants?
Yeah, ain't that right?
Look, Allah has not kept me alive this long for no reason at all.
Right.
I said, look, our life is simple.
Right.
Just to give your whole self to Allah. I mean, that simplifies things in a complicated
That's
world.
the key. That's the key. And people don't understand the gravity of what you're saying. That store shop owners, the guy at the taco store down the street, Walmart, other places like that, they having trouble getting employees to come in and work.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you mentioned. That's what, when you mention that, that's what you're saying, that you have people that young men needing jobs, but they rather sit at home and say, Daddy, give me a couple of dollars. Mama, give me a couple of dollars so I can give me something to eat. They don't want to feed themselves. They willing to accept a handout and not work.
But see, and look, people got to be inspired. If you look up, I challenge everybody to go and Google Stout-Hearted Man and look at that whole song.
Okay.
And look at when they did the movie, and I think his name is Eddie or something, who sung the song. Looked at that. It was in the middle of the revolution that they created that song in that movie, The Stout-Hearted Men. And just look at it. The clip is about 5 or 6 minutes or so, we're getting late, or I would share that clip with you, about the Stout-Hearted Men in that song. And it was a movie about the American Revolution. And so that's where that song was at. I think we got a couple more people, and I don't know, do y'all end this call at 12 o'clock at night or what?
No, we want a lot of people to get back to their families.
Yeah. I don't know what time it is right now. I have a bad habit of not looking at clocks.
10 o'clock.
I brag to my children that I have an internal clock. I was like, you can't tell when a minute has passed. You can't tell when 3 minutes has passed, or 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. I said, when you put yourself on schedules and time, you look at your watch so much, I said, you should be able to tell when 10, 20, 15 minutes pass. But if it's been 8 hours, I'm lost. I can't get it. It's been all day. And I still don't wear a watch. So I apologize. Y'all got to blame my deal. He got a big old watch on. I ain't wearing it today.
Well, it's generally a health watch. If I can't wear a health watch, I don't have no use for just a regular watch. Yeah. I have to have a health watch on.
Yeah, and plus we bosses, you manage yourself, right?
Yeah.
When a man manages himself, he just wake up Allahu Akbar. He thank Allah for putting breath in him, and he just get up and run until he can't run no more.
But look, let me tell you, Michael Gerber said the problem with most entrepreneurs is that they need a boss.
They need a boss?
They need a boss.
They do need a boss. And I will boss them if they need a boss. Because I've been bossing myself for a long time.
Oftentimes,
I boss the heck out of you. I can shape them up.
One brother said we set up corporations as sole proprietors, but we really need to set up corporations with a board of directors that we need to answer to.
That's true. That's true.
We'll be far more productive,
That's true. Or you have to do like my father did. Every time he gets somebody, he had to toss him to the side. And he got to the point where He said every time the box fill up with people I can use, I had to empty it back out, and then ain't nobody else to use. So he said I have to change this strategy. I'm gonna have to teach these people some new tricks or something. And then you looked up, and he had people around him that you knew wasn't no good, knew wasn't gonna help him, but he learned how to, like which prophet was that? The prophet that had a host of jinns?
Yeah.
Solomon. He had was it Solomon?
Solomon.
Yeah, he wasn't tough as Solomon yet, but I saw him take a turn and make a move. He stopped looking for the best and he started working with what he had. He was working with what he had. Like they wasn't pure. See, when my father came into the nation of as the leader, our community was pure-hearted, sincere believers.
Yeah.
And most of them died off, or most of them, my father needed new people, but the new people wasn't as good as the old people. So we wound up with a bunch of crap. And that's why I'm having trouble today.
Well, he said
that just want to divide us.
Well, he said that the best is yet to come.
Sincere believers.
He said the best is yet to come. So we have some
I
people
feel
out
that,
there that are just satisfied, like right now, like I say, there's a lot of gang activities out there because they're lost.
Yeah.
They're looking for
I was speaking
direction.
specifically of our community.
Yeah, okay.
But I know what's out there in the world. The world is they more ignorant than we are. We devilish, they ignorant.
Yeah.
God might forgive them, but a lot of us going to hell. I can guarantee that. If Allah allow me to look when I'm crossing the bridge into the Jannah and I see the hellfire, I know I'm gonna recognize some of them.
But once again, praise be to Allah. I think that that there's enough good people among us to do what Imam Muhammad said. The time is now. I think that we have a lot of people that that says that let's do this. Let's make it happen. Their desire is to see this community grow. And I think that as we start marching, as the stout-hearted men said, start me with 10 of stout-hearted men, and it will grow to 10,000 more. So they just want to see us. Let's do it. Let's make it happen. Yeah, I'm talking about, if not now, when? And the time is now. The time is right. Yeah, I'm talking about for us to come out and let's smoke them. They had a thing called the cardiac kids. There was the Cincinnati Bengals, right? They would win in the last seconds of the game, right? So they was down a few minutes left in the game. They was backed up to the end zone. The quarterback came in. I forgot who it is. He said, "We got them just where we want them." So we got them just where we want them. Okay. Okay, let's come out.
We got a couple people been with their hands.
Let's come out throwing touchdowns. Let's get them. Let's do this.
All right.
That's right.
All right. We got a couple more people and people waiting to eat and everything. And
yes.
Yeah. What time?
7. We got a couple,
7. Oh yeah, we got to get off.
Then we're going to wrap up. So please keep your questions or comments brief, and then we'll turn it back over to the Imam for the closing to make a conclusion to the program.
Yes, sir.
After these couple, Sister Fatima, then we'll go with Sister Najma.
Assalamu alaikum. I Googled that stout-hearted, and it came out to I Googled it. You get a lot of information on it. So it came up, and I know the Imam said, don't mention anybody's name because, this and that. So I'm not going to mention, but your brother, you were absolutely right. And so I Googled it because I was fascinated with the words. Okay. And what you said, I'm so glad you brought that up. I'm a huge, black and white movie buff. And when you did that, I was like, wow, I got to know this. I got to know what the song's about, right? And then the second thing is, I don't know, you had written an article in Dean Soup, right? And it was just an explosive article, and it had a lot of heart in it, a lot of heart. And the heart, I couldn't believe that it was coming from, you know, one of our pioneers. It sounded like a young man that had just dropped himself, had came out of the 60s and just dropped himself in 2023 and could not believe what had happened. And you just was so on top of it that, you know, I just couldn't believe that it was you. And so the reason why I'm saying all this is because it's like Allah's blessed you to have your thumb right there on the heartbeat of our culture and what's going on with us right now. And what the Imam said, the Catholic Muslim, man, I'm taking that everywhere. The Catholic Muslim, that's exactly what's going on in my neighborhood right now. The Catholic Muslim.
Look at their videos yes, they put on the internet. They coming for us. They want us. They coming for us.
So I just want to mention that.
Okay.
All right. Assalamu alaikum.
This is our last question or comment, then we'll conclude our program.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Very inspiring lecture, brother Daniel. You are full. That's all I can say. You are full. You were speaking. I think about the fact that one thing the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the nation had us looking forward to, and I have to say this honestly, that half the nation missed it. Why do I say that? Because I used to stay at his brother's home in Kansas City. And periodically, Imam Wadi Muhammad would come there. And I remember one particular incident, he asked us, what do you think my daddy meant when he talked about mothership? And there were three of us there, three sisters, and I don't remember their answer, but I said, I think he was talking about like craftsmanship, workmanship, mothership. And he had all of us looking forward to mothership. And that's the condition of us women as mothers, guiding and encouraging and nourishing the community. And by me saying that, I think half of the nation missed it. A lot of us as women missed that importance of mothership. I listened to our dear sister Zelly, and for the past couple of years, she's been asking about getting the brothers' portion of the fashion show. And I understand why. A lot of times our brothers will even come to Juma, and they are sagging. And if you look at that word spelled backwards, S-A-G-G-I-N is niggas spelled backwards. And so they're getting us to accept these things in our communities that are so haram and so immoral. So I say that again to say, sisters, we have an important job to do. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad talked about mothership returning. He's talking about us as women, mothering our community, making sure we stay on track on every level, physically, socially, intellectually, economically, everything. We have a job to do, sisters. Let's implement mothership. Assalamu alaikum, and don't die for it.
And us brothers need to be there to support the mother, to tell the sons and the children to obey mama and listen to mama. Because a lot of times, you know, a man, God created us for independence. So no matter what mama say, if it's not a man there to put him in check, then the young man is going to follow the culture and follow the gang nature, the gang mentality. He's going to look for leadership in something he can identify with, no matter how good the mama point him in the right direction, that we need strong men to reinforce the good nature that the mother instills, you know. So without the men, you know, that's our problem. We don't have strong men. And we should never close our doors when they come in looking like the streets and the culture. The first thing Imam Muhammad did when he came into the highly sophisticated leadership role of the Nation of Islam, he told the FOI, he told the army that was protecting him and protecting the community, told them that, I forget the exact words, but he said, do not turn anybody away because of the way they dress or look. The women if they had on the high skirts, which was in style back then, if they had on the short skirts, if the men looked like the people from the culture, that's who Imam wanted to talk to. So we don't turn them away and we don't condemn them or shame them. If they come from this culture, this crazy culture we live in, and they walk into some place like ours, oh man, Allah is with them probably more than us. We don't know. They maybe should be leading us. We should never turn away the young men if their pants are sagging and the shoes. They should look at us and say, you know what? I got to find me some pants that fit next week because I'm going to come back and hear some more of that, you know. Yeah, so never turn them away. You know, I'm not saying you
But,
would.
but you know, it's good when we have clothes already for them. You need food, you need clothes, you know, you need place to stay. Do you know there's a great percentage of homelessness across the country among our young teenagers? Great percentage. That's what I'm saying. The opportunity
and
to
what she's really
serve.
talking about is the culture. A lot of
Yeah.
times pants that be sagging, they be showing that them pants cost more than my whole suit. You know, yeah, they got designer stuff that's made to hang off of their behind and show their underwear. And you know, it's the culture. The culture has influenced them to where they think this is what a man look like. This is what progress or success looks like. The wilder I look, you know, if I make people,
brother, ma'am,
turn
I
their
wasn't
head,
talking about
you know.
them, brother, ma'am. I was talking about our brothers coming to Juma who maybe came through the nation and they're slacking off. I'm not talking about the young people coming in. I'm talking about the ones who are already there who coming in. They're coming in sagging. Yes, sir.
Well, yeah, pop culture is way bigger than the Nation of Islam. It's bigger than the church. It's bigger than the synagogue. Bigger than the mosque. Bigger than Saudi Arabia, Vatican, and Rome. The pop culture is the God.
Yeah.
It gets all of us. It gets our children too. Yeah.
Well, you know, all they have to do, you know, for centuries, people found their guidance by looking at the stars.
Mm-hmm.
And so all they have to do is put a scowl on the star.
Mm-hmm.
And people who are, it said, be lost no more. So people are lost looking for direction. They look at the stars.
Mm-hmm.
And when they look at the stars, they say, okay, that's what I'm supposed to be doing. We have to become the stars.
Yeah, what we used to say, brother, you shining, brother. You know, and so we were the stars. So guess what the young men wanted to do? They wanted to dress like the brother they saw in the nation.
Yeah.
They want to look like him. We were the stars. So now you have them looking at the Hollywood stars, and the Hollywood stars tell them that this star is better than them, the stars you used to look at. Here's a new star for you to look at. And that's what they're doing. They following their nature. Mm-hmm.
Our star is ready to shine.
That's right. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
Our star is our time.
It's our
you know
time.
how you're on the bench and you're waiting to get into the game?
Yeah.
It's our time now.
It is. And
it's
we have to be there for each other.
It's a degree of dissatisfaction has come about.
Yeah, I agree.
And dissatisfaction, the early teaching said a degree, when there's a massive degree of dissatisfaction, it brings about a massive degree of wanting to change. And so our time is now. It's now to strike.
Thank you, Brother Daniel. And we'll leave it right there.
That's an excellent note to end on. And I'm gonna wish everybody a joyous and happy Patriotism Day. Everybody stay safe. Don't eat too much barbecue, and stay healthy. And we hope to see you all soon. We really look forward to you all joining us and helping spread the good news of the Mosque Cares annual convention, September 1st, right through the 3rd. And we hope to see you all at our next First Sunday. We'll be announcing soon, probably within a week or so, the next First Sunday program and on August 6th. And alhamdulillah, thank you. I enjoyed your company. I really needed it. It was refreshing. I always great pleasure to feel myself educated. Education is painless. Education is painless. I actually feel better than I felt earlier today, especially when you're given things that you need. It's the food, it's the mental nourishment that we all need. And we thank Allah for brothers like Brother Daniel to come back to us, Patriotism Day. Like he said, we're usually outside in the park enjoying the fresh air and doing what what everybody's doing, but we're doing it together as a family and as a group. And we thank Allah for that opportunity. And that's something we're not giving up on. Inshallah, next year, if time permits us, we'll start our planning a little earlier. This is something that I really don't like that we do as a community. We're a volunteer community. So we don't have those bosses that Brother Daniel mentioned, that we need corporate leaders doing things, but we may have to resort to that. So we're gonna make an appeal for a governing body that can help keep us on schedule, because we're always behind. You know, when it comes to planning our programs and things, we have a committee that's dynamic and that's just amazing at doing the work that we do. But and we've tried it before. We had a youth committee. We tried to get them to step forward, but the world we live in, you know, life throws us curves and things. But if we can plan, I believe in what Brother Daniel said, that the time is now and that we're ready to shine. And I'm looking forward, and we're gonna take the measures and steps that we feel is necessary to get us on the track that we can make the progress at the speed that we know we can handle, you know. Like they were saying earlier with the health consortium, yeah, we really appreciate them. We had great program with the Muslim Health Consortium and Imam Elam and Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar, and with the business and technology, that yeah, I truly believe that that we have the ability to move at whatever speed that we feel comfortable with towards our progress, because we're not new at this. The majority of us are well seasoned, and we know what it takes, and we have the ability to do it. We just need to organize and plan. And this is not something that dawned on me when my father made his transition. This is over 15 years ago. That's the first thing I said. I said, well, we need to start a committee, because I had seen it all done during my youth. I saw my father do it. And so I knew what was necessary. We just need to fine tune it and tighten it up, and stop allowing ourselves to be sidetracked by people really that don't have the authority and don't have our best interests in heart, and don't have the authority to govern, or to even you know, voice their opinion in what we say we're gonna do. Let's say we're gonna do it, and let's do it. Yeah. And you got my support 100%. But that's the situation that we need to see change. Maybe we'll bring it up for the Moscares. But meanwhile, you all know how to text us. You know our email. Our email information. You can call the Moscares, send us emails on ideas about people that you know may have the time to help us in some managerial things and keeping us on schedule for our planning. Because if we don't start planning 2 or 3 months for something that we expect to have a certain number of people, there's statistics. Brother Daniel, we didn't tap him today, but he probably can tell us what our results would be if we showed him the blueprint for our planning. The structure of our planning is off, is way off. So it's a lot of, you know, things we may fault the community with, but really it's the fault of our structure that we use. You know, if you only give 2%, you ain't gonna come out with 100%. You know, you got to give the proper amount that it takes to accomplish whatever it is you're trying to achieve. And I know that, and we know that as individuals, but when we come together as a group, as a people, we've always done this. We settle. We don't demand what we demand on ourselves for the group. So, you know, we run our houses. I'm not saying that any individual on the Moscares committee or any individual leader that we associate with are excellent in the roles that they play. But when we come together as a volunteer group, a lot of times we don't get 100%. And what I mean by that is that somebody has to take the role of leadership. I can't lead in everything. And so I do what I'm good at, and I do what I know I can pretty much, with God's will, perfect and keep it in the condition that it needs to be in to accomplish what I need to accomplish as in the role of leadership that I do it. But what our enemies has convinced a big number of our community that somehow I can do everything. Keep trying me, because I'm the last person you're gonna convince that I can do everything. Hold your breath. That's what I want you to do. Then I'll be through with you quicker. You need to breathe. Yeah. So alhamdulillah, we will have what we will. You know, I can say things, but I'm not magic. I don't, just because Wallace say, okay, well, we're going to try to do this. But if you don't put the effort in, it's not going to happen. You know, so don't go run around saying, I said we're going to do this, we're going to do that. We have to get together, plan it, and make the effort it takes to accomplish what we plan to accomplish, you know. And it's not me. There's good believers that support this effort, and they do they job too. They do 100%. They give 100%. Like Brother Daniel, he's giving 100%. But what we ask of the Mosque Cares, we have to get individuals that are willing to put in the work to see us reach those things. And it doesn't start with, okay, well, you just need to hire this person. My son went to school. He does this for a living. No, we need to talk about it and we need to plan it. Not me, you, the committee, the leadership that want this, that know that the believers in that come to the Jumu'ah, the Ta'aleem, that support them, they want this. We can facilitate it. We can facilitate it, but somebody has to plan it, somebody has to structure it, and somebody has to make sure that we follow through, and that we're not sitting around asking people who's going to speak, who's willing to bring forward certain aspects. Somebody has to do it. You get it? And so our chairperson shouldn't play the role of the whole committee on the first Sunday. And that's what we've been relying upon our chairperson to go out, and that's just the weakest. Allah say that's the weakest of faith, is to have it in your heart. You have to make some plans and take some action, you see. But otherwise, we're going to get what Allah bless us with, and we're going to enjoy it. Yeah. I'm going to keep asking, but we have to plan it. We have to plan it. Yeah. And that group that's supporting everything that don't look like the Mosque Cares, you plan for that. So that's what you get. We're one group. That's many groups. Once you divide up all the things that Imam Muhammad did, when Imam Muhammad passed, his leadership that he expected to take some of his knowledge and wisdom, like you get 500 investors to invest $2,000, you have $1 million that these trusted 500 people can vote on and say, you can do whatever you want with $1 million. You can spend it all on one thing today. No questions about. And is anybody out there that still think $1 million is not enough money to do some good with? You see, for whatever sake, we might want to take that whole $1 million. $2,000 don't hurt nobody. It don't hurt me. Anybody that has held a job and paid their rent or mortgage and their gas, electric, or whatever, their water bill for as long as I've been paying, you got $2,000 that you could come up with within a year and say, next year, well, let's have $1 million and let's donate it to the Cancer Society or some children, you know, muscular dystrophy, or let's give it to whatever. And just so that we can do it, you know, we can do it. But the leadership sat down when my father passed. They sat down, you know, they could have done that on their own. But 15 years later, they still waiting on me to pull a miracle out the sky. I've maintained everything, every responsibility my father left me with, and I've improved on all the property that I was entrusted with. I've improved on it, not only held on to it, improved on it, even gave myself a raise. Well, you know, I can keep talking, but I think some people might get sick and start throwing up and get heart attacks, and I don't want to hurt nobody, so I'm gonna let us go. It's dinner time. I had fun, I enjoyed myself. And I pray Allah, everybody's well, because Allah is the mercy that we have in our lives. And we pray, actually, I may talk and sound a little arrogant in my comment, what do you call it? Comedy or comedic approach I take to things, because I know some people are really, really uptight. They listen. And then some people need to hear a little tough love, and some people need encouragement. So I'm not speaking to one individual. So don't come to me frowning next time you see me. I'm speaking to a group, a broadly diverse group of people that I consider family and I love dearly. And that's the community from the legacy that our great leader and the great job that he put before us all. And it's going to take all of us. It's going to take all of us. And it's going to be easy. The things that benefit us most in life are easy once you do it. All you have to do is stop saying inshallah and go to work. Go to work right then, because inshallah ain't promised. Allah, that's in his hands. That's why we mentioned Allah. That's in his hands. But guess what's in your hands? Your will to take action, your ability to take action, and your will to get the work done. And so all you have to do is will yourself into some work, even if you don't know what the heck you're doing. Do it, make a mistake, and then get up and do it right the next time. Inshallah. Thank you. That's my word. That's my advice for the day. And I hope some of us took me serious and some of us benefit from the good things we say, because I surely did take this First Sunday serious, and I feel like I greatly benefit from it, like I do every day. Tell your friends to come, tell your family to come. The first Sunday really is a miracle in action that you're not going to see on the commercial forum, on TV and on the radio. You're not. We're unique. We're unique, and I think Allah has great plans for us, like Brother Daniel said. Allah has great plans for our future, and it's about to happen right now. I had to turn it backwards, but it's about to happen right now. It's happening. It is happening. And thank you again, Brother Daniel. He's still here, and Brother Daniel Mujahid. Thank you. We look forward to seeing all of you at the convention, and those that are on the program that I didn't mention by name. You know, I love you and appreciate your participation. But I want us to take serious the things that the leaders that you heard today speak, sisters and brothers, what they're calling us to action to do. And let's get on the phone with each other. I know a lot of y'all not close to me where you just pick up the phone and call me and talk to me, but you can call your brother and sister, and y'all can start a movement that's going to change the world. It's going to change the life of every African-American descendant of slaves, and every one of us from the legacy of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Imam Muhammad, and to this very day. If you just communicate with one another sincerely and take on the responsibility of leading yourself and your family and your community into a better condition, and do whatever it takes, and make like a agreement with yourself and your loved ones that you're not going to give up on that. Even if in action and communication, y'all separated, that you're going to keep that in your heart, and you're going to do that with the next relative or the next friend or the next brother or the neighbor. You're going to keep that love for, because that's how we got Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We wouldn't have never had him if he didn't love us. So that's how you get an Honorable Elijah Muhammad. You have to show love and appreciation for what Allah has given you, and a desire to improve on it and to work and struggle for it with your brother and your sister. And you got to take action to get that started. I know it for a fact. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. All right. Good night, everybody. Don't get mad at me. I didn't start it. I'm going to finish it. Assalamu alaikum.